Ev yapımı tavuklu döner. Tavuklu döner ne amına koyayım. Karnım o kadar aç ki baba. Selam bebeks. Ne yapıyorsunuz sikişkenler? Hoş geldiniz, hoş geldiniz. Oh. Nasıl buradayım diyor saniyede. Aleyküm selam, aleyküm selam. Maç başladığı zaman izleyeceğiz beyler. Saat 15 dakika sonra başlayacak. 15 dakikada bir el turbo atar mıyız? Atarız amına koyayım. Kim var finalde? PSG LGD ile Spirit var. Oha ne çabuk buldu lan oyunu. İyi iyi. Çabucak buldu, çabucak biter. İlk phase'i kaçırmam ya. Biter o 5 dakikaya oyun.
Your turn to bat. 5 seconds remaining.
Bana yeniden şarkılar söyleten. 20 dakikayı geçerse 5 liranı alırım. Tamam. Onunla da ekmek alırsın amına koyayım. Geçen senenin TI finalinde de iki aynı takım oynamıştı. Şimdi Major finalinde de iki aynı takım oynayacak. Belki bu sene TI'da gene iki aynı takım oynayacak. Çünkü şu anda PSG LGD ile Spirit gerçekten sağlam iki takım. Gerçekten iki sağlam takım. Seri oyun bitirecek bir şeyler alalım. Çok seri. Çok seri böyle. Çok seri sikişken hemen anüs yırtmalı bir oyun. Hemen anüslere girmeli bir oyun alalım.
10 seconds remaining.
Hemen anüsümüzü yırtalım. NP banlı AS AS AS arkadaşlar hoş geldiniz. Gitme dur ne olursun. Gitme kal. Yalan söyledim. Doğru değil ayrılığa. Daha hiç hazır değilim. Aramızda yaşanacak yarım kalan bir şeyler var. Gitme dur daha şimdiden. Deliler gibi özledim. Gitme dur ne olursun. Gitme kal. Yalan söyledim.
Seconds to battle.
Doğru değil ayrılığa. Daha hiç hazır değilim. Aramızda yaşanacak yarım kalan bir şeyler var. Bro, this chat wheel is golden, you know?
The battle begins.
Very well. The time is upon us.
It doesn't matter. I carry your ass.
That was but the first taste of revenge.
A fine idea.
I fine idea. Vur bana da al rahatla. Paramı al rahatla amına. Al paramı. Benim param. Bizim paramız. Senin paran benim param. Benim param gene senin paran.
Yes.
Öyle annenin amına döner tekme atarım işte. İblis seni.
Already moving.
Ah. Adamlar bana burada vajina daraltma operasyonu yapıyor amına koyayım.
Dragon's gaze finds you. We knew this time would come. So you say. Maybe next time.
Where did you come from?
That all you got?
Uh-huh. We bring our blade.
Ne Major'ı? Major finali var ya kanka birazdan. Onu izleyeceğiz işte.
We fight.
Enough for you to hang yourself.
My wings are broken.
Swiftly now.
Chill baby. Chill. This game is so easy. Easy.
Of course. Yes.
Wait for my boots, then we go for him, okay? I can't go like this. I'm low HP. Range.
To battle.
Bro, we can't. We can't.
Yes. As you wish. As you wish. Okay.
Fine.
Double kill.
Why are you guys crying like a baby? Can you guys just chill a little bit, please? This is just a turbo game, okay? Just chill.
Yes. Very well.
Shadow.
Yeah. On it.
Çocuklar garip bir ağlıyorlar ya. Garip bir ağlama seviyesi yani. Şimdi bu çocuğun ultisi var, öyle bir sıkıntı var. Biz ultimiz açılana kadar bir sakince şöyle bir de Milestorm'u var. Ulti açıldı, tamam.
Of course. Forward.
Bana girecekler. When Wind Ranger comes with ulti for me under tower, if someone TP top, we can kill him easily.
It's an honor.
They will come right now with creeps, creep wave. Yeah, they're coming. TP.
It's time. The fruits of discipline. Yes.
Nice guys, well played.
bottom tower is under attack.
You cannot hide. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your
Can you
bottom
share
tower is
Tango
under
with me,
attack.
please? Thank you.
We bring our blade. We fight. Already moving. Yeah. It is not time.
We can kill top again. I have dust for this
Your
guy.
bottom tower is under attack.
Not what you expected?
Your top tower is under
Got shit.
Your bottom tower has
He
fallen.
doesn't have boots.
Agree.
Your top tower has fallen.
Not yet.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Maç 10 dakika sonra falan arkadaşlar ama daha peak ekranı, peak face falan var ya. Onları falan hani daha orası bir 10 dakika sürer falan. 15-20 dakikaya anca başlar maçlar.
Bottom tower
Maç
is
yani.
under attack.
Your death approaching.
Clockwork, can you make Lotus maybe for Bounty Hunter? It's really good.
Stand and fight. It is not time. At last. We're not ready. We become more as one.
I have no TP, sorry.
Mega kill. Die.
I underestimated you.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wish. Faded in kind. Okay.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yet. So you say. And discharge.
Oğlum ben anlamıyorum ki yani nasıl bu kadar ölebiliyorsunuz? Anasını sikeyim.
We're not ready. We bring our blade. It is not time. A fight. Not yet. Yeah. Not yet. Time to die. Our power increases. Yes.
Porting there.
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
We're not ready. You will fall. You will fall.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. It is not time. We bring our blade. What coward runs? It's not time. It's an army. We're not ready. Of course. Yes. With practice comes strength. Onward. To battle. As you wish. We're under attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
Already moving. Yes.
Nasıl bir stomp yeme şekli? Ananı sikeyim ya. Bu ne kanka? Bu ne amına koyayım ya? Bu ikisini.
Yeah. Yes. So you say.
Your top tower is under attack.
It is not time.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yok ya, yalandan oyalanıyoruz işte. Burayı maç izleyene kadar.
With practice comes strength. A fine idea. No retreat.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Very well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yani bu tarafa doğru kaçtığımı nereden biliyorsun ama? Yani şuraya doğru gitmeyeceğim sana malum mu oldu ama?
Do it with flair.
Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Heal açmak vakit kaybıydı çünkü.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Put sentry'ler, put sentry'ler.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Yan yan yan benimle, uzun yola gider gibi. Bakma öyle yüzüme, aman cancağızım etme.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Ya çocuk hiç bilmiyor. Tango'yu ilk kez oynuyormuş.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
We're not ready.
High Mage Creep gibi karını sikeyim ya vallahi. Bir tane creep'imi kaçırttı orospu çocuğu. Azıcık feedlemeyi durdursalar az ya, çok değil bak. Vallahi kazanabilirdik yani hala. Bir fight'a kazanıyorsun turboyu zaten. Az bir feedlemeyin oğlum ya.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go last try guys. Go go go go go last fight. Go last fight.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hepsi Ursa'ya sekiyor ya. Hepsi Ursa'ya sekiyor ya. Tabii efendim.
Tower is under attack.
Good game boys.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
That hero is super good by the way. Daha başlamamış. Pek yakında. Bir maç daha oynayalım ya. Cheris, bir arkadaş senden maç analizi istedi ücretiyle. Kanka yapmıyorum artık maç analizi. Çok uzun sürüyor. Aldığım paraya değmiyor. Bilgilerimi ucuza paylaşınca zoruma gidiyor. Turbo'daki en bozuk hero. VR, Ursa, Ark Warden. Gizmo çok bağırıyor Naşko. Ark Warden, VR, Ursa, Dawnbreaker, Priest, Marcy, Nature's Prophet. Bunlar yani genel olarak. Zeus.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds.
Haskar. Haskar'ı unuttuk. Her el banlıyoruz. AS, AS, AS. Gelmiş geçmiş gördüğüm en iyi oyuncu kim? Rol fark etmez. Yani bence gelmiş geçmiş en iyi oyuncu, yani en yetenekli oyunculardan bir tanesi Miracle. Miracle var, FY var. Ferrari var. Crit var. Ana var. Yani
10 seconds remaining.
bunlar bence. Arteezy gelmiş geçmiş en iyi oyunculardan birisi değil ki oğlum. Arteezy pop starlardan birisi. Fear vardı eskiden. Old boy. Arteezy iyi oyuncu ama en iyiler arasında asla yer alamaz yani. Dandy çöp. Light of Heaven çöp.
Your priestess has arrived.
Prepare.
Ay Jerax'ı unuttum bak. Jerax çok iyi. Jerax en iyi dörtlerden birisidir yani. Ya oğlum beni sormana gerek yok. Ben zaten hepsinin hocasıyım amına koyayım.
To battle.
Arteezy zaten 1v1 turnuvası yapıldı. İlk maçta elendi amına koyayım.
To the battle. Good.
Arthas is live.
The
As
battle
you will.
begins.
At last it's time. Yes. Forward by bounds. Since you command it. Of course. Even
Arteezy'yi çok severim bak. Arteezy'yi aranızda benim kadar seven yoktur bu arada.
yes. Run like the dogs you are. Forward, pet.
Run like the dogs you are.
We rise.
Mirana çok bağırıyor evet. Ah diyor be.
Good idea. Stop. Such power is ours. On the prowl. Agreed. To the battle. Good idea. Starfall. The cost of kibble. Forward, pet.
Forward pet.
Whimper, dogs. I'm under attack. Attack. A gift from the night. Forward by bounds.
Gift from the night.
We ride. Tuck your tail and run, you mutt.
Double kill.
Suka. Uma
Of course.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On the prowl. Agreed.
Güzel bağırıyor ya.
Starfall. Good idea. Leap forward. Since you command it. Yes. Fair stars. As you will.
Polis bilerek mi hasar yiyorsun? Ah. Yok.
Your top tower is under attack.
Bilerek hasar yemiyorum. Aleyküm selam Yasir'im. Yasir'im.
Toward victory. Starfall. I'm under attack.
Allah'ı mı kesiyoruz? Galiba. Ölmüyor adam amına
Good
koyayım.
idea. It's not done yet. Forward my bounds. Stop.
Nice.
Cower before us. Leap forward.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
On track.
Everyone carry dust for bounty please.
As you will it.
I'll take that as tribute.
Forward, pet. To the battle. Sparkles like this. We ride. We ride. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Since you command it. Cringy curve. This grows interesting. Of course. Evil curse.
I'm mechanically.
Not a penny wasted. Agree. Perfect. Stars. Yellow light.
Unlock. Neyse, güzel, kötü değil. Kötü de değil, çok iyi de. Ya ben ölmeseydim çok iyiydi ama ben öldüğüm için artık bir anda işteye döndü. Güzel. Bro, pause is pointless, you know.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under
Forward my
attack.
bound.
Niye soğutmuyor ya?
Hayatım soğutuyor, içerisi 20'ye falan.
Bir bak bakayım. Bir bak bakayım sıcak içiyorum bir de.
Allah aşkına.
Bir kendin bir bak güzel. Üstüne bir anlamı yok sıcak.
We ride in perfect. Leap forward. On the dive home. Ah, you had no place here. To the battle. As you will.
We need to put sentries everywhere because of Omni. I mean bounty.
Ride.
Nasıl tutmadı lan o?
Forward. Perfect.
Yare yare osu osu.
Good eye.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Amına kodum hayvanı, ne işe yararsın ya? Şu hero ne işe yarar abi? Turbo'da şu hero ne işe yarar ya? Sırf almasınlar diye şu hero'yu banlayacağım amına koyayım. Takımım almasın diye. Helal lan Visage. Helal. Helal lan Yusufi.
Agreed.
I will not forget this.
The inner light dawns.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Double damage.
Manta style.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Of course. I could have hit Roshan with my eyes closed.
Roshan has fallen to the down.
Interesting. Agreed. Yes. The prize is mine. On track. Since you command it,
Hira'nın çok damage çıkarma sebebi ne? Pür mü vuruyor? Yo, çok hızlı vuruyor Leap'le beraber, o yüzden.
such strength shall be ours. We ride. The prize is mine. Scatter while you can. Forward by bounds.
Your top tower is under attack.
Homing in.
Good idea. Tuck your tail and run, you mutt.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen under attack.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Power is ours.
Your top tower has fallen.
Leap
The
forward.
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Of course.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Ultiye diyor bir kere bas oyun bitti. Ne gerek var o ulti? Zaten Bounty'nin şeyi var amına koyayım. Sen söyle adını. Hala başlamamış maç ya. Kaçta başlayacak? Dur bir Dota 2 launch'tan bakalım. Diyor ki 3 minutes diyor. 3 dakika sonra başlayacak diyor ama bir de Dota 2 yayınından bakalım. Daha hala konuşuyorlar, şov yapıyorlar. Neyse bekleyelim bakalım ya. Bekleyelim mi bir oyun daha atalım mı ya? Atalım amına koyayım. Daha bumpik aşaması var, bilmem ne var. Sıkıntı yani. O kovboy şapkalı elemanı dövesin. Slux kanka ya, dünyanın en cıvık insanı bu arada ya. Dünyanın harbi. Ben hayatımda o adam kadar cıvık bir adam daha görmedim ya. Hem cıvık hem ses tonu çok iğrenç. Sırf çok enerjik diye ve cıvık diye işte community'nin sevdiğini zannediyorlar ve her sene her turnuvaya getiriyorlar ya. Oysa ki var ya, mesela community'nin %20'si seviyorsa %80'i sevmiyordur o çocuğu yani. Ama işte gel gör ki şey gibi oldu. Hani Dota'nın eski şov yüzü dendiydi ya. Şimdi bu işte hani Valve sürekli her turnuvaya getirtiyor.
Your turn to battle. 5 seconds remaining.
Ben buraya mı attım?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining.
LGD mi alır? Team Spirit mi? Valla hiçbir fikrim yok ya. Yeter ki güzel şöyle uzun maçlar olsun. Yani hani turnuva finaline yakışır şeyler olsun. 20 dakikada oyun bitmesin.
Ymir. You betcha.
Prepare for battle.
Thanks for kind and nice words.
Yeah, sure.
Şimdi size hayatınızda görmediğiniz bir task build'i izleteceğim. Eğer çalışırsa
To battle.
This one's in the bag.
ilk kez deneyeceğim. Eğer çalışırsa çok güçlü olacak.
Sounds like a good idea. Snowstorms are coming. Yeah.
Clockwork, we can kill them when we are level 2. We are strong.
The
The
battle
North comes
begins.
with me. This will dumb down temperature. First blood. Got it.
Нормально, нормально. Пойдет.
Why not? Mm-hmm. It. I'm under attack. Weapons cracked and ready. Yeah. Cozy cold.
Kafam kırıldı orospu çocuğu.
Get ready. Here I go.
Эй, а что случилось?
Yes. Yes.
Canım. Dur bir saniye.
Time to punch. Okie dokie. Go with the cold. Let's go. Let's freeze. I'll just cook it out here. Coughing at. Time to bruise. Could be good. I say,
Major finalini izleyeceğiz. Başlarsa Reyes.
cool off. Come here. Freeze. Oh. Onward. Snowball.
Homing in.
It
Denied.
Yeah. Let's just see what you're made of. If you say so. You bet.
He used hook. He used hook. We can fight. Pull up ya.
I'm under attack. Time to one things out. Yeah, sure.
Your middle tower is under
say.
attack.
Fight.
Denied.
Your top tower is under attack.
Just a warm up. Much yes.
Buna kodumun ayısı.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Time to brawl.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under
İki
attack.
tane hayvana karşı lane yapıyoruz. Amına kodumun ayıları. Ne ölmek biliyorlar, ne canları gidiyor.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Got it.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Я затащу.
If I get my level 6, we can kill Pudge easily.
Sounds like a good idea. Oh, traps. Snowball. Yes.
Vermen çok kötü oldu bebek.
I'm under attack. Inclement punch. My demons. Spirit bows to me.
Нормально, нормально. Пойдет.
Block, go kill SF when I'm up, bro. ITP mid lane. Go guys. Anyone?
The north comes with me. Fresh meat. If you say so.
Tipler nerede anlamam.
Got it. Yeah.
They'll come in here.
Snowstorm.
А что случилось?
You betcha. Fresh meat.
Boom. There it goes.
I have punching for you. Yeah. I say we should trade blows.
Coming in.
Dusky, dusky.
Ay
You
ananı
betcha.
sikeyim. Ananı sikeyim ya. Ananı sikeyim. Dagger gitti. Da para var mı? Var
Sounds
var.
like a
Güzel.
good idea. Got it.
SFS Shadow Blade. Careful.
Okie dokie.
And Pudge Glimmer.
Onward.
Help.
I'm under attack.
Kendimi çok güzel dışarı attım. Tam düşündüğüm gibi oldu ama VK orospu çocuğu geldi amına koyayım.
Your top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yes. Ready for a comeback. Yeah.
Ой,
Come.
The north comes with me.
Clock come. Go kill SF come.
Hurry the hands of the clock.
Can anyone help bot? Guys, anyone TP bot? He's here. He's here. Anyone TP fast?
Yep. Snowstorms are coming. Lethargical bunch. I play.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Was canned laughter.
Good to be good.
I have another smoke.
You betcha. If you say so.
Help.
They will not
Dire
use the
structures
advantage
are
of that
fortified.
very next time. Got it. Yeah,
Players here.
I say.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
He's still here. We have golems actually, guys.
Snowball. I'm under attack. You betcha. Flashlight. Got it. Down for the count.
Что случилось?
Amına koyayım. Benden başka dust taşıyan yok. Guys, please, everyone carry dust. Everyone, they have two invis, Glimmer and Shadow Blade. Please carry dust. Amına koyayım. Adam SF aldı ya. Yani SF demişim.
Yes.
Middle tower is under attack.
Güzel sıkıştırdı. We can fight, we can fight.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Can we? I have no ult. I have dust for him.
Got it.
If you catch, I have ult. I have ult.
Yeah, sure.
Bro, can you please carry dust, man?
Yeah, sure.
Just carry dust. Just carry dust, please. Carry dust. Carry dust. Willow, carry dust.
Yeah. Levant's breeze. Alley-oop.
Jackpot.
Ah, scepter. Okie dokie. Flashlight.
Come in.
You betcha.
Пойдет.
Got it. Let us keep this clean. I'm under attack. Come and fight. Crunch a bunch. No.
Güzel dojladı ya.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under
Nice.
attack.
Do it with flair.
You are going nowhere.
Coming.
The North comes with me. Yeah,
Ananı sikeyim, o ne ya?
found them. You betcha.
Adamda Satanic Moonshard var, Silver Age var. Çok kasmış.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Onward.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sounds like a good idea. When you are ready.
You lay a hand on me.
Yes. Yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Could be good. I'm under attack. Snowstorms and freeze. Could be snowball. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh boy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hilde bak, ananı sikeyim.
Oh boy.
I've seen what rules.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Coming, go.
Freeze. Alley-oop.
I'm always.
Ice cool fight, man. Oh boy.
А что случилось?
Because he used Sata and I think we need to run, but
Videos a little.
it's bad choice, I think. I don't know. No, he was used Satanic, you know, that's why I'm kicked.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
But bad choice. Anyways.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle
He's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
Your bottom barracks is falling. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
If you say so.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
I can kick him to base. Go, go, go, go.
Roshan has fallen to the dust.
Storms are coming. A break the workout. Yes. You betcha.
Нормально. Пойдет.
I say.
Dire structures are fortified.
Attack!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, sure. No. I'm under attack!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Fresh meat. Sounds like revenge.
They all buy back, careful.
Snowball. You betcha. The north comes me. Get
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
ice shot. Snowball. You betcha.
Your top tower is
Good.
under attack.
Mm-hmm.
Jackpot.
I say. You betcha. Get. Get.
Radiant
Going to be
structures
one
are
of those
fortified.
kind of fights. Cool. Yes. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Yazmayacağım.
Yaz da şu an.
Amına koyayım. 4.5k canım var. Amına kodumun SF'i bana 4 tane vuruyor, ölüyorum ya. Hani bak, tamam eyvallah güçlü olsun, tamam mı? Ama yani bu kadar güçlü olmasın aga ya. Ya bu ne amına koyayım kanka? 4 hit attı amına koyayım ya. 4 tane hit atıyor ve benim amına koyayım 21 armorum, 4.5k canım eriyor yani. Hani tamam eyvallah güçlü ol yani. Hobi olarak gene güçlü ol ama.
Ой, а что случилось?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
On my way.
Polish my honor in your blood. I keep my enemies close, and their corpse.
If you say so.
Hit the ancient, guys. Hit the ancient. Go. Go, go, go, go. Pudge and Razor can't do any shit. Just go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Why not?
Boom! There it goes.
Let us fight. Phoenix Bun. Flash me.
Radiant victory.
İyi, oyunun bitmesi güzel oldu.
And the winner.
PSG LGD's turn.
Yetiştik.
And that's something Spirit really utilized in their last series.
Yeah, LGD too. They said earlier that when they first lost to a Chen, it was like one of their 2 losses so far this tournament.
Ne alınmış
They said
bakalım.
They weren't prepared for it. They didn't know how to deal with it. That was when their response was the Pango Snapfire. We go forward, we see their last Magic and Spirit. They take the CM and the Tiny instead, and that went well.
So are we gonna see it? Is he getting banned or not? PSG LGD, I'm sure that's on their
Ulan
mind.
cips
I
aşkı.
don't know. I mean, because Tiny's in the
Dur
pool,
bakayım,
right? And
Jinx var mı?
last series, Spirit valued
right.
the Tiny more than the Chen.
Yeah, so the hero LGD really favored to ban against Spirit last series was Viper. I'm curious to see if that's a ban once again. I think the laning strength it brings to the table is really hard to deal with, but there are just so many things that teams are valuing. I personally don't think we see a Chen ban just because of all these recent losses and the fact that I think teams are just going to be way less confident in it. So
Yeah.
totally new ban, yeah.
Hey, Phoenix. That was Spirit's response to Channel after it was picked last series.
It's a completely different approach. PSG LGD, even though they did not play that series, they learned from it and they adjust their plans accordingly. IO and Phoenix, these heroes were untouched in the first series that they had against Team Spirit.
So if they were to take 10 right now, LGD might respond with that tiny CM. On the other hand, there is Razor open to them. It's something that Spirit... Oh, is? Sorry, my bad. There's also the Puck in the pool. There's the Marcy still.
Yeah, the Phoenix band really
Beyler,
said to me that LGD...
chatte main yayını izleyip, tamam mı? Buraya spoiler vereni 2857 yılına kadar banlarım. Tamam mı?
Without it, I mean, we'll see if they have another kind of support option.
So the cycle might be completing here from Spirit. Like we've seen the Puck dominate the early stages of the tournament, being banned out almost every single game. Now he's untouched, plus the counter, the biggest counter to him has been drafted already by Team Spirit. Somewhat in the lane. Most teams agree that Tiny is the one. Now the question is, does Team Spirit grab that Puck, or do they go in a completely different direction?
Do you think the Puck is still powerful? Do you think a bunch of teams have figured it out? Because LGD have faced up against this Puck 5 times and never lost against it.
I think it's really good.
Yeah, it's really good. The main downside
Oh,
is it
Enigma.
reveals, I think, a lot of your draft in your lanes because you know that
Vay amına koyayım, Enigma.
core role. Like there's only 1 or 2 teams who kind of flex Puck. Spirit were one of them, to be honest. Like they did play at 4th position, but that's a game they lost pretty badly. So it just feels like you need to like.
Beyler şu kendisine abonelik hediye gelenler lütfen abone moduna al diye ağlamasınlar. Bunları sikerim. Önce kendiniz abone olun ama.
And we've seen teams like Liquid, like LGD, really favor that versus the Puck.
And the Pudge.
Yeah, and the Pudge, of course. Like you're gonna have to put a lot of bans into protecting it if you do pick it first phase.
Team Spirit right now, they kind of moved a little bit away from the meta with the Enigma pick. They are throwing a problem at PSG LGD and telling them, you need to draft something that can break the black hole. You need a hero that actually deals well with the Enigma. Meanwhile, if you're Team Spirit, you need to ban out the Shaker. In my opinion, at least. Like you're playing versus Chen Viper. One of the best heroes comboed with them was the Shaker. It enables the Viper on the offlane. It also brings a lot of initiation, and frankly, it's Zinkyu. Like this guy just owns games on his own.
Abi bu adama her oyun amına koyayım Tiny alıyorlar. Tiny'yi bir türlü banlamıyor. Bak Team Spirit akıllanmış, Brist'i banladılar, gördünüz mü?
In the next phase, and they're trying to get the front foot and ban a lot of ones that they're confident and are kind of in the meta at the moment.
I think for LGD it depends on what Spirit do because Spirit have that like first pick. For LGD they're likely going to open out of this ban phase and just pick their 4th position. It reveals the least and then they get to kind of wait and see what Spirit do. You see Tiny Enigma, you don't know what these lanes are going to be, so I think LGD are going to wait to get more info and then basically force Spirit to reveal more of their hand.
Sheep, how do you feel about these 2 heroes that struggle against Break being banned out on Team Spirit? Is it because of the Viper or... Like Spectre and Bristleback both banned out?
Maybe they just don't feel like they're going to be drafting the damage to deal with them. Spectre has been like a Chinese team classic, and the way you can build it, you can either go this far
Müthiş bir duygu Turgay.
always be able to make moves on the map with like your Viper and stuff, or you can go this Manta Scotty Basher and then
Ananı sikeyim, Rubik geldi. Bak ben de buna çok tilt oluyorum. Mesela baba Enigma pikleyeceksin değil mi? Ya bu amına kodumun Enigmasını pikleyeceksen Rubik banla be abi. Banla amına kodumun Rubik'ini ya. Bir de Rubik çok güzel bir 4 numara. Geçen gün de söyledim aynısını. Banla baba ya.
I think that should be the simplest answer.
I think it's also a little bit that Spirit have played it. They look comfortable on it too. So it's a mix of we don't want Spirit to get it, we don't want to spend a ban on it, and we think it does.
Silencer önemsiz de. Silencer almazlar da.
Guess what? Ruby can also steal Nether Toxin from Viper, turn it against him, and it's one of the better counters in the game.
Just quickly though, when you talked about the Nature's Prophet, something I do really love against the Rubik in lane is any hero with a summon, like an Enchantress, like a Nature's Prophet support we've seen way back, and the Rubik really struggles to deal with that because he is meant to be a lane dominator. You use the Fade Bolt, it lets you trade really effectively in lane, so anything that can bully him out.
Versus both him and Viper, it could work. We'll see if Team Spirit decides to go that way though. Right now for them, they could also just pick their position 5, this Enchantress that you mentioned. They could go for anything like that.
Aa Dazzle 5 aldılar.
Okay. Some heal for them, some sustain.
Şimdi Dazzle 5 alındı ya mesela. Acaba Tiny'yi 4 mu oynatacaklar, Tiny'yi mid'de mi oynatacaklar? Acaba Toronto mu oynayacak Tiny'yi? Toronto, Tokyo.
Right now, it might be a little bit too soon.
I feel like they want to
Ama PL aldılar.
Okay. Illusion based carry. There's the
PL
shadow bomb.
eyvallah güzel carry de Viper'a karşı
This Viper on the other side. It's the similar question the Razor's like. What
PL almak
carries you
pek
wanna play
mantıklı
into
gelmedi bana.
Like nothing feels good. Every lane feels like it's a losing lane. Dazzle PL's kind of out of, bit out of left field, but we've seen this PL with Dazzle, and it's been one of the better lane partners for PL to actually have a good game.
Yeah, you can get on top of that Viper very
Tamam
easily.
hayatım.
Actually, if you get healed by Dazzle, you can even do all right in that lane. You're not going
İzmo bana bir kırlent fırlatır mısın? Yatarak izleyeyim.
It's minus one armor for every unit that gets healed on top of someone, right? I think that's how it works. Dazzle is very confusing
Sikeyim
now.
alamıyorum ya.
It is, yes.
Yeah, I think the key for Spirit is going to be having like playmakers, particularly out of the mid lane. Like you've got this likely 4th position Tiny, could be mid Tiny as well, but they need to have like I think a second playmaker to go along with Tiny because PL's probably going to lose his lane, going to need to catch up, and you can't do that.
EGL, Air, Arlington Major.
0.4 PL, or are there other things LGD can put in that draft that hits a different timing that PL might be
I
winning?
know there's a
Bak.
hero that Sheepo enjoys quite a bit on that.
Size söylüyorum. Collapse'e Mars alabilirler bir. Tamam mı?
Yes, the keeper of life.
Bak Mars gelebilir.
Fantastic as a core.
Çok net.
Against
Banlamazlarsa.
I don't know how he's meant to deal with the overwhelming burst magical damage.
2.
The Kyle curse on screen there.
Also, Coddle, one of the reasons why he's so
Aklıma
good is
başka
because he
hero
can
gelmedi.
travel and he's able to be across the map with high move speed.
Guess what?
Guess what? Puck's still in the pool. No
Talking about all
way!
these other heroes and there's a puck in the game.
Yeah, we just assume he gets banned.
Yeah.
He gets blindsided by a late puck pick.
Belki de
You guys
Enigma
also thought that the Tiny would be
oynayacak
enough to dissuade. Why
Collapse.
do you think
Belli de
LGD
olmaz.
still favor it a
Şimdi
lot despite that?
10 seconds.
Enigma'ya eğer
Like what Puck does.
4'e çekip
It's incredibly good
Collapse'e
against
başka
the
hero
PL.
alırlarsa bilemem ama diğer türlü burada mid'e Tiny desek, 5 Dazzle desek, PL carry desek, Enigma 3 değilse 4 ise yani oraya bir tane 3 numara lazım.
Right now on that mid lane.
Eğer Enigma 3 ise 4 numara pikleyecekler. Tiny 4 değilse mid ya. Yani Tiny mid değilse 4 ise bu sefer de mid piklemeleri lazım. Ya çok karışık. Her hero'yu her yerde oynadıkları için artık tahmini zor.
Yeah, I think it's completely up on Spirit to decide. Do they want to tiny?
PL'yi kim durduracak? Viper Puck.
Very flexible.
Yeah, I know LGD are going to have the overall last pick, but I do want to ask about what sort of tempo you think they're going to try and look for in their carry. Do you want someone who gets involved very early on, can try and rotate a lot with the
Long'u
team,
hit
or someone
banladılar.
who's going to be able to scale
Bakalım.
against the PL?
They want fast pace. They want Roche taking. They've got Chen on their side with a puck. I don't think they want to necessarily have the game drag. At the same time, it's nice to pick maybe those like juggernaut type carries that have, they can play with tempo, but they can also fall back and use that maelstrom build to just farm it up.
The problem with Jug though is that
Evet,
Enigma
4
always
numara
very good
pikleyecekler
against
diye
him because
düşündüler.
Enigma
Marcy'yi
just
banladılar.
controls the CS really hard in that lane. Jug,
Bakalım.
his strengths are his very good base attack time. He's able to have that kill threat with the spin. When your lane is constantly pushed back due to Eidolons and you are able to out CS him due to the Eidolons as well, it's very, very hard and it will set you back.
Yeah, you can see Spirit's bans like Lone Druid and Monkey. They're worried about some of these more like tempo pushing heroes. Monkey King can come fight, get involved early.
There's one hero still left in the pool that the Chinese region completely adores to play. He's not great versus Dazzle.
Yep.
But he does bring you that ultimate late game potential. That's Faceless Void. Now, is this a decent game for it? Like, you don't have a ton of damage in the chrono.
Task aldılar.
Void has always felt pretty good.
Demek ki Task 4 o zaman.
Like it just gives you this, like, you just have this
Collapse
option to go.
Enigma oynayacak.
Time Walk Chrono
Yani yine
Enigma.
tabii şaşırtabilirler. Task da offlane oynayabilir de.
Right? Like, you hold the chrono until you see the black hole.
Aha Patch.
Oh baby.
Vay Patch geri geldi lan.
Their carry is not a real carry. It's
Hey,
It's full
LGD
tempo.
say it's game one. It's a
Valla
best
şu
of five.
piklerle
Let's do it in fashion.
Spirit'in
We see the
kazanması
pick up
lazım.
punch here. How
Çünkü
much confidence
Enigma'ya
do you guys
karşı
feel in LGD now.
Militer'i piklemek çok büyük bir hata. Bakalım.
This has been like the bane of so many teams going up against LGD and these other Chinese teams. Their Pudge has just been dominating.
I love it against PL as
Yani
well.
pikte bence Spirit kazandı.
Naturally counters PL. I just love it.
Ama
Last night I was just around the corner.
tabi
There's a
Dota
pub
bu.
called
Her şey
Pizza
olabilir.
place called Pudge's Pizza. It's a sign.
Yeah, I love it too. You can go this Vanguard into Ags. You are playing with a Chen who's going to be able to heal you and sustain you when you're going into fights. I think it's just fantastic.
So you're all in favor LGD. They have the execution, they have the skill, they have everything that they need to take game one.
Well, I wouldn't try to off Team Spirit just yet. I think their draft is also very solid.
Beyler tekrar hatırlatıyorum. Chat'te pick spoiler'ı olan bitenin spoiler'ı vereni 2850 yılına kadar banlarım. Gerçekten banlarım bak. Abone de olsa banlarım. Haberiniz olsun. Sonra benim bu aç diye bana mesaj atıp ağlamayın. Şimdiden söylüyorum.
They're not a team that's going to be able to make too much happen in the early to mid game.
Yeah, Tusk is going to try. He's sure going to try.
Can we quickly touch on how you guys feel that
Viper ve
Tusk,
Pudge boş pick değil mi? Kanka saçmalama, ikisi de çok güçlü hero. Viper oyundaki en broken skill'lerden birine sahip olan hero. Bütün pasifleri kapatıyor yani. Ve inanılmaz güçlü. Mesela PL'i Puck'ın ultisinde tuttuklarında PL hiçbir şey yapamayacak, öyle düşün.
So good to see all of you wonderful people there. Now, in the corner of my ear during that last panel,
Dalsa bölünemeyecek, tamam mı? Kaçsa kaçamayacak. Anca Tusk kurtarabilirse kurtarır. Onun dışında yarrak gibi.
I think the AoE damage, the control, it just kind of helps them out. You hear that run, it kind of fits the whole budget.
LGD full magic hasar. Yani işte Pudge Carry'e bakar ya. Pudge Carry güzel yani. Pudge Carry çok güçlü. Eğer güzel stat kasabilirse Pudge Carry gerçekten çok iyi.
A little scary for him, but the matchup is generally good. Tusk kind of dominates these matchups where he's able to trade using Shard on the creep wave. And Puck has, I think, like 0 armor level 1, so he'll be able to trade with the Puck very nicely.
Kamera bende değil, yok.
LGD's draft is all death ball. They're going to stay as a group of 5 heroes.
Tiny'yi 4'e çektiler lan. Toronto Tokyo mid Tusk oynuyor. Ben kimseyi desteklemiyorum oğlum. Bana ne, kim kazanırsa ben takım bile tutmuyorum amına koyayım. İkimde mi benim kimin kazandığı? Parayı ben mi kazanıyorum amına koyayım? Bana ne? Ben futbolda da takım tutmuyorum. Kimseyi tutmam abi, bana ne amına? İsteyen istediğini siksin.
And then they're not able to throw this tiny mid, feeling like it's not going to have the right pacing for them right now. So I feel like Team Spirit have a lot of work to do in this early game.
The goal is Tusk, I think, is he's going to try to get Ags, and he's going to try to kick one hero out because they're going to have low damage to kill multiple heroes, but one hero they can probably kill. Chen's healing is more of a whole team. It's not one singular hero like Dazzle.
Oh my god.
The save.
He keeps catching him. Saving his buddy with one, killing with another, and Faith beyond appreciating. Now Maposhka, you got to be careful. This guy hits pretty hard. But won't chase after Maposhka that much further. Picks up the bounty runes. And that indeed
Türk takımı olsa Türk takımını da desteklemem. Anca sevdiğim için de arkadaşım falan olması lazım. Beni ilgilendirmiyor yoksa. Tusk bu maç bir şey yapabilir mi? Valla karşıda Rubik, Chen, Puck direkt ekmek.
And Mira actually making his way back up top as well, seeing the Viper and the Rubik there for poor collapse and saying, yeah, you guys are just going to be a duo down there instead.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while for him to make the move all the way up, but already collapse playing on that Enigma.
Viper mısın, Dragon Knight mısın? Şu skine bakalım.
And the Rubik, we talked about it in the drafting panel, but the other thing is just like if they can get off to a good start, maybe you can play with like a little bit more high tempo. We'll see if they do it. But the movement over.
Kanka Türksün diye Türk takımını desteklemene gerek yok. Yani Trabzon'da doğdun diye Nick'inin sonuna 61 koymana gerek yok amına koyayım. Ya da Trabzonlusun diye ya da Bursalısın diye Trabzonspor'u, Bursaspor'u tutmak zorunda değilsin. Anladın mı? Yani sevmiyorsan sevmiyorsundur. Bu kadar basit. Yani milliyetçiliğin anlamı yok yani.
And for Team Spirit, their team fight is there in the Enigma, but it's going to come out slower. Their damage numbers are a little lower. The PL is not the biggest carry right now to just go in with one item, especially versus all the damage that comes out from LGD.
Yeah, there's just so much AoE.
Chen şu an Purge Creep aldı, kendine Purge atacak. Aynen. Arkadaşlar şu küçük Ricky var ya bakın. Şu küçük jungle. Onda Purge özelliği olan yani üstündeki debuffları silen özellik var. O sayede Dazzle'ın o poison'ını silebiliyor.
You saw a little bit of a battle going on, and we'll have another one here. Maposhka facing off against Y. Does keep on refreshing that poison touch. Has the purge creep available. Q though on the top lane. Mira able to find him for the punch and the kill, and Maposhka.
Baksana kesecek neredeyse Maposhka'yı.
So they can't quite catch up to the Dazzle, but this is setting up for basically just a 1v1 in this bottom lane.
Cheris vs PL'de bu arada Cheris Pudge vs PL'de bence Pudge çok daha avantajlı. Ya Pudge'ın Aghanimi ile beraber PL'in illüzyonları yok olacak. PL bu oyun taraf kalmak zorunda. Almazsa yarrağı yiyor. Onu net söyleyeyim. Abi Tiny'nin impact'i çok iyi oyun. Tiny müthiş bir hero. Enigma carry değil. Lane'leri değiştirdiler sadece. PL carry. Altta Pudge'ın karşısında kasıyor. Üst lane çok zor olacağı için.
Their probably goal is that this PL isn't going to have the greatest game, but the Enigma is going to have a really good game. There's no BKB piercing disables outside of, I guess, Pudge, but hopefully he is the black hole target, so they can't really stop the black hole if he's in it.
Rubik's going to be the other big thing, but, you know, somebody else will take care of him. Get the PL at him or something. The Toronto-Tokyo Tusk matchup, like you were talking about, against the puck in the mid lane there, that'll be interesting to watch what those early rotations turn into.
It'll be interesting to see the item builds, because some of the item builds have been different. I know Thompson goes for more of like a Treads and a Halberd, Deso, kind of like a right-clicky build, versus like going for Blink Dagger and Ags, BKB, and playing off the Walrus.
Nothing to say iyi oyuncu
He
ya.
only has phase boots queued up, so I'm not sure what it'll go, but I would assume probably a Blink, because he needs to help his team go in. The Tiny's just a support, so his Blink will be slow. The Enigma is going for probably a vessel build.
Çene baksana nasıl darlıyor Dazzle'ı. Adamı sikti amına koyayım ya.
Yeah, it comes down to like your teammates in this match and who you can actually play off of, and it feels like Mira especially really going to be relying.
Adam Vanguard bitirdi dakika 4'te. Şimdi bu Pudge'ı gel de kes hadi.
Vanguard done for Ame. Like we talked about, left very alone in this lane.
Hadi bu Pudge'ı kes amına koyayım.
30-4 right now versus the 12-2 for Yatoro.
I mean, you can just farm it up as Pudge, right? You can push out the wave with your rod, maybe get some hooks on some of the bigger creeps if you want to.
Toronto Tokyo solo kill alıyor ya midde.
These are really big kills for the Tusk. Tusk is, he snowballs really hard if he has a good lane. He's going to max out his nukes and run around with these phase boots. So they're going to look for him to break up these lanes, especially the Viper. If the Tusk runs top.
Collapse, he's there. Right on top of him with all the Eidolons. Will it be enough damage though? Slowly whittling down Faith Beyond the stomp. It actually hits on the Eidolons, which means that they die on Collapse first. And then the turn as Mira gonna get ran down.
Kaçacak mı lan oradan? Vay ananı sikeyim kaçtı.
Painful there, but nothing to say. Having just died now, rotates top trying to get some help and can't even get there for the second kill. Man, that Centaur did so much work. Stopping those Eidolons that little bit to ensure that they would grab the kill first.
And also, as you can see, Yatoro has the Ring of Health in his inventory, so probably the Hood's going to come out for him soon. Toronto's walk to bot. I think this is probably the harder lane for him to kill. The Pudge is really tanky, and he has the Vanguard finish, so they're probably just going to let him live down there. Wait for the Enigma, I think. They're going to need his Black Hole to kick him out of this lane.
Ame, just always threatening, even before that level 6. It's so scary playing into this Pudge nowadays.
Back on top.
Chance for Collapse. They're getting some good pressure onto him. Mira throws out the avalanche and Eidolon's close to
Öldürdün adamı amına koyayım.
under the tower, getting Collapse killed here, maybe? Can he dodge out, shoot through the trees? No. They get that kill, but the snowball and the chase down, Faith Beyond will
Güzel
die.
trade.
So 2 for 1.
Viper skill'de. Yani
Getting in there.
Altta da şimdi PL sikiliyor. Altta PL'in şu anda creep alması imkansız ya. Bile altı olmadığı sürece. Haç çünkü her fırsatta üstüne yürüyecek yani. Her şeyi deny'layacak. Zaten hasarı çok yüksek.
And it feels like the more that Chen, progresses
O da
in this
hood
tournament, the more
kasmış.
people are putting more eyes on it. It feels like those mechs have been slowing down a little bit.
Level 6 there, and gets the far spawn on the doppelganger to get a little bit of separation.
PL'ye niye yardım etmiyorlar? Çünkü şu anda Pudge'ın PL'yi kesme ihtimali yok tek başına. Ondan dolayı hızlı level alıp jungle'a girebilsin diye PL'ye yardım etmiyorlar. Hızlı bir level alıp burada hemen jungle'a geçecek. Orada oynamaya çalışacak. Ama şöyle bir gerçek var. Pudge işte birazdan Aghanim'ini aldığı zaman 5 kişi bir başlayacaklar oynamaya. Kimseye şey kalmayacak yani. Space kalmayacak.
Yeah, trying to take some of that space away. So Y is just occupying the dire jungle there. Gonna run into Yatoro.
Finds him. Goes in for some damage. They hurl the boulder onto the illusion. As
PL'yi yakaladılar.
Coil is out. They focus on the wrong PL illusion though. That was a really well played.
Yataro güzel fake attın lan, helal sana.
Toronto Tokyo here, they might all be in trouble. Ame trying to find a target, stay onto it. Brought down somewhat low. They find a hook through the melee of all those creeps. So they lose the dazzle but get away on the PL.
Meanwhile, the roll though to secure the haste rune for himself on Toronto Tokyo. Now Xingqiu in trouble. Has to throw a toss back, but there's help.
Yeah. Avatar Walrus Punch has a haste rune still bottled. So this is going to be a strong moment for Team Spirit if they want to rotate.
The really nice thing right now for Spirit is this Tusk and this Dazzle have so much HP between the two, between the healing, between the Grave, that this Tusk is kind of able to just run in. The Chen doesn't provide much damage. This Rubik does not provide much damage, so he's kind of getting a free game to just enable himself to play in the enemy side of the map. And always just constantly go on, nothing to say.
Yeah, I like how he just whittles him down all the time to put that threat onto him.
Lan dedim acaba sikecek mi de.
Might have thought about it.
Up top. Big toss back on the Faith Beyond.
The Eidolons, they're burning them down bit by bit. Turns around with the Viper strike, but Mira is dropping low. It is going to be
Viper'ı çok siktiler ya. Offlane'leri yani harbiden, gerçi gene network'te 5'te de.
What you like to see if your Team Spirit. They're finding good kills here, but still not a huge separation in terms of net worth. Ame's still top of the charts.
Yeah, he's farming up there with the fairies trinket as well.
Yeah, all this net worths right now are based off of this lane swap. Putting the PL in the offlane because it's giving this
Base Boots aldı. Şimdi Aghanim alacak. Ondan sonra BKB alacak. Sonra killable olacak. Unkillable.
We've seen it. It needs a lot of items. It needs a lot of time. And right now, a lot of heroes are just very fast. So it's a little scary when this hero starts to fall behind.
If they can manage to sort of carry that momentum through for the rest of this game, start taking down some of those objectives, definitely Team Spirit might be on the back foot there. And Phase Boot's done, queuing up the Aghanim Scepter immediately afterwards. We'll see where Ame wants to go to try and make use of that net worth he's built up. Snowball, on to nothing to say. Doesn't have a way out, has a coil though. Already used the punch, couple more punches, Orb in one, but it's not enough. They break the coil.
Pudge için bu killer çok iyi derken alamadı.
And now Ame still trying to hunt, but they have the chase, the pendants, a deep stolen away. Can they do this? Needs
Kesemeyecek bence ama.
He finds it. Oh, back over onto Y instead. Thinking about it.
Kötü oynadın be Toronto. Yani ilk başta Shard'ı jungle creep'lerini atıp side alıp oraya snowball atsaydı kaçardı. Çok yanlış oynadı. Yani Toronto Tokyo'nun aklına bunun gelmesi lazım.
Tiny to boot, and well, an avalanche stolen by Xingqiu could have set up for Maposhka, but they won't go for more.
You know, Ame's hitting that one right there, and that is a scary sight too, to give up the avalanche like that when they're looking to get even more aggressive onto your side of the map. Smoke up with that Rubik perhaps right after this and just keep this going.
It's starting to look a little scary because I was questioning how LGD would try to involve this Pudge. Going top is pretty awkward in the Enigma. He can always pull the lane back with denying a creep, and walking to the Tri-Camp is generally a death threat for yourself. So right now, they kind of bring the fight, LGD brings the fight to themselves. They kind of bait under the tower with nothing to say. They get the coil, and Ame just kind of jungling in the area, so he walks up.
Yeah, but you can see though, I mean, you can kind of understand that probability aspect when you look at the net worth strategies. Like, Punch is huge, but there is a pretty solid
Igva'nın net worth'ü çok iyi.
occupying the top of that chart.
Yeah.
Trigger'ını da aldı
Question is
şimdi.
going to be how strong is that timing when LGD do decide to fight, and can they wait out longer? I mean, the timing's pushed back a little bit more. The Viper just finished the Hand of Midas, the item of the tournament.
Golden Glove. Hunt begins, gonna find why.
Bring him on in there, and a couple quick
Herif
swings.
ölmeyi
Solid
bekledi
chase
amına
now.
koyayım.
Ame kind of left alone. They do a black hole nearby as well as Yadro in the area. Thinking about
Black hole
dropping this,
at.
threatening the black hole, but Toronto
Kerin
gets
öldü,
nice.
Miden öldü amına koyayım.
Now, can they go for any more? Yadro very far in there. They think that this is the real PL, but it's not. He's instead chasing Xingqiu. They get a little bit baited there, but now he's so far deep. I don't know if this team can help him. And in fact, they throw out the Avalanche. That breaks the TP. Yadro, he's so far back. Again, they're baiting it with the other illusion, but they find
Yataro
the
buradan
real
kaç.
PL, and they're gonna chase down and kill him.
Pacı keserler mi lan? Tek kaldı. Evet, Black Hole gene saklanıyor. Kardeşim benim açmıyor Black Hole'ü. Götüne sok Black Hole'ü ama.
Fight working out very well for LGD.
This Pudge is so strong. He's just walking at 3 heroes. Also, at the start of the fight, the control from nothing to say. He goes on the backline supports. He silences the dazzle, so no grave comes out. That's why Toronto Tokyo died so early in the fight. He didn't have the healing, no save, nothing, and he gets so much.
Finds another. Mira, just get away from me. Tosses him out. Well, the hook counter keeps going up, even though he's not getting a kill every time.
That is quite the setback for Spirit though, because they were taking that time to farm it up a little bit, and Yadro.
3 kişi kesemediler Hero'yu daha demin.
Want to get involved right now because LGD has
As
this game
BK'da
plan,
alıyor.
and it looked like a situation where maybe he could try and help out, but despite all his ridiculous jukes, and they attempt to look like a complete illusion under the tower there, not able to escape still. So this means he's going to go back to the jungle for a fairly long time again.
My worry is that I think Team Spirit was kind of happy, and they're kind of forcing the plays, it feels like, on the side of LGD. And I thought this was what LGD kind of needed to get back into this game. They don't really have the best tower pressure. They had no ways to kind of group their heroes in this top side of the map, and they always wanted this Pudge to be involved. And when you bring the fights to the Pudge, he can still keep farming, he can still keep jungling, and he just ends up being there. No extra movement at all.
Oh, that pressure is up top right now. Nothing to say, just hitting the tower. Chen, Rubik following up here, and I'm sure Ame willing to join as well. Unfortunately, he's sitting at like no mana in the Radiant jungle right now as he farms towards that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, sort of just gonna have to sit pretty with what can be brought to him there. But like you said, pressure that's being mounted up on the top side. Was that also Eidolon stolen by Xingqiu, I think? But Toronto Tokyo moves in. There's double sentries down. They don't quite see him yet, but they will on the other side. Nothing to say there. Coil onto 2. Danger, danger. They toss him out to break the coil, but it gets him out alive.
Ayne'nin kendini feda
That's what they
edişi.
needed. And down bottom.
Pac'ın PL'i darlayışa baksana kanka.
This is not good. Gets the Phantom Rush away. Ame still with the chase, still with the hook. Needs to be careful. Does a little juke. And that gets him out such simple minds. All right, dude. You just got a hood. Hold on. Talk to me in a little bit here.
It was a nice play for LGD to go top. They just finished the mech on the Chen, so that's probably their biggest timing right now. Viper's going for this Force Staff after the Midas. The Puck just got a Witchblade. Pudge is just waiting another 2,000 gold for this Ag, so they're kind of trying to take their timings when they get them.
Still yet to see a black hole.
Aghanim'i bitirdi çocuk neredeyse.
Team Spirit, but does have the blink.
Neredeyse bitirdi yani.
Urn of Shadows.
There is a chance that maybe he can get a punish if they get a little bit too aggressive on the side of LGD, but it certainly is a lot of heroes you have to worry about, right? Several silences, even with the Blink Dagger being there, that Rubik being available as well, with the Aetherlance already completed for Xingqiu and 3 points in the Arcane Supremacy. But Mira runs up very boldly in the mid lane.
Ya reis tos atacağım diye göt verdin amına koyayım, yeter daha. Bir STR daha.
Ame on point again, 3-0-3 on the carry Pudge and the Avalanche from the low ground. Tiny's pretty good when you just get skills and jumps through, brings down Maposhka.
He was going for that grave.
Bakalım oyunun ilk Black Hole'u dakika kaçta gelecek, onu çok merak ediyorum yani. Collapse.
This is really nice. Ame is always in the right position. He's always showing up to the fights, and LGD always kind of finds the angles, especially in the back line. Nothing to say is doing a great job at silencing the supports, coiling who he needs to coil, and just not letting Spirit get their spells off.
Yeah, and I think also just trying to keep Yadro out of this game as well. Like that play when they went top for the tier 1.
Adamın
and they
Nick'i
didn't bring
ye
it
amına
I think a
koyayım.
lot of teams, the second the fight
Yeah.
occurred, the Pudge would have TP'd and like tried to join up and everything, but he's trying to hold that bottom area and just zone out Yadro like we saw, even if he did get the final kill.
Farma bak
He's able
ananı
to do that. It
sikeyim.
kept him farming on the bottom side of the map. They didn't end up really needing him up top, and now he's gonna have that Aghanims finished.
Diffusal is finished for PL, so maybe there's a timing that Spirit will look for. The Vessel's also, I think, about to be finished on Enigma, so this is getting to the point where you kind of want to use your timings, try to go take a fight, but they will be walking to this death ball, and the Ags is finished now on the Pudge.
Yeah, and they're going for the BKB right away from Toronto Tokyo, so he's not going to have that mobility option in here, but perhaps that's just going to be Mira, right? I mean, he got the blink on the earlier end, so
Aghanim geldi Paca. Hadi bakalım.
clean things up with the BKB.
So only 3 members of LGD in this side of the map collapse. Will spot that Ame is here. We'll see if the rest of them decide to head on in with the team to take this fight or not. Poshka, Toronto, Tokyo, they're all nearby. It doesn't really look like it. They're just going to send the chain creeps in first, and the shards that reveals that everybody was in that spot.
If you went BKB on this Tusk, because right now they need someone to run in for them on the side of Spirit.
Yayın takılmıyor, oyun takılıyor beyler. Dota TV'den kaynaklı. Benlik değil.
Dazzle obviously wants to get spells off, so they kind of just need a body in front. So he goes BKB so that he feels a little more confident to walk into the Puck, the Viper, the Pudge, and just get his spells off.
You mentioned it, the Spirit Vessel done there, and the scan going to not connect. So Team Spirit reset, retake over their jungle after they get bullied back by LGD, but they're smoking again.
There is going to be an imbalance here as well, because we have a healing on both sides in the sense that we got the Chen and then we have this Dazzle, but now with that Pudge Aghanims being out there, that does reduce every type of heal that you could basically imagine. So all of those can be knocked off here if they're in the vicinity of that. Cause some problems on those graves from Aposhka.
Dire's middle
We're trying to bait the illusion, and nothing to say actually doesn't notice that his smoke doesn't pop.
Oh, went on it.
TP out.
Nicely played. Yeah, making use of that PL illusion down on the bottom lane, and they make that entire smoke gank fail. So Team Spirit dodge another engagement, as it is another Midas.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
That is a hell of a build.
So Spirit wants to go to the late game.
Yep.
They want to get the gold. They want to go 40-50 minutes, and that's all they're going to play. They're going to
Pacın
use
üstüne baksana abi.
to connect to the team to fight. It's to be
Bu
TP
Pacı
way
kim
more
nasıl
obvious,
kestin?
So you get those extra gold, those extra camps. Get
Black Hole'le erir de
I love this.
atmıyor
The
ki
dire
hacı.
supports coming in and farming the Radiant Ancients.
Right.
You know, you just need everything in a situation like this.
Get as much as you possibly can. Hey, I'm here for it, you know? Late game Dota, it's all good, but Spirit, they've already got 3 games under their belt for today. We'll see if they got that stamina to keep it up throughout the entire best of 5. So far, a 3,000 gold lead for LGD. After that fight in the Radiant jungle, it's all kind of looked in their control.
It's like an arms race. Every time I click one of these cores, there's a new item coming out, right? The Blink Dagger on the Pudge, that BKB is complete from Toronto Tokyo. Like,
Aha, itemini de buldu.
Here for LGD.
Yarra yediler ya.
At any point, they just kind of need to take.
Vallahi yarra yediler kanka.
They aren't really willing to fight, so they're just going to keep delaying the game over and over. So
Dagger'ı da aldı.
on Spirit side, they're just kind of trying to push the lanes out, kind of play
Late'de ne olur?
LGD trying to close them in.
Yani late'de Spirit'in daha avantajlı olduğunu düşünüyorum ben.
And only stolen toss, but this opens up Roche
Evet.
for him now.
You know, that's where you're going right away.
Abi Zinq'da öyle bir oyuncu ki bak şimdi gerçekten hani kötülemek için değil övmek için söylüyorum. Harbi herif kendini haritada hiç göstermiyor. Tam bir kaşar gameplay ya. Bak dikkat edin adamı. Öyle bir oynuyor ki adam. Kendini hiç göstermiyor haritada.
It's not too big of a deal. You know, if you want the game to go late, one Aegis doesn't matter. It's when the second, the third that really
Radiant'ın
matter.
pikleri çok
And it's just
güçlü.
really hard for Spirit to take a fight right now. Dazzle's having really big trouble
Çok
playing
güçlü
versus Puck
yani.
right now. Even the Pudge hook with coils.
Şu an Dire'ın bence yapabileceği hiçbir şey yok yani. Sıfır. Bak şimdi Viper'ın Nether Toxin'i var tamam mı? Puck'ın coil'i var. Puck coil üstüne Nether Toxin zaten hareket edemiyorlar. Önde de Pudge duracak. Zaten Black Hole'e attığın anda arkadan çalacak bir Rubik var tamam mı? Üstüne bir de Chen'in jungle buff'ları var. Dire'da kimi kesecek yani onu çok zor abi ya. Çok zor yani. PL'in illüzyonlar zaten direkt eriyecek. Pudge'ın Aghanim'i var.
at this point they
Çok
might
zor
try to
yani.
wait for the Enigma BKB
Radiant
just so they
bence
can
win
get
şu an.
one good black hole off. Because it's really scary to play Enigma into these drafts where you mess up your black hole, you give it to the Rubik, now they have a Chen, they have a Rubik with a black hole, they have a Pudge, and they will walk high ground at that point. So he's kind of trying to use the black hole as more of a threat rather than actual spell.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Adamın üstüne baksana. Kaç tane buff var amına koyayım. Büyü direnci %15, saldırı hızı 15. Adamlar dümdüz Şomar usulü high ground'a geliyor. Aha. Ultisini kullandı Rubik.
I absolutely love Rubik versus Tiny. Like now he just gets avalanche and runs away.
This is really nice. Team Spirit trying to bait LGD in. They still have the Tiny for the toss, so all of their fights are still going to be trying to bait LGD in to take these fights, these long fights. PL now has the Shard, and once he gets the Shard, it's kind of, you play for the really long fights, you want to get multiple rounds of your spells off. The Enigma wants to be able to kind of wait for them to waste their stuns or their heroes get out of position chasing and he gets a black hole. But LGD just backs off, they take their free win, the 60% damage, and just keep playing them out.
And you can see how hesitant they were too, like going up to the high ground, just popping the flesh heap right away, right? Like punching into that tower just in case.
Rubik'i daha karşı takım bence haritada hiç görmemiştir. Eminim yani. Üstünde ne item olduğunu bile bilmiyorlardır ama.
Yeah, it feels like you just can't solo people anymore, you know? You can't get that like full burst down, but you know, if you catch him at full HP, it obviously does still an incredible chunk of damage. Unfortunately, it is magical these days too, so a bit rough versus the Pudge.
Well, 22 minutes in and 2 tier 2 towers taken, along with a good chunk onto that tier 3 up top.
Aegis bitişine BKB gelecek. BKB ile beraber Pudge'ı Rabbim bile kesemez. Net yani.
But against LGD, it does feel like it's kind of a different story.
You can say they see the way Ame just kind of walks through his own jungle and he already hooks in the trees too. He's trying to find them, kick them out. He has no threat on him. He still has 2 minutes left on the Aegis, and even if he doesn't have the Aegis, it's really hard for a Spirit to kill him without 5 heroes, and even then, with all the healing.
Right now, it's basically just Midnight Pulse that I'm worried about, and then the BKB comes out and it's like, now what? You know?
Right.
Maybe they burn his mana, no flesh heap.
Yeah, maybe just ignore him.
But he does so much damage.
Late game Tiny PL hepsini deşer. Kanka yarrağımı yer ya. Yanlış anlama da. Bir K'da belki deşiyor olabilir de.
I do like this pickup from Faith Beyond. He went for an Atos and he's going to go into a Gleipnir, which is actually one of the better items for PL. It doesn't let him doppel. It works on all the illusions. It even works on Invis. So it's just a nice kind of way to deal with this PL, so that they don't always have to need to coil to lock it down.
Or even then you can also chain it after the coil as well, since you know he might have better initiations there from Nothing to Say. And what are your chances to save that as well, right? Again, you can't go for the snowball play out of the leash, but you can out of the Gleipnir.
Right. Yeah, you can pull somebody there at least if you are sort of a bit further back. So that could be the answer.
It's another nice thing about the BKB on Tusk. It kind of allows him to not worry about the coil, so he can still walk in.
Bu arada PL'in network'ü gene şu maça göre çok iyi biliyor musunuz? Harbiden iyi kastı çocuk yani. Çok zor. Bu oyunda bu kadar network çok zor. Bütün harita Radiant'ta çünkü.
Right. Now, it should be noted that a decent chunk of that gold is onto the supports. If you take a look, they're still building up on the PL. He's further behind the Pudge. But if Yadro can get some more time to himself with the Sanjin Yashin and trying to get in towards that hard next, things maybe start looking not as tragic as an 8k gold lead usually feels at this point. But still, it's pretty freaking rough. We'll see if LGD can keep that momentum going here, though.
Yeah, oftentimes, even when you're really far ahead, you can't stop all 5 heroes from farming. Generally, there'll be 1 hero. Sometimes they're even just the number 1 on the net worth. But the biggest that you can see is the Puck and the Viper.
Deşiva alıyor ananı sikiyim. Çok acımasız piç ya.
And about, what is that, 1,000, 2,000 gold separating them and the Tusk and the Enigma?
Yep.
Now they're just closing out the map as well. They have the gem on Nothing to Say, so just hopping around, catching that vision, and
still feeling 50-50 right now. Interesting.
Abo.
That's both of them. That's a good 2 to get, and Ame with the BKB right on top. Something tells me this 50-50 might be changing very quickly as they lose the
Abo.
PL and the Tiny.
You know, PL can be a pretty slippery hero, but not so much for
Güzel
Coil
oldu
in a
aşkım.
situation like that. He just had no options at all.
Just a really nice read. He knew where they were in the trees. He got the vision of them with the orb, and it was just a really nice play. Very fast. They caught them before they were out. Which, that's kind of been the name of the game for Spirit. They force LGD to go to them. They never TP early.
Nothing to
They
say
always TP
gerçekten
right before they get
çok
hit.
iyi bir oyuncu ya.
And it's just kind of consistent. I know a lot of people
Ben
talk
bu
about
adamı
Utah
var
like the
ya
last TI,
çok
where all
hani
these TPs were
harbi
second
seviyorum
before the sun
oynayışını.
would land, right? It was right before these ganks, but LGD is even just a little bit faster right now.
Well, they had a lot of time to think about it, I'll tell you what, and they are now taking a little bit of revenge here.
Acının üstüne T1 item var
The
ama.
tier 3 towers, no buyback, wouldn't want to use it anyways on the PL. 20 seconds before he's back up again.
Still have stolen avalanche.
The toss back.
Look at that. He knew the blink was coming in.
But the Walrus punched in a row.
Gene güzel iş yaptılar.
It's not enough. Maybe it's going to be enough for the turn here, though. They find Toronto, Tokyo. Now they're in pretty far. The Shards catching him. They miss actually trying to pull Ame out of there with that hurricane.
Vay amına kodumun sikiğine bak.
Down on the low ground, finds the Rubik. The Walrus push to kill the punch.
Helal lan.
My goodness, Spirit did it again.
Helal lan.
Triple kill from Toronto,
Harbi
Tokyo.
helal lan.
Sets it up perfect.
Great play by Collapse. Sees the Rubik lurking in the back, has the shard as well, so thought maybe there's some sort of a save coming out there, but just no hesitation, hops right in there and disables that potential turnaround.
Onur, chatte bir kere daha spoiler'a dair bir şey yazarsan ban yersin. Efendim canımın için. Teşekkür ederim diyorum.
They get the toss of the Viper, the punch blinks in to try to save the Viper, and as they keep diving forward and forward, they have to find the Midnight Pulse, the potential black hole. All
Yeah,
this.
and there's that thing they just saw as well. Got the Satyr out, you know, that helped his butt.
Yeah, a little bit of a misclick when there's too many creeps around. Downside to vector target, it can't do it on the portraits
Thank you,
and
baby.
all the melee.
Is under attack.
But down to 6k gold lead again. How much does that change the complexion of the game with Roche now respawning too?
Gayet de güzel.
That was an instant Roche. I think it was 3 seconds right
Huh?
after.
Yeah, that was very
the chance. So thankfully LGD is probably still in command. They're gonna feel a little bad, but they still have all the healing, the team fight. The puck didn't go down, so they can probably just go try to control this top jungle, take the outpost.
Do you think they're in a hurry to try and get there before the black hole's back?
In some sense, but at the same time, Team Spirit doesn't have the greatest Roche team. I think the Chen, even just the Chen and the Viper can do it for LGD, so they're not too scared. They're not worried that the Spirit will sneak Roche, but they just want to get control of the area. The biggest thing is this outpost for buybacks. So once they take this outpost, they kind of get to hold the area and play as slow as they want.
Oh, that is not the real one. But Vision up on the high ground, and believe Team Spirit will recognize that as they head on in. A scan from the Dire reveals that now there's some people there. Now, if they know that it could have been an instant Roche spawn, yeah, they're sending in the illusions. I think they're going to know what's happening.
They saw Yadaro and Mira in the bottom lane as well. They showed on the way together, so I think they feel pretty confident here as LGD.
Still 60 seconds of black hole, so they probably won't contest. And this is really nice because it's probably going to get the shard for the punch, which will help them survive these dives in the base.
Yeah, especially those potential toss back plays.
Aghanim Shard'ı da patch
Such a big
kullandı.
difference. Well, the early spawn ends up hugely helping LGD in that instance. And Team Spirit going to have to play some more of the dodge game for at least the duration of this Aegis.
So they're going to have Holy Locket, they're going to have the mech, they're going to have the Hand of God, they're going to have this Puck jumping in to disrupt, Pudge with the saves, Rubik with the telekinesis saves as well. And Team Spirit just have to find that perfect symphony to get themselves another fight win, but it's going to be very tough this time.
Octarine core as well on the puck. I think that's when the games start getting really tough to play versus Hero.
Yeah, we saw that even just in the series yesterday.
Right.
Raster.
But on the other side, Yatoro's almost with his heart, which will kind of let him actually... The heart is generally the item that lets the peel illusions not die instantly, so he's really close. It'll let him actually be more of a
Yataro'nun
threat.
harbi farmı çok iyi lan.
Again, Dazzle needs all the bot he can get. He wants to be able to get his spells off because the more spells he gets, the shorter cooldowns they are, the more
Bu kadar pressurelandıkları bir oyunda böyle bir farm gerçekten çok iyi yani. Helal olsun.
He'll just die first or they die too quickly for him.
Yeah. And starting to get a couple of those items that allow Team Spirit to play their draft the way that they want to. As
Hacı başta darlayamazlardı ki adam dakika 4'te Vanguard aldı. Kim kesecek?
Heroes that have done all of the damage. You saw there the damage that Yadaro is doing on the PL. Basically nothing, as he's just been hitting creeps constantly, trying to get to this state. And for side of LGD, they immediately build back up their lead, and now trying to put some more pressure on the map.
So the question is, how do you go high ground in a situation where there is the black hole, there
Yeah,
is the toss
yeah.
back? Sure, you have some saves and everything, but I mean, as we saw up top, if you get this big toss back into the middle of the base, do you think LGD just like fully commit and try and get the heal plays out from there and just need to have the confidence in the Aegis, or are they going to try and wait for some sort of a mistake outside on the map?
I think the scariest hero right now is Enigma. Yeah, anyone can get tossed in and they'll be fine, especially the Pudge. The Pudge wants to get tossed in.
Yeah, sure.
But if they're not able to control the Enigma, stop his black hole, stop his blink, kind of not let him play the fight, that's when it gets tough. So if they get tossed in, they need to make sure that they get the Enigma. Otherwise, they might just have to try to hope for a hook, and if not, they just let him die.
Ooh, tried to catch nothing to say, but Puck, a hard hero to connect onto. Like you mentioned, that heart just now completed, and Toronto Tokyo still trying to find a moment when they can catch somebody out there.
A nice read from Toronto Tokyo. He bought a Desolator this game, which is why he did so much damage in that
Oh,
last
güzel
fight.
oldu.
Top racks.
Finds Mira again, nowhere to toss to. Tries to get him away, but it's not going to happen, and Stolen Avalanche interrupts it that much more, and on the other side, they find
Vay be de
Maposhka.
yok.
Gem just
Gem de
picked up.
gitti.
He doesn't even steal spells this game, he just steals Avalanche.
That's right.
It's just another spell for Rubik. He needs the Aghanim so that he can just try to steal something else.
Dude, it's crazy.
Baksana şunu high ground'a
Might not see
çıkışına.
Ags, but the nice thing about Ags, if he does get, is the black hole. It kind of always gives you this opportunity to steal it. And even with the buffs now, once he's level 18, it's always a 4-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's actually ridiculous.
Which helps him a lot.
Uses Dismember, thought it was the real PL. It is definitely not. Midnight Pulse dropped down as Faith Beyond starts beating away at these racks. They have the illusions that are going to get sent out. Nice to burn through them, slowly whittling down Ame, but
Eat another one here.
Yeah, and there's the regen.
Stay healthy.
He's perfectly fine with that as they move on in and take the full racks. LGD, just cool as a cucumber.
Oh, nice toss back into the blink. Great exit strategy there from LGD.
Faith Beyond finally getting a BKB, so again, when he gets tossed, he's probably their target right now. He's the only one that I think is realistic for them to kill early in the fight. The Puck has a lot of HP, has a lot of heal. He's just a Puck. The Pudge still has Aegis, and he also has 3000 HP with Flesh Sheet. So
Pudge benim build'in aynısını yapıyor lan.
And as I was saying earlier, the Desolator is really nice because all the heroes in LGD didn't really have much
Profesyoneller
armor.
bu
So
build'leri
relying on
nereden
the
görüyor?
That's why his
Benden
Pudge
mi?
killed Ame from like 40% health. But now Ame's picking
Ben
up Shivas. He's going for an
2
overlay.
senedir bu build'i yapıyorum
Just keep
amına
getting
koyayım.
tankier on the side of LGD.
Smoke on smoke now. And they've been waiting a long time for the perfect fight. Is this it? It doesn't look that great to start. Mira in trouble. They hook. They connect for that kill. And the Shadow Blade in Toronto Tokyo can't find the right target. Has to just TP out. In the midst of all of this madness, Pudge is dropping down pretty low there, but a 4-stack, keeping Yadro a little ways away, and they want to wait for that Aegis to expire, but still 18 seconds.
Oğlum TL'yi yalnız bıraktınız
They
lan.
decide to go in on this, it's too scary. They can't go for it. So in the end, it is just Mira that goes down.
This is a nice disengage. I got really worried. They had a sentry down. They caught Toronto Tokyo with the Shadow Blade that he just picked up. And he would just BKB TP'd out, and then, you know, PL is able to juke. And this Enigma, you can see how much both teams respect each other. The Enigma is always holding back, and at the same time, LGD, even Ame goes for like the blind hook up the high ground, just assuming where he's hiding. It's just really nicely played.
Yeah, I got very close on that one. I'm not quite able to grab it, so LGD keep their control of the map. That won't be the game-ending fight just yet.
You know, to me, what's interesting about this is it feels like in all the other games that Spirit play, they sort of wait back, they hold their position, and then they try and find that perfect moment when somebody makes mistakes. And I'm just not seeing LGD make mistakes. That really feels like it's the problem.
It certainly makes it a little bit more difficult, but we even saw it today versus Aster as well. The fights, there were about 3 different times where they just became standoffs. Where like each team recognized what the other one wanted, they were both there, and everyone just like backed away. And that just comes down to like having that great positioning and not wanting to go until you have the perfect vision situation here. And that's partially what Team Spirit are doing right now as they make their way through their own jungle, trying to get down these wards.
You can also see 4-staff picked up by both LGD supports. So they have kind of saved now for the toss. They have a counterplay. Even the Viper has one. So, and the Puck is mobility. So Pudge is kind of the only one who's unable to get himself out of a toss, but he's just a Pudge, and they want to get it in the fight.
He's the one sending himself in. When that smoke broke last time, he just jumped right in. Didn't even know that he landed right on top of Yadro.
And a refresher.
Pudge refresh alıyor. Double BKB, double dismember.
Yeah, 4000 HP.
Oğlum ben Pudge'da da bu build'i yapıyorum. Bunlar kesin beni izliyor beyler. %100 amına.
Ready
to blink it again. Finds the
Allah.
Hello everybody, I'm here. Comes
Rubik ölürse o çok iyi.
Is it going to be good enough? They all walk into it. How did he get it all off? They try and bring him down. Is it going to be enough damage though? Ame down to about half HP, but Toronto Tokyo already dead. Maposhka caught, silence, killed, dead also. And Collapse tries to back away.
Bakın Pudge'ı izleyin. Bak Pudge'ın canı gitmiyor bak. İzle.
Dismembers there. The Grave. Maposhka, you got the TP back in. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. He needs to try and get away. It's too much damage. Pudge stands tall. Ame, you're too scary.
It looks really good, but that's when his health is so high, the Midnight Pulse does percentage on your current health, so he just starts dying.
And that might just be it as they're running on into the base. No buybacks on any of these heroes for Team Spirit. Collapsed. He's the only one left alive. LGD, they're going for the tier 4s. That's it. GG.
Kolaydı.
That was a fantastic Pudge pick at the end of the draft. The final fight, he did more damage than the entirety of Team Spirit put together, and they had no way to actually bring him down. So PSG, LGD, a bit risky in the sense of the speed at which they had to play this game, but they executed, and this is what that draft can do.
Yeah, the Pudge showing at this tournament, I think we saw the buffs and everyone.
Kolaydı abi. Arkadaşlar eğer kafa kafaya giderse toplamda 5 maç oynanacak. Ama tabi 3-0 da bitebilir. Yani totalde 5 maç. Kanka Enigma çok riskli bir offlane. Bak Enigma alıyorsan tamam mı, Rubik'i kesinlikle banlaman gerekiyor. Eğer Rubik banlamıyorsan Enigma almaman gerekiyor. Çünkü Enigma yapan şey Black Hole. Sen Rubik korkusundan oyun boyunca Black Hole atamayacaksan o hero'yu piklemenin hiçbir anlamı yok. Ya kendin al Rubik'i 4 numara amına koyayım, ya da banla. Banla baba bak. Ben bu ban pick ekranında insanların oyun kaybetmesinden nefret ediyorum ya. Abi kaç yıldır profesyonelsiniz yani. Kaç yıllık profesyonel oyuncusunuz ve bunu nasıl düşünemiyorsunuz ya? Nasıl düşünemiyorsunuz? Amına koyayım, nasıl düşünemiyorsunuz ya? Nasıl oluyor da düşünemiyorlar ya? Ya Silencer çöp oğlum. Silencer'ın stun'ı yok, bir şey yok. Silencer iyi bir hero değil. Silencer'ı core oynarsan güzel bir hero. Silencer öyle aman aman bir hero değil yani. Ama Rubik hem 4 numara hem Black Hole'ü çalıyor, hem çaldığı skill'ler çok iyi. Talentları çok iyi. Kendi skill seti çok iyi. Ya PSG'nin şöyle bir avantajı vardı. Last pick avantajları vardı. PL'i gördüler. Gittiler. Pacı çektiler yani. Bu kadar. Kanka ne egosu, gözünü seveyim. İşin ucunda yarım milyon dolar para var amına koyayım. Profesyonel arenada final maçı oynuyorsun. Gözünü seveyim, ne şeyi yani. Ne egosu. Yani bak ben her zaman şunu da söylüyorum. Hani benim burada oturduğum yerden yaptığım sikik yorumu orada 5 tane adam kafalarında koçla beraber illaki düşünüyorlardır. Tamam mı? Çünkü 5 tane oyuncu, tecrübeli oyuncu, bir tane de takım koçu, 6. 6 kişi benim burada düşündüğüm şeyi illaki düşünüyorlardır zaten. Ben ona bir şey demiyorum. Ama ben anlam veremiyorum abi. Yani ne diyorlar ki mesela? Tamam Enigma alalım. Rubik alsınlar. Ben Black Hole atarım mı diyorlar. Ne diyorlar yani, anladın mı? Gerçekten anlayamıyorum. Bazı şeyleri anlayamıyorum ya. Tamam da Enigma BKB alsa da Rubik çalabiliyor ki. Rubik'in ultisi BKB'den geçiyor ki. Yani Enigma'nın ulti çaldırmamasının tek bir yolu var, o da Linken kasmak. 4 saniyede bir Rubik'in ultisi geliyor. Black Hole attıktan sonra zaten amına koyayım. 4 saniye sürüyor Black Hole zaten. Gene çalar ki.
Prepare for battle.
Bak şimdi. Bak çalıyor. Ki bak Black Hole tam 4 saniye sürüyor. Link'e ne olsa bakalım çalabilecek mi? Yok yani böyle ucu ucuna bir skill kullanamazsa çalar, da bir skill kullanırsa çalamaz. Ha Rubik, yani evet, Rubik'in öyle de bir avantajı var mesela. Uzaktan hani ya gerçi BKB basılıyken çok zor. Çalamaz. Yani BKB basılıyken çok zor ya. Bak şöyle bir Enigma gelsin, tamam mı?
Prepare for battle.
Şöyle bir Enigma'dan Rubik'in ulti çalabilmesi için Rubik'te Arcane Rune ya da şey olması lazım. Octarine olması lazım. Başka türlü olmaz. Bak şimdi. Dur. Bak Linken'i patladı. Tamam mı? Zaten diğer skill'lerini atamıyor. Linken'i bozmak için. BKB olduğu için. Ancak başka birisi Linken'ini bozarsa. Ancak yani. Ya da Linken'e işleyen bir tane daha skill çalmış olması lazım. Üstünde Aghanim olması lazım. O zaman çalabilir yani. Yani Ozan, keyif alıyorsan 2000 lira para değil kanka. Keyif alıyorsan oyundan. Ben eğlenirim bu oyunda diyorsan yatır yani. Mena güzel. Zaten life skill yapacağım diyorsun. ...32 kere maşallah. Ocean'ım. Hoş geldin, eyvallah. Bence olayın özeti. Enigma alıyorsan Rubik banlayacağım. Bitti. Oğuzhan daha BDO'ya sezon yeni geldi. 2 hafta olmadı. BDO'da 49 %99'da kaldım. 50 level olamıyorum. Kanka 3 milyon mob kesmen lazım. 50 level olduktan sonra 49'dan sonra 50 olabilmek için 3 milyon mob kesiyorsun. Ondan sonra oluyor. Atamadı Yasir. Neden CK piklenmiyor bilmem. Hiçbir fikrim yok. Ben zaten meta takip eden bir insan değilim beyler. Bana meta yorumu yaptırtmayın yani bilmiyorum. Ben boost yaparım. Düşük rankta oyun oynarım. Bu yani ben Dota yayını yaparım. Ben Dota metası takip etmem. Bumpik bilmem yani. Bana ne amına koyuyor. Minimap'te neden hero ikonu kullanmıyorum? Sevmiyorum. Bilsem daha iyi değil mi? Değil. Niye uğraşayım? Enigma'nın yerine ne olabilirdi? Yani offlane hero'larından birisi mesela Mars olabilirdi. Yani Timber olabilirdi. Pudge'ı da çok güzel eritirdi de Pudge last pick'ti. Yani Timber olsa Pudge almazlardı bence. Dazzle yerine Silencer olmazdı kanka. Beyler Silencer profesyonel arenada iş yapan bir hero değil. İBM'in maç bekliyoruz. Mangolu Fusti içtim mi hiç? Kanka Mangolu Fusti içenin tamam mı? Kendisine, çevresine, ailesine ve sevdiklerine karşı hiçbir saygısı yoktur. Vatanına, milletine hiçbir katkısı yoktur. Fusti mi içiyorsun, Lipton Ice Tea mi? Kanka Lipton Ice Tea'nin sadece şeftalilisi güzel. Onun dışında hiçbir Ice Tea içmem. Hiçbir şeyli. Ne limonlu, ne mangolu, ne karpuzlu, ne yarraklı, ne kürekli. Hiçbirisini içmem. Sadece şeftalili. Yani Lipton Ice Tea şeftali. O kadar kanka. Onun dışında hiçbir güç bana başka Ice Tea içiremez. Ben Sprite içerim. Dünyanın en iyi içeceği Sprite'dır. Sprite'dan daha iyi bir içecek yoktur ama. Kaprisan müthiş.
I feel like it's not the case right now, at least for them. They're very strong, obviously, but maybe they're not
Asitsiz bir
as
şey
certain on what they
içeceksem
want to pick.
eğer
They're experimenting a little bit more.
Kaprisan,
So probably LGD is in a dominant position.
Lipton Ice Tea şeftali. O kadar, başka bir şey sevmiyorum.
The last 3 matches they played versus each other, Team Spirit had first pick coming into it. So this is a big shakeup.
Yeah, both teams are fighting for second pick probably, and then for
Sprite'dan daha iyi bir içecek yok bu hayatta beyler. Dünyanın sonuna kadar sadece Sprite içebilirim bak. Bana başka hiçbir içecek vermesinler. Sadece Sprite içerim öyle.
They went away from it. They did not dare to pick the Chen into LGD either, as they lost with it. They went for Tiny and they got beaten by Chen. So they're in a tough situation. Now they have to decide whether or not they give them the Chen again, but they just lost to. And you know, it's probably a little bit tougher to do because LGD is gonna first pick.
Şiveps'in mandalinalısı da çok iyi de Sprite baba. Şerefe beyler. Sprite.
It's their call. They must have talked about it.
Yeah, definitely. Is there any other heroes that pick out as potential first phase ban worthy that they could be deliberating here?
Vodka mı tekila mı? Kanka en son vodkayı 14 yaşında içmiştim. Vodka'dan nefret ederim.
They didn't get to ban it this time around. They decided to go for the Wyvern and the IO. Could also be a message. It's hard to tell. I mean, at this point, it's just up to Spirit whether or not they want to poke the bear once again or just change it around. It's a best of 5. They could afford to lose the second time to Chen and decide later to ban it.
Do you think there's even a world like LGD, like they may Spirit have lost so much confidence maybe in their Chen? Do LGD even need to first pick the hero?
Kanka bak.
I would love for them not to.
Vodka içen adam da, tamam mı? Vodka içen insan kesinlikle ama kesinlikle bak, bitmemiş inşaatın en alt katında gazetelerin üzerinde arkadaşlarıyla ortam kuran bir kek olur amına koyayım. Bak, daha da bir şey demiyorum. Vodka içen adamla hiç işim olmaz bak. Hiç. Vodka içen bir insan var ya, muhatap bile olmam amına koyayım.
Definitely it's gonna get banned out if they don't pick it here. I wonder if LGD picked it in a scenario where they picked it as a closing pick for the first phase, or if it was exposed, because it's harder to pick it here. They're not gonna go for the Void, probably. This is gonna be their answer. Viper Marcy. I mean, probably the toughest lane in Dota to lane against for anyone that has played against Viper Marcy.
Havuz nargile korona ne zaman? Kanka, ne zaman yapalım? Sen ne zaman istiyorsan. Gün belirle gidelim. Yasir. Aha. Yasir, Allah aşkına şu Gizmo'nun şeyi bul, Lotus'unu bul. Anamı sikti bak, bir aydır. Anamı sikti, şu Lotus'u bul kanka ya.
Abartma bak, o kadar yalan söyleme bak. Ayıp denen bir şey var. Yasir o kadar değil bak. Duyuyorsan bu abartıyor benim.
Definitely that. I think Daz is also a very good hero with Razor. Razor is a hero that frontlines and kind of forces the enemy to put a lot of attention on him, obviously, which gives a lot of freedom for Dazzle to position himself, cast his spells without being threatened.
Ben kokteyli çok sevmem. Benim içki olarak sevdiğim şey bir Corona. Corona birayı çok severim. Lime'la beraber. 2 Chivas Whiskey. 3 Blue Label. Red Label hayatta içmem. Blue Label. 4 yani tekile olabilir belki. Jager'den nefret ederim. Vodka'yı elime bile dökmem. Vodka'yı böyle bak, ya neyse ya, vodka dediğin anda bile ben triggerlanıyorum.
it's maybe not the best laner into him, or it could be if you have a strong laner with you, such as a Marcy, for instance. We did that. It can very much work. Definitely a hero to look out for if you're LGD. I'm looking at heroes such as...
Rakıyı ortamda arkadaşlarımla beraber içerim. Rakıyı öyle alıp kendim içmem.
They always pair these two together. I do not understand why either. It just feels good. It could be a lot of things. Anyways, just a lot of respect from Spirit to banning them.
Bira içiyorsun, vodkaya laf ediyor. Ya
Potentially.
ya Furkan, tamam en keko sensin, tamam oğlum ya. En keko sensin, tamam.
If TB does get banned, is there another pairing?
Ya Yasir sorma, adama yazık oldu ya.
I mean, this Marcy Viper lane is hard. There's really few heroes that you want to send there, and whoever you send there, you just wish them best of luck. We actually tell each other, it's like, well, somebody has got to go there, guys. You know, good luck, enjoy your time. We'll catch up. You know,
we'll see you in 10 minutes, maybe. You know.
Furkan, hani şu imolar vardı ya, imolar saçlarını üçgen şekilde yukarı doğru böyle jöleyle yapıştırıyorlardı. Tamam, en onlardan sensin amına koyayım. Ya zaten vodka içen bir insanla ben niye konuşuyorsam, tartışıyorsam. Ulan yüzüm.
Had a rough laning phase because Prophet dominated the laning phase, and then it just falls off. Like Prophet into most of the carry matchups. We've seen Spectres, we've seen TV. So many heroes are just gonna take him over, and it just feels bad when you play teams that are that good as Team Spirit or LGD. Sure, you feel good for the first 10 minutes, and then suddenly you feel helpless, and you feel like you just want to give yourself a better shot at winning the game rather than being fine in the laning phase. And at the end of the day, Marcy and Viper are designed to win the lane, and trying to win the lane back, maybe you're playing into their hands instead of kind of like, sure, they get a head start, but how can we work?
Yarın götüne bazuka şişesi de sokar. Vodka çarpıyor mu, doğru söyle. Furkan, hayatımda sadece bir kere sarhoş oldum. Her alkolü içtim hemen hemen. Hayatımda bir kere sarhoş oldum. O da 12 shot tequila'yı yarım saatte içtim de yayında göt oldum, hatırlıyorsan. Ha bir de geçen 70'lik şeyi içince, şivası içince bir göt oldum da. Hadi onu da sarhoş diyelim 2.
Bane's a bit of an unusual five. This was just really Entity and Fishman. They're the only team who's played it. The main thing it brings to the table, like when I see these Banes, like all this disable as well as the BKB piercing disable. Are they expecting some kind of? Is this like good against the Razor because of that, or okay?
I mean, okay, they go for the. That's a good lane. That's a very good lane.
Bak chatte bir tanesi de Ziya diyor. Oğlum yayında içtim, yayında. Yayında içtim amına koyayım. Yarrak.
Of course it's really hard for Viper to understand which target to hit, and by the time she actually finds the real Naga, there's already too much damage dished out on top of the Viper. You have the heal bomb that you call when you heal the Illus. Obviously you get the full damage from the Shadow Wave from Dazzle, also an insane amount of damage, physical damage that cuts through the Viper.
Hangi götümde basur olsa günde 15 saat nasıl oturayım?
In the lane and also obviously in the game, Viper is completely helpless against Illusion Heroes. It's an amazing pickup. So does the Tusk, by the way.
Yeryüzünde yaşanan en iyi yayındı. Long live Cheris. Eyvallah Uğur'cum, sağ olasın.
How is Marcy and Bane able to deal with these illusions, especially when they tank up through getting a Skadi and a Manta?
They cannot. I mean, right now LGD is gonna completely outscale Spirit. Spirit is all in on the lanes. They have insanely strong laners. I mean, the 4 of their heroes are great laners. If they don't get a
Caner, bu ne saçma bir soru. Tabii yeneriz ama.
I think they stand no chance in the mid game against LGD's lineup.
It feels like Spirit needs some kind of like heavy magic.
İlkleri yorumlasana sen ya. Kanka oyun bir başlasın, yorumlarız da.
Already banned out, so.
Yeah, Puck is out too. I mean, Zeus is in. I really don't know what they would be favoring here. They do have the counter pick, so that's nice.
Another thing I really love Naga for right now is Spirit don't have heroes.
Çok fazla oturmakla basur olmanın alakası var mı? Evet. Var ama ben olmadım.
The vision and just map control she gives is very powerful in that regard of the game.
It really is. It really is. It's tough. Honestly, it's tough for Spirit.
Sen eğer sürekli acı baharatlı şeyler yiyorsan
It's hard
Tamam
for
mı?
Monkey to stand his ground against the Razor.
Tuvalette de götünü böyle zorluyorsan
Yeah, and the map from the Naga. I mean,
götü zorlamak basur olmanın ilk temeli. Götü zorlamayacaksın baba.
synergy between Naga and Razor. Naga's gonna hold.
Sıçarken kendini çok zorlamadan sıçacaksın. O kendi yavaş yavaş çıkacak.
Well, I mean, you talk about all those things, and it just sounds like LGD just need to like not get run
Evet,
over and
öyle.
stall the game out, and Coddle just seems like a perfect way to guarantee that.
For sure. They have also very limited catch for Coddle right now. I mean, they have core heroes that don't. They set up the bands really well. Storm is out. Bat is out. Mars is out. Buck is out. Like
Çok azıkınacaksın reis.
Coddle catching heroes are out actually. I wonder. A lot of like some people go for Void Soul mid against Coddle. It's a bit crazy, but he's gonna go for Clop. Sure. Okay. This is risky.
Evet.
That's a throwback.
I really like the Coddle rounding out the damage type on LGD. They were very
Abi hızlıdan bir sonraki oyuna geçebilir miyiz ya? Gene LGD kazandı amına.
You can save them with that. Very much like that. The squad has to carry a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah, what are we feeling about this last pick? Do you still have a lot of worries for Spirit?
Yeah, I am gonna side with LGD on this one.
God.
Look, it's Queen of Pain coming out from nowhere. You want to believe that it's going to be really tough. I think for Spirit to win this game, they need that like insane pop-off game from Toronto Tokyo. He's up against like a lot of good counter matchups. He's their AoE damage for the Naga illusions. You know, it's going to be tough though.
All right, normally when all of you guys are on the same page, I don't ask any more prediction stuff. Instead, I'm going to ask you for time. So it's going to be a different type of prediction. How long is this game going to go for?
30 minutes?
I mean, if it goes long, it's going to be LGD. It could go quick. Spirit is one of the best laning teams in the world. They could dumpster LGD in the lanes. Like they have done it before.
Acaba Toronto Tokyo şey mi dedi? Arkanam var bana kop pickleyin.
I'm gonna go for that.
Okay.
I'll side back with I'll balance this out a bit. I'll go
Razor.
They're gonna crush the lanes and they're gonna snowball and it's gonna be a 25-minute game.
Oh my goodness, gods, quickly.
I'll go like more 40-ish, 35 to 40.
For your LGD.
Yeah.
We got like 3 different times going.
No, I mean, I like it. It's exciting. And what else is exciting is our casting trio. It's Lyrical, Trent, and Gunner.
Razor'u 4 numara yaptılar ama.
I have never seen the like before. This guy gets on panel.
Pardon 4 değil 3 ya ne 4 ama.
He's like, actually I'm going Spirit. What the heck was that? Seb's crazy.
So he's learning from the team, right? They got lots of good jukes on the team. You saw Tygon on the edge, then Seb's jumping on the edge, he's doing it too. Now he's juking on the panel. Now keeps it going out of the game too.
We do have a game number 2 here, and the Queen of Pain last going to be facing off. What do you think about this pick?
They're using it to kind of pressure the Coddle. It's a good lane, and the Coddle's had a lot of success in this tournament. Kind of as a here you just pick when you don't see your lane and you get out of the lane. There was also a worry about the Viper potentially going mid to dodge the Naga, so they declare to always have a good lane, a 50-50 mid. So they try to pick the co-op to shut it down. But I haven't seen much success with this hero recently. So it's something that is going to be really interesting to watch to see how Team Spirit plays. This hero is also very snowball heavy. You die once, you die twice. The game starts to kind of fall out of your hands.
Yeah, they kind of took their escape when they saw like, you know, maybe there was an opportunity to send that Viper, and they just said, no, collapse, you can handle it. You'll be all right in the lane, right? It should be fine. Definitely going to be a bit of a concern, but the pressure is on Toronto Tokyo.
Böyle bakıyorum. Fight'ta olabilecekleri düşünüyorum.
Caught right at the start. That's never a sight that you love to see. Can heal a lot off of the illusions, but it's just going to be brought low. Already used the brain sap, and one last punch. Faith Beyond drawing first blood. A good sign for LGD out of the gates.
Again, right? In a row. Yeah. This guy just gets to start his off lane with a little bit of a first blood gold, huh?
Maybe he'll go 4 deaths into a Midas again. It worked out. It keeps working out every game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it again.
I'd love it. Again, the lane swap-ups, we'll see if they have something like it this time as Yadro and Collapse both sitting in the mid lane. 5 heroes mid. Normally this is like a low priority game when you see this. Either that or a pro game. One or the other.
I think they might be worried about LGD swapping their lanes up to lane the Naga top versus the Razor. And so they don't want to play the Viper into the Naga, but I think they're just going to walk into the lanes. It doesn't feel too bad. They also they picked the Monkey into the Razor, so they knew the lane matchups they're walking into. So they might even end up tri-laning in the bot lane just to kind of win this lane.
Oh, and look at Faith Beyond just camping, waiting for this, forcing the rebound from Mira.
And now everybody is zoned out of bot. Yeah, they're still 5 mid.
There are creeps down there, actually. You might not believe it.
And they are lane swapping, so the Viper's going to go bot versus the Razor. Monkey will go top versus the Naga. A little nicer for the Monkey. It's a melee hero. And again, the Viper versus the Naga matchup can be really hard. He has illusions, which Viper doesn't clear.
But right away they say no. Faith Beyond sees them on that ward.
Look at that.
Shocking, he says. I'm out of here.
I'm not going to lane. You can't make me.
Some musical lanes right now. I think this favors LGD actually, because Tusk does a lot with levels early. So they're kind of leave him bot, and he's going to transition into this core in the early game in terms of levels. And he'll probably rotate on mid. He has a lot of damage with the Coddle Blast if he hits a snowball at the right time, so it's going to be nice. At least ZenQ will have the opportunity
Kotal
to
için
carry
mid
this early.
kolay olacak mı?
Hardest things to account for when a Dota game starts.
Kotal için mid 6 level'e kadar bayağı zor olacak. Kotal'ın karşısında rahat durabilen bir hero. Bayağı midi kolay olacak o yüzden. Üst lane'de Üst lane'de Razor Dazzle var. Üst lane'i kazanma şansı yok Radiant'ın. İmkansız yani. Altta zaten Viper var. Bakmaya gerek yok. Marcy Viper'ın karşısında Allah olsan duramaz.
But already Ame back behind the tower, and Mira pretty far forward. Needs to be careful not to get caught here. Already level 2 on the Tusk. Rebound on the line, so Mira gonna get chased a little bit here by ZenQ.
Yani Spirit bu oyun 2 lane'i kazanacak. Bir tek üstü kaybedecek. Ölüyor adam.
Mira getting chased.
You know, there's not a lot of HP. You know, that's all it is in the end.
Goodness gracious.
Same time on mid, there's already a lot of pressure coming on the Coddle. The Quap's really going to have none on him. He's just going to constantly blink forward.
Öldü amına.
That was a little scary there. Mira gets away though.
Yeah, he blinked forward. He got another dagger on, nothing to say while he was charging up there too. Forced to go and grab a water rune and still just ticking down very low in that mid lane.
He's sending himself a salve on the courier, so he'll heal up soon and he'll just jungle this small. You know, the favorite of all the mids right now.
Yeah, and sit way back on that Coddle.
Mira.
Abi Marcy nasıl bir kanser hero ya. Baksana şu lane'e. Lane'den böyle var ya. Böyle bokun kokusu böyle burnuma geliyor, anladın mı lane'den? Böyle buram buram böyle. Da sanki böyle hastane tuvaleti amına koyayım, anladın mı? Böyle o bokun ishalin kokusunu alıyorum lane'den amına koyayım.
So feels good, feels okay for LGD, but yeah, going down on both the Naga after doing this lane swap, after having this bad early game is just not what you want to see.
Wow, 2-2, and the Coddle's still high up in terms of. Oh, he's just gone. Yeah, they make that rotation over as ZenQ respawns and making this top lane a little bit better.
Look at it pushing in there towards Faith Beyond as well. Like Yadro just able to hit last hits with a boundless strike, so not the situation you want to be in. Well, actually get a pull off as the sports move and force the TV bottom.
They need to, as there's a lot of pressure onto Ame there. So Y makes that rotation as they were getting aggro. But nothing.
Geldi diyor bu dediklerine gülme. Komik tabii canım.
Kind of also protecting his Razor better than the Dazzle would, and the Dazzle also can go bot and protect the Naga a little bit better.
It did hurt. They lost a full wave top though.
Baksana kanka. Lane'den bok kokusu gelmiyor mu? Yere sıçtı adam amına koyayım. Yemyeşil.
Spirit fighting back a little bit here in this game number 2.
Bebek bezi atıyor sanki oraya orospu. Şuna baksana kanka, yemyeşil amına koyayım. Beline kadar sıçmış amına koyayım. Bane de Kotal'ın jungle'larını blokluyor. Spirit bu oyun kafaya koymuş, sikecek yani. Ama işte üst lane umutsuz.
Yeah, Yadro not having a great time.
Who get that curry?
You know, I saw him right away, Zinq. He bought himself two clarities, then he sold one and bought a quelling blade.
Ya şimdi şöyle, Naga illüzyonları 3 level yapar, jungle girer, tamam mı? Hadi o öyle götü kurtarır. Bottle midde lane yapamıyor Kop'a karşı. Yapacak bir şey yok.
It feels very similar to his last game on the Phantom Lancer, honestly. A bit of a rough start, but you know, likewise right now for Ame, he's not having the best start either.
Level 6, Toronto Tokyo.
Ya Monkey Naga'ya karşı güzel bir kere bu arada. Bilmiyorum, Spirit alabilir ya bu maçı bence.
This is nice. He's gonna get the boots of travel soon, but he is really kind of poor for what you'd expect from a Coddle. Usually they're top of the net worth. They're level 6 by now, maybe even 7. You aim for the boots of travel by like 7 minutes, and this might be more of an 8-9 minute with how this lane is going.
Yeah, and it's definitely an alchemist-like effect. You know, maybe you guys aren't playing a lot of Coddle or something. You should be at the top. You need to be at the top in order to really fully get the most out of this hero. You want to be rotating around with those solar binds.
Ertuğrul, eğer götünün fotoğrafını atmazsan Spirit kazanır da o zaman seni siktim, söyleyeyim şimdiden.
So they can't get the kill onto Ame, but still punishing that farm.
Yeah, right now the big thing is generally the Coddle gets the boots of travel and you try to make a play like instantly, which is probably what LGD was hoping for in terms of putting the Naga in the bot. You kind of have a rougher lane, but the Coddle rotates and fixes it. But right now,
adamın 1 milyon damage'i var. Nereye gidiyorsun? Aa 3 oldu. Gördünüz mü beyler? Lane'e Marcy'nin gelmesiyle beraber adamın suratına bir apaz boku böyle fırlattı amına koyayım. Şimdi siz bana diyorsunuz ki Marcy op değil. Adam lane'de Allah gibi takılıyordu, ölmem diyordu. Bir tane grab yedi, öldü amına koyayım. Sanki B'de oynuyoruz. Tek grab ölüyor.
They make a support TP, the core dies, and they just keep getting these little tiny advantages from it. The boots of travel are finished now, for nothing to say. He still doesn't have a point in Solar Bind, a little under leveled, but maybe he can try to make a rotation to this top lane. The Monkey King can dodge the blast, but this is probably where the biggest pressure is going to be.
It's all on Zinq to set it up.
Not an easy thing to do, but he has gotten some good levels, almost level 5 here at 7.5 minutes. And it looks like until those bots are there. Well, they get to dispose. Why? Right on top of Mira, but the rebound and the runaway.
The no risk initiation, you know?
It's true.
But something, this Naga is only level 4 right now. All the cores on LGD are actually really low XP. The Razor's not even 6. The Coddle just hit 7, which is pretty low for now, and the Naga just hit 5. So they're going to need a lot of time to just get the levels up because all their heroes are very level dependent.
And, I mean, part of it is, well, hold on. Oh my God, thank you. Another one. Mira in trouble, gets the sidekick off before he goes down. Zinq, snowball. This is going to be all the way onto Maposhka. Can they punish this?
Aga be. Ölüme gitmek böyle bir şey işte arkadaşlar, gördünüz mü? Böyle bir yıldız gibi kayıyorsun. Kimse de arkandan gelmiyor.
It's been rough. Has not really been. I mean, how often do you see 29 last hits on a Naga Siren in this late into the game?
You know what's kind of painful too is that this is also a hero that suffers from XP at times because of being an illusion carry as well and spamming them around for the gold.
Trying to set something up here. The pushback.
Hata yapmadı ki. Orada onu yapmasa gene ölecekti.
On the old Coddle, but the dagger eventually going to connect up to him. They have the sidekick. Right to get the pushback. Maposhka gets the
adam be.
Sonic wave to finish the Coddle. And Team Spirit, just a symphony of skills.
Do you want to run into the Viper? I don't think so.
No, I don't think that's the plan.
Mira's Papa's there to help out. They see him on the board as well, and they say no thank you.
That was really nice. Arcane as well, so the Sonic wave is not.
Evet, Naga kardeşimiz girdi jungle'a.
Heavy Spirit's pressuring them right now. LGs kind of keep getting corralled in this like little tiny corridors, these like low grounds on the river, the low grounds on the hills.
Monkey kardeş de karşısına geldi hemen. Beyler, Monkey'in illüzyon hero'larını counterlamasının temel sebebi sopaya attığınız zaman gerçeğinin üstünde böyle yarrak gibi bir yazıyor. Adamın kafasına böyle ampul yakıyorsunuz.
trying to go in
Diyorsunuz
towards the
ki bu.
Maelstrom, it looks like. So Yadro needs to be
O
able to deal
yüzden
with these
Monkey
illusions.
King'in Naga'ya karşı güzel biri olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Kafa kafaya da fight yapabiliyor. Aynı zamanda ultisinin de içinde gayet savaşır yani.
Because they take so much damage from the magic and they have a lot of armor.
Yeah, I think it fits well with the tempo that they likely want to play this game as well.
Even the ads will give them this more AoE damage so that all of their draft is basically telling LGD to walk into them and that they'll kill them when they walk in.
Tokyo on the Queen of Pain still hunting a little bit here. Runs into this dire jungle, taking away that farm from Nothing to Say.
Oh. Able to sneak a couple of them out of
Hadi amına koyayım spiker, söyle, çekinme, Juicy de amına. Juicy stack de. Öldü mü? Öldü. Za. Evet. Dünyanın en iyi hero'su aşağıda kill aldı. Çok güzel dodge'ladı. Vay. Vay. Ulan Reis aynı benim gibi oynuyor ya. Helal lan Yataro. Öğrettiğim hareketleri yapıyorsun.
And this is kind of feeling really awkward. The Coddle doesn't have a big of a game. The Snago has no game. The Razor's still really low level. Even the Tusk is outshining him level-wise. Yeah. And you kind of are wondering where are they going to get this comeback XP?
Well, they're not getting the gold from the towers. There's that bottom tier one still standing. They just took the top. And we'll see if they can constrict this map or not. Toronto Tokyo keeps running in to mess with Ame's farm.
Naga'yı böyle darlarlarsa
Generally at this point in the game, you want to get your Naga on the enemy side of the map to cut the waves, but you see the second he gets left alone, the Monkey King TP's bot, Yatoro starts pressuring him, killing his illusions. He doesn't want to give him any of this map, and now they kick him back to his own jungle. And
ya Naga'ya o malum kelimeyi söylememek için o kadar kendimi zor tutuyorum ki.
You don't really farm ancients that well, you don't cut waves, you don't get the XP. It just kind of feels really bad.
Naga'yı mantadan sonra durduramazlar. Reis sana malum mu oldu? Nereden biliyorsun?
He watched Nothing to Say buy it last game on Puck. You know, maybe Witchblade, 100% win rate right now.
It's good. Turn to a Revenant's Brooch later. That's the real dream. Smoke up though. Tusk, Coddle. They want to kick these heroes out of here. And most explicitly it's collapse.
Kanka bak şimdi. Adam mantayı alsa bile, tamam mı? Radiant'ın Wave Clear çok skill'i var. Scream of Pain var, Maymun'un sopası var, Viper'ın Nether Toxin'i var. Yani Wave Clear'ı olan hero'lar Naga'ya karşı çok güçlü.
LGD's been in these situations. I think a group stage versus
Marcy var ya, Marcy
really rough game. Ame had, I think he was 0-5 or 0-6 on the Spectre. So what the way they played out that game was they kept baiting their heroes in spots that they could all TP to and all show up, and then they would get the counter kills even though they kill the Naga. But the way Naga wants to play is you want to be a
farmını mesela atabilir mi? O da tamamen Radiant'ın pressure'ına bağlı. O mage creep orada 3 saniye durdu, deny'lamadınız. 2 kişi amına koyayım. Ben olsam karşımdaki 2K midler direkt onu deny'liyor.
Are they doing a good enough job of shutting down everything that LGD is doing? Do you think that this is set up for them to run away with this game here?
I'd say even more so than maybe expected in some ways. Like the levels especially are just pretty brutal right now. And then you're getting to this earlier item as well. The Blink Dagger already done for Mir, who has the keen optic to boot. So pretty frightening there. And trying to enable Nothing to Say has been a real struggle.
We're trying to enable right now with this smoke to the bot lane, but it's really hard to get a catch on these heroes.
Kanka bak bu oyun var ya. Ben size olacakları söylüyorum. Bakın şu fight bitsin. Vessel yüzünden nasıl canı dolmadı var ya adamın. Tam ben anlatacaktım bu olacakları. Yaşandı amına koyayım. İşte tam olarak bunlar olacak bu maçta. Bunun üstüne bir de Bey'nin Naga'ya ulti attığını düşünün işte.
It was really nice sleep as well on the dazzle to not get the grave on the Coddle. And you know something that was worried about was that the Coddle and the dazzle are a lot of healing, which kind of counteracts this Queen of Pain. But They have so much damage right now.
Emin, damage çalmayı Monkey'e atmadı. Kotal'da Vessel var. Damage çalmayı şeye attı. Marcy'ye attı. Bak Vessel Kotal'da. Kanka nasıl Naga'yı durduracak hero yok? Siz nasıl bir dream'de yaşıyorsunuz? Ben anlamıyorum ki. Viper niye vurmadı Razor'a? Max Viper IQ.
Really nice. It's also getting them to these BKB timings, which is probably their big one right now. The Coddle is working on his. The Razor's pretty close to his. Naga's not going for one, but his gameplay right now is just gonna kind of delay the game.
Beyler ben sizle daha fazla bu Naga konusunda tartışmıyorum. Sadece şunu diyorum. Bakın.
Really good heroes right now. So they're able to snowball. This
Karşı sen koç olsan ne alırdın tak? Bilmiyorum. Bilmiyorum kanka.
It's fine, but the worry is that Team Cheris damage is a lot quicker. They have a lot more ults that do a lot more AoE damage, and they're gonna burst the heroes from LGD.
Yadro thinking about going right now with Mira there. Oh, Blink Dispose pulls him right back into it. And when you can get these types of kills, but can you? Snowball dodges, needs a balance strike, needs the damage, it's there. Yadro still.
The Vessel doing work.
It's so much. He's not got the lamp seal that he needs. The sidekick was not enough, so they turn it around. A great play by Xingqiu.
That was really cool. He also let the snowball end early so that the Coddle could heal himself off his own blast.
Naga'yı kaçıncı pik aldılar? Dair'in herhalde 3. piki.
But it's exactly what you said. Like, you know, you're in situations where you can be assisted, and sure, you go down, but you're getting these better value kills in these situations. Even if it's not a massive gold lead, the XP as well is something you can get a ton of off of these return kills.
Their heroes are going to scale off levels a lot this game, so even though the gold's a little even, they're up just 1k for LGD. Just every level they get just gives a little more, every talent, every skill point.
Well, just like that, we're still very even in this game, and the main differential is going to be that Bane lack of net worth, but you don't care too much about that, I would imagine, on Miposhka's side. And suddenly, Naga at the top of the net worth. Miposhka, controlled, has a night save, dodges some of the damage, stick charge with the Spear Vessel there.
Helal lan Bane'e.
Will he be able to keep it long enough? Sonic Wave out. Miposhka dodges and
Güzel oynadı Miposhka.
Scot free. Coddle dead. Toronto Tokyo as the sleep ends, walks forward, tries to get him. He's taking a lot of damage from Xingqiu. Where's the save disposed to the far side? The snowball gets him out. Why? Brings down a bud. Is it going to be enough? Toronto Tokyo needs to get out of there. The Nightmare tries to trade it.
Helal lan Miposhka. Helal lan. Harbi çok iyi oynadı çocuk. Bak kafayı taktı ona bak. Ölecek onun için.
He's got to run, got to hide, gets the illusion rune, and Xingqiu still chasing, but the bullwhip and then the run. I mean, they're still thinking about this guy. Yeah, he's forced to blink again. Putting on a show here in Arlington.
It was a really nice catch on the Coddle. They used all their spells. He got the grip off. The Bane didn't get bursted quick enough by the Coddle. This is the worry. It's just that their damage. They want these really long fights on the side of LGD. They want the whole Razor ult to go off. They want the Coddle to get multiple rounds of spells with his mana as well, giving it to his team. But all of Spirit's damage is you click one spell, that's it.
Yeah, I feel like once the Scotty comes out, especially for Ame, that's where we're really going to see the big turn. You know, you start to look towards Yadro or even just someone like Toronto Tokyo who has to commit so hard.
Bottle BKB
That's one
alıyor.
of your biggest concerns. And for Nagasai right now, she just want to jump in like that. Because any sort of disable, if you're just stuck there, we're going to get put in the blender with all the illusions.
I like this read from Toronto right now. Normally Quaps would go BKB to just protect themselves, but he's going for Lincolns.
Naga network'ü topladı.
Ame might just go for the Ags and just be able to root him through the BKB. So he's going for the defense item that kind of won't get countered too hard, but it won't protect him from the Tusk at the same time.
Also can help out maybe his Monkey King a little bit if Razor jumps on him. Could potentially throw that on to start the fight or something.
Görüşürüz Oğuzhan.
I think Team Spirit might try to wait for this Monkey King Axe and then look for a play. He's about 800 gold away, and that'll let him actually sit in the fights, and even if he gets drained, his monkeys, it doesn't change the damage on the monkeys. So they'll still have full damage, they'll be able to kind of kill everyone, but he needs to be the one who survives.
Naga'nın götüne ben bir girsem öyle bir durur ki şok olur amına. Stun yer.
Smoke up with 4. They find Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane. Snowball.
Reis'e gene girdiler.
Takes a second. And that is the danger. Catch that Quap out of position and suddenly very quickly gonna die.
Maposhka drops a ward behind him here. Not caught, but could perhaps lead a turnaround if his teammates are up for it. But too many units from LGD staying close, and instant D-ward as well there from Y. So Vision taken away just as it was placed down.
Yeah, just pushing up the mid lane a little too aggressively, and it was a nice smoke by LGD to kind of have the foresight that they know someone's going to push this wave to get map advantage.
Naga Siren.
Story of this game has been LGD clawing their way back into
İyi
it after
Caner,
a very
güzel.
disappointing lane stage. You can see the freedom that Naga Siren has had over the past couple
Evet,
of minutes
sonunda
here.
Aghanim'i bitti.
Just waiting on that Aghanim Scepter to be completed for the Monkey King.
I think it's flying out right now, so they might look to go smoke on the Team Spirit. All their timings are really far away now. Viper is not close to anything, Quap's not close to anything. You know, Marcy's Blink, you can't really ask for much more. So they might try to go smoke and get a kill before the Naga will keep getting these items, get this scaling. So they need to take the fight to LGD soon.
Yeah, they do have one deep ward from LGD. It is spawning out the fact that Toronto here was just farming the camp near his middle tower. So they did say retreat in the top, so they kind of had an idea that the rest of the heroes were actually smoking up here, even though they've seen that Queen of Pain.
They've gone a little far up.
Taken away.
BKB'si var onun. Ama
Doesn't quite break the trees. They are going to kill off Faith Beyond.
seri hamlelerle,
Immediate use of that ward and of
çok hamlelerle büyük
Scepter to
darbeler
get the kill.
baby.
Where do they go next?
50 goldluk smoke nelere kadir.
Eggs does not work on Rosh anymore.
Oh yeah, you're right. I was actually just thinking that.
So otherwise they could just instantly Rosh from now. So they need to keep pressuring the map, go walk into the jungle, and they're going to use these items on the side of Spirit just to hold areas. It's really hard.
Her ay 100 lira vereceksen ekstra bence geçme. %10 yeter yani. Ne yapacaksın ki 200
You more so have to just corral them into a corner of the map so that you're able to take this good fight with all of your vision.
It's so hard to do that though when the Naga Siren keeps those lanes pressured out at such little cost. But they're going to attempt it.
You can see they're going to try to, I think, walk into their own jungle, take this over. No one really is thinking about Rosh right now. This is not the biggest objective, but nothing to say. His objective right now is the BKB.
Yeah, done now.
They instantly smoke up.
Look at this map. Dame is
Efendim hayatım.
all 4 camps and pushing the tower while simultaneously in there on the Ancients. Everything down bottom right, Dame. But LGD, the rest of them, they run into the triangle.
That Zinq jump is so important. They can't get the cut.
Mira right away with the rebound, tries to jump out
Biz
of there.
şeyde de Luna'da da 15'e içiyorduk. 15'e mi 25'e mi ne?
BKB, Faith Beyond, trying to kill off Mira, and eventually will find her, but on the other side, they take down Zinq.
Yeah, he tried to go for an instant cut play onto Yadro, sort of chased him back up. And then
Valla ben Radiant'ın alacağını düşünüyorum oyunu da.
it also didn't give Team Spirit a real chance
Bakalım.
to get the fight they would want with some sort of a arena play from Yadro. So I think he'll take that as LGD.
Yeah, Snowball went a little too far, and if you Snowball the monkey and he's able to jump away, that's kind of, it pulls you out of position. The Snowball will end, and you're in this really awkward middle of the lane. Just a TP and you'll die.
Güzel kardeşim, chatte herkese cevap veriyorum, sana cevap vermiyorum. 10 kere yazdım, hala cevap vermiyorum. Niye hala geri zekalı gibi aynı soruyu soruyorsun? Bir düşün bakalım.
I believe that's close to the Lincoln Sphere done for the Quap.
Yeah, 50 gold away, so that'll be here as well. So everyone getting ready for these big fights.
Something also really cool is that they have the Chakra Magic for the Naga. And the level 25 talent is minus 10 second cooldowns on the illusion, so when you get that for free when you're mid level 7.
Naga Bloodthorn oluyor.
That's just constant illusions, I guess, huh?
Antalya nasıl, sıcak mı? Kanka inan bana hani sıcak değil.
Spirit, this mid tower is, I think, it survived both games right now.
Yeah.
So it's just so hard for them to actually take objectives.
And right there, yeah, they had the illusions grouped with the real Naga Siren, so Toronto Tokyo loses the smoke, but not sure how to jump in there. There they go.
With 4 smoked up. Toronto Tokyo, the only one that is not. No vision in this area, but
Yani bu havaya sıcak demek, sıcağı böyle şey, anladın mı hani? Of çok iyi dagger.
Tries to blow through him. They also drop down the Wukong's command. Collapse almost dead. Dies
ties to the illusion. They only have taken down Zenq. Naga sleep for round 2. Are they going for any more? Yadaro, he's in trouble. The root's there with Collapse already dead, but Faith Beyond low, but not quite dead yet. The grave, it comes out. Yadaro turned upon. The boundless strike tries to back out. Tron Tokyo, he is doing work in the back.
Takım neredesiniz amına koyayım? Neredesiniz? Adamlar buyback atıp geliyorlar. Siz neredesiniz be amına koyayım?
He was able to get his BKB off before the monkey got stunned, and they're able to catch the fight out from there.
Yeah, that incredible initiation from Mira as well to stun both the Tusk and the calls. I just said there was no AoE stun. Very nice play for the double dispose. Unexpected in that instance, but unfortunately still not enough to win that engagement. They will now take that Aegis, and man, Ame is going to be so hard to deal with now. Especially once that heart comes in. I mean, it's similar to what we were hoping to see from the Phantom Lancer last game. They want it now from the Naga Siren.
LGD looking to take advantage here in this game number 2, and it doesn't.
Oğlum adam orada beklemedi. Naga A attı amına koyayım. Adam mal mı orada beklesin yarrak gibi? Ya beyler bazen beni çok güldürüyorsunuz amına koyayım ya.
Unfortunately, Faith Beyond goes down on this top root area, but they're able to just constantly keep their backline, the healing, and the all the damage just keeps pumping out.
It was such limited effectiveness from the Wukong's command in that one too, which obviously a tool that you really need to be trying to use in these fights near the Roche pit. So great positioning from LG to not get baited into a bad territory because of that.
They kind of just wait to walk up the choke point until all the spells are on cooldown. They wait for the Wukongs to end, only illusions go in there. They wait for, Queen of Pain to blink away from it to just take that space.
Wow.
Ya beyler var ya sizi çok seviyorum ha. Bak aranızda orospu evlatları var ama olsun. Yine de sizi harbi seviyorum yani. Özellikle aranızdaki şabanlar var ya şabanlar. Aranızdaki şabanlara bayılıyorum onlara.
Yeah, something Bane very well known for is kind of being alone and setting up for the kills. It's a weird support just because of how Nightmare works. So he's going to be trying to set up, I think, on Coddle. He wants to place these deep wards on the enemy side of the map, try to get a Nightmare on him and hope the team is a little too far, but fortunately he just walks into 3 heroes.
Yeah, for now their only existing ward is in the mid lane. It does happen to spot where Faith Beyond's moving, as well as where Zenq's at, but obviously tough to make moves at the moment, and now can be even tougher as there's an Aegis Heart of Tarrasque Naga Siren there, and well, I can't really disagree with Dota Plus on this one.
God, Naga just got an Elven Tunic and also finished a heart.
Yeah, okay, alright.
Yeah, there's some items starting to get built up here on the old Ame.
Refresher Orb is also about to be finished. It's flying out to Faith Beyond on the courier right now, so they're kind of hitting all their timings.
Naga Skadi'nin üstüne Tarask mı aldı ben mi yanlış gördüm? Evet. Şimdi biraz sıkıntı olabilir işte. Evet şu dakikadan sonra birazcık Naga'yı kesemeyebilirler. Ama ben Reis'ten böyle bir terbiyesizlik beklemiyordum. Yani Skadi üstüne Naga alacak kadar da bir insan sikilmez.
Done in 3 hours. I mean, if they keep up this momentum, they might not be wrong, as they have looked so dominant here.
The other thing that feels a little unfortunate for Spirit is even though Quap goes to the Slinkins,
Yadro jumps right into Faith Beyond there.
Oh, gotta run, gotta hide, double rebound, double jump. 2 very balanced heroes here, just getting away from the entire team.
Working together with that mobility.
Thankfully there's like a minimum range on the jump, so you can't break the monk's tree. But
Beyler hani biraz önce diyordunuz ya Naga'yı kim kesecek diye. Şimdi ben size soruyorum. Bu amına kodum Naga'sını kim kesecek? Utanma bir de satanik al amına koyayım.
Yeah, that's really the tough question is how do you get back into a fight? Like how can you win an engagement versus LGD? It feels like you need to leave with some sort of a pickoff onto one of these cores. And that's going to be tough because there's going to be that dazzle. And like how do you jump to the backline to actually control this dazzle? It feels like that's going to be essentially Mira trying to get back there with the
yani adam ölmeyen hero'ları çok seviyor belli ki yani. Daha demin Paj aldı. Ölümsüz oldu. Bu oyun Naga'yı ölümsüz yapıyor. Yeter lan. Ya kanka sen ne seviyorsun ağaçların üstünde gezmeyi? Bu çocuk gerçek hayatta da mı maymun amına koyayım ya?
Even if you catch the dazzle, if Zinkyu's in position, he can save him with the blink.
Yeter lan oyunun başından beri ağaçların üstüne. İn amına koyayım.
When you have multiple safe heroes, it can kind of feel awkward. The one thing that multiple safe heroes don't do is damage, but they have Naga, they have Keeper the Light, even Razor. All their cores just have infinite damage throughout a fight.
Ay bir şey değil. Bunu izleyen orospu evlatları gidecek şimdi. Maymun olacak, oyun boyunca ağacın üstünde zıplayacaklar. Adam 20k net worth oldu abına koyayım. 6k fark attı. İn şu siktimin ağaçlarından.
I like this idea of the Shard as well, now picked up for Toronto Tokyo. Just something on the cheaper end that can really have an impact in these fights, because I think they know that one of the game-deciding engagements will be coming soon.
Yeah, we'll let him jump these supports and silence them himself, so that he doesn't have to kill them in the one stun from Mercy, because they don't really have many stuns on Spirit either to stop anything. This Nightmare will get woken up. It's kind of just the monkey, but he also wants to use his stun on his own. He wants to wait for Jingu stack, so it's kind of awkward for them to get kills before they get saved.
The Aegis has now expired. The tower is being pressured here. They're going to glyph that up though, and know that LGD don't really want to fully commit for this one. He gets blasted down off the tower, or out of the tree rather.
Maymuna bakayım nerede, ağacın üstünde mi? Hemen izleyelim. Maymun nerede? Burada. Ağacın üstünde. Harbi ağacın üstünde. Bakayım nerede maymun? Gene bak midde ağacın üstünde bak. Allah aşkına maymunu gösterin. Ne olur. Nerede? Yerde. Hayret yürüyor amına koyayım.
This is going to be a nice pseudo answer, and well, that's not a bad way to start it. Finding why, forcing out the Grave, tries to TP out, Song of the Siren.
Güzel uyuttu ama evet, illüzyonu öldürdü. Gem düştü. Güzel.
Nicely played by Yadaro.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo is hunting as well, but can't find anything else there as Nog Siren's gone back to the base. But still 2 more minutes for a potential Roach spawn here for the second.
Faith Beyond just hiding, does not want to be the other one caught. Even though he's got that BKB.
Look at this TV from Maposhka. He went immediately to the bottom lane.
Trying to find him.
Still has the grip.
He knows that nothing to say is there, but they can't quite get him as he TP's out.
The death on Dazzle feels really bad because he has this gem, and the gem is kind of what enabled them to keep pushing the map,
bak,
kill the vision.
Size şöyle bir info vereyim. Monkey King olur da şeyi alırsa Tıka diye kazanabilirler.
You lose a lot of confidence in the end.
Well, we did see the Hex completed, nothing to say. So another avenue to lock people down along with that Orchid. And
Eagle Song too on Name.
Okay.
Getting close to this butterfly, which thankfully Yatoro has Mjolnir completely finished now, so he has a little way to get past this evasion, but it's just the item and the damage keeps racking up, and LGG is just going to play on the enemy side of the map, try to hold Roche, and this second Roche is when the damage is going to start coming in from the towers.
Almost 11k gold.
Atla ağaca atla amına koyayım. Çok gezdin yerde.
Just farm. But now trying to fight. They find him.
Ben söyledim sana. Atla diye. Ve götüne girecekler şimdi. Gördünüz mü Naga'ya ne oldu beyler? Gördünüz mü Naga'ya ne oldu? Ben size oyunun başından beri ne diyorum? Naga götten yemeye öyle bir müsait bir hero ki. Easy. Easy.
And 14 seconds until Roche is capable of respawning. They find the absolute perfect fight. What's that time?
Bak Naga'nın göt şu an böyle. Bu kadar. 50'lik pimaş boru gibi.
But what a fight this one was.
You can see at the top, Toronto gets like a 3-man Sonic wave. He blinks, silences them all, so there's no save for the Razor, for the Dazzle, and it just kind of falls apart.
And it didn't even feel that good at the start, right? Because there was a Dispose and a Nightmare save on a collapse. And I was like, uh-oh, that's like double saves immediately used. But if you can't follow through with the rest of the game plan because of that silence interruption, yeah, that's right. Toronto Tokyo, he's loving it, everybody. Keep it going for them.
Just make sure you keep your hands on the keyboard. But more importantly, starting to take down the tier 3 tower and go for
Ya Taro şu iki barakanın arasına geç de barakaya öyle vur. Amına koyayım ya. Vodka mı içtin oyundan önce? Lanet olsun.
With the Naga Siren, you need to retake all that map pressure. Oh man, the crowd's feeling it though. I woke him up.
Monkeying still does a lot of damage. Even though they're down 8,000 gold, if he's able to get the arena off and fight in it, the heroes will die. And you saw even the Mercy pulls the Naga back into the Wukong.
Aha, ağaç cos pilavı yapıyor.
It was really scary. He got hexed off a tree and he got stuck there and he almost didn't get Wukong's off. But the save, even the Quap just pushing away heroes so they're not able to finish him off in the fight.
And that's really been the difference because throughout this game, like that's just something that Yadro hasn't been able to do. He hasn't been able to be dropping down that arena whenever he wants to with the Wukongs and just getting those other monkeys to help him out. So now he's been trying some sneaky plays.
Ertuğrul götünün fotoğrafını şimdiden hazırla da kanka. Şöyle mümkünse Domald'ın bir fotoğraf olsun. Yayından sonra işim var. Güzel bir fotoğrafını çek. Varsa böyle renkli bir iç çamaşırı giy.
But they waited for that perfect fight on Spirit, and this time it actually came.
Now Wukong's is very scary, but so is a Naga Siren.
That's true.
You know, in a similar situation, she can also kind of blow somebody up. So it's going to be important that Team Spirit continue to find those plays and try and keep getting Ame down like that. 'Cause I don't imagine he's going to die that easily again this game.
Well, and for LGD, I mean, how do you sort of, okay, they just run right in. Already Lincoln's broken, BKB popped. A man on a mission. Toronto Tokyo runs in, wants a takedown. Zinq blink out. Sonic Wave from the high ground. Mira very isolated, has a rebound when she's back up, but can't quite get out of there. The Force Staff silent still. Blinding Light pushback and will die to the soul burn from Naga Siren.
He has a buyback if they do chase him on this outpost. And you can see even Team Spirit's hugging this ward on the high ground. They're kind of hoping that LGD keep chasing.
So what do LGD need to do right now? Do they
play? I don't know. They're going in.
Jumps, finds one coddle.
Çok iyi.
He's baiting that one out, I guess.
Kötü ulti maymun.
BKB link up, Mira bought back. They keep that coddle alive after they
Çok kötü. Bu fight'ı kaybedecekler.
Jumping and chasing knows there could be more saves, more snowballs, more graves.
Still playing around this vision.
Well, they've got a Naga illusion in the pit. It's gonna start hitting Roche.
Ya beyler şu chatte yayını geriden izleyenler var. O kardeşlerimize bir uyarın da bir F5 atsınlar. Yazık, üzülüyorum onlara ya. Adam 10 dakika geriden geliyor amına koyayım. Sabah ezanı okunacak birazdan. Reis hala diyor ki Naga'yı nasıl kestiler ama.
All the big fights from now on are going to be coming down to vision and kind of execution, but more so just to whoever jumps first gets the spells off, because once you get your spells off first, it kind of puts the enemy in the lane. It's a water park in the pit.
Aha. Yataro'nun skadisi gitti. Yataro. 3 dakika skadin yok Yataro. Yatar oğlum o. Hadi yatar baba.
All this map that they fought to collect just kind of gets thrown away.
And you can see that trust, right? Like nothing to say, moving up there, just believing that the grave was going to be there. Barely saved by a Y, but knew that it would be there just in time. And that's what ends up securing them that Roshan. So again, another situation now where they're going to have to lie.
Abi kuryelerin ölümsüz olması lazım ya. Kuryelerin ölümsüz, kurye ölmemesi lazım. Benim de her oyun kuryem ölüyor. Yazık değil mi amına koyayım kuryelere?
It instantly kills all the illusions when they walk in. It gives them an area where their supports will feel comfortable playing the fights. And once it's down, you know, the Bane will be in threat, the Marcy will be in threat, even Viper is in threat to the Naga. So they kind of have only this one option.
Yeah, and how do you force that, right? As Team Spirit, it's very difficult.
Well, one thing that will be helpful is getting that level 25 for Yadro.
That is right.
About halfway to it right now.
Kotula Timeless Relic de düştü.
Once you get 25.
Yeah, nothing to say. He's probably going to take this Timeless Relic. Really big on the hero. Lets him one-shot waves with his Illuminate. It also makes the blast.
Anasını sikeyim, o bir tane kurye olduğu zamanların zaten Allah belasını versin. Side lane'de shop'ta TP satılırken orospunun oğulları base'den o bir tane sikim kurye ile TP çekiyorlardı üstlerine.
Don't let LGD fool you after that last failed attempt in the mid lane. They are still
Anasını siktimin çocukları.
Have all of their abilities.
Nature's Prophet'e TP çeken gördüm lane'e amına koyayım.
Shard on Naga Siren for all the extra healing. So Ame capable of.
Kuryeye bir bakıyorum, kurye dağ bayır geziyor amına koyayım. Ne götürüyor? TP.
Something to watch for as well will be the blink coming out from Faith Beyond, seeing how he can get that link out onto Yadro. Like you said, there are definitely a lot of reasons why it's actually still going to be quite good, even if he is linked up. But you know, having the refresher, having the blink, tons of mobility now in these engagements for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, right now, I think the biggest issue with the fight mid for LGD was that they got caught on multiple heroes at the same time in different parts. And right now, they have really good save for one hero. One hero gets Grave, one hero gets Snowballed. So that's why they keep walking up.
Kurye'yi upgrade edecek support. Kurye'yi upgrade etmez. Amına kodumun kuryesi giderken yolda 12 kere şehit oluyor. Kurye ölüyor. İçinde item var. Gelirken kurye ölüyor, doğuyor. Gene upgrade etmiyorlar. Bir item daha alıyorsun. Kurye getirirken bir daha ölüyor. Kurye bir daha ölüyor. Kurye kalbim sıkıştı. Ananı sikeyim.
But it does start to get a little bit scary thinking about still walking up into a fully prepared Team Spirit.
Kurye'nin sahibi götürüp itemleri jungle'a bırakıyor. Orospu'nun çocuğu. Götürüyor jungle'da midde adamlara kurye itemleri veriyor.
Well, there's and I mean keep extending. That's a blink dagger. Eventually into the swift blink after that for Ame. So keep up that big attack speed. Jump in there. Try and get a save with a song as well, perhaps. Finally, the Scotty is finished for Yadoro though, and that is with the level 25, of course. So this might be a timing for them to move out.
I think there's a really cool pickup from Nothing to Say that is going to come out soon, which is his Aghanims. And it breaks all the trees in the area when he casts it. So maybe he catches the Monkey King off guard.
Evet, maymunun 25 talentı geldi.
Watch this though. They're smoked up. Toronto Tokyo baiting. Ame walks in with his illusions. The rest of Team Spirit, they're right nearby. They know that there isn't one of these real heroes. They actually break right there, the neutral on Mira. Force it out, the Ascetics cap. But LGD anticipating that this move could be coming. Xingqiu right in the trees. They might have
Mira.
Him.
Yeah, he did ping there.
The angle is hard to fight.
LGD will just hold this high ground. They want them to get walking. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's double catapults bottom wave right now, so.
Yeah, even Nothing to Say is pushing out the wave, healing his own creeps.
Ahmet daha fazla söyleme, gözlerim doluyor amına koyayım. Saçlarımı ben o kurye yüzünden döktüm amına koyayım. O sikik kurye yüzünden kel kaldım.
Now it's a counter smoke by LGD, and they're going to try and kick out any other heroes that are lacking behind from Team Spirit.
But collapse.
They saw he had TP in his inventory.
Yeah, Trickster, pretty good to get him out of that one. Gives him a little hi, how you doing on the way by. But tier 2 tower taken, outpost taken, map still held by LGD.
It is the end of the Aegis though. It's going to be expiring now for Ame, so could be the next opportunity there for Team
Smoke daha deneniyor.
Be replacing it with the A Swift Link in that inventory slot though.
We can see another smoke up just as the Aegis expires. They want to get this kill.
Haste, picked up by Y. Faith Beyond runs in, dispose, throws it back there, tries to bring him down. The blink, the grip, it's everything. He's in some trouble now. Faith Beyond, can he get out of the ring? With that healing coming out from the Song of the Siren, it's so strong. They try to bring him down, though. The Sonic Wave, not quite enough. It might have been if not for the healing, and they don't have another ring. Yadro tries to turn a couple more punches. Toronto Tokyo gets the blink out. Faith Beyond, solo, Mira there, but the Grave is also...
Şu Dazzle'ı, Allah'a inanıyorsanız şu Dazzle'ı kesersiniz amına koyayım. Noodle'a mı tapıyorsunuz, vodka'ya mı? Şu Dazzle'ı kesin amına koyayım. Allah kahretsin sizi. Bengat abi Mipoşka ya. Helal lan Mipoşka. Helal lan Mipoşka.
Keeping Miposhka out of the fight and Collapse running out of mana, running out of damage. He also has to retreat. In the end, it's still...
Ya millet birbirinin anasını sikti orada. Sadece 2 kişi öldü ya. Bu nasıl oyun kanka işte. Dazzle fuck. Şu anda kendi aralarında diyorlar ki suka Dazzle bliyet suka amına koyayım Dazzle. Dazzle bliyet, Dazzle bliyet. Allah aşkına Dazzle'ı kesin. Ben burada saçlarım beyazladı amına koyayım ya. Yemin ederim saçlarım beyazladı ya.
Inside that Wukong, because like so many things can't actually handle this ability, but you're able to just totally disengage and bring the fight further towards you, and then the refresh from Faith Beyond, unfortunately, stayed pretty low even afterwards, so it does drop fairly quickly here. But Yadro's BKB gets spent, and Y just sat in the pit the whole time.
It's a pretty good place to be.
The scariest hero in the fight was
Beyinde Glimmer yok zaten. Force var. Force attı orada. Force'la kaçırdı maymunu.
the Naga by himself. He was just killing everyone at the end of the fight. Once the BKBs go on cooldown, once the spells go on cooldown, and you don't really focus his hero down, he does a lot of damage.
Aynı ses tonuyla konuşuyorlarsa birbirlerini nasıl anlıyorlar? Anlamıyorlar ki. Anlasalar böyle mi oynarlar amına koyayım? Birbirlerine sen info verdiklerini mi düşünüyorsun? Bliet, Suka amına koyayım. Davay Bliet, Suka Bliet.
I'm wondering if this is going to keep tilting Team Spirit's way in spite of that gold lead.
Well, Clap's getting the Agnums now as well, so even further upping the damage from this hero.
It's a nice way to keep kiting this Razor. He took the movement speed at 20, so he's a really fast hero. So they just need a way to kind of control him in these fights.
Also, those levels, you can see Faith Beyond only 22. Naga does hit 25 for the extra mirror image cooldown.
Really fast Roche. Only 20 seconds until it spawns.
Toronto Tokyo finds a target. A rare time when LGD are not together. They force out the BKB. Could Nightmare the dispose.
Allah'ını seven Dazzle'ı keser bak. Başka hiçbir şey demiyorum. Ben şu an var ya monitörü kırıyordum biliyor musunuz? Yemin ederim size. Aha, Bane yakaladı Naga'yı. Snowball'la kurtardı. Zinkyu God. Arkadan bir Grave daha geldi. Bak ben şu anda var ya klavyeyi böyle o mekanik klavye ya kanka ağır böyle 15 kilo klavye. Anını avradını sikeyim böyle aldığım gibi böyle var ya Marcy'nin kafasına böyle anasını sikeyim açılır bir vururdum böyle. Bu Marcy var ya yani bir daha hayatı boyunca Dota oynayamazdı amına koyayım.
Too much in this fight. He did like 3,000 damage by himself just to Yadro, just like chasing, hounding him down, ensuring that he'd be able to protect his Naga Siren, and in combination with Y, once again with these Graves, he's having way too good of a game on this Dazzle.
It's a really nice snowball as well. The Naga was a little too far up, got gripped, gets saved, and there's just so many rounds of spells coming out from LGD. All of their heroes would love these fights that last 20-30 seconds, and again, Wukong's command is their big, that's their card for the side of Spirit.
Yeah, when it doesn't pay off, that's kind of the end of it for them. And you can see why he goes for it here, right? The toss in once again here from Mirror. He's getting these good initiations that they really need again from the support duo between the Bane and the Marcy. It's really all they have to offer.
I like the presence of mind of Ame to just walk up the same hill as his team to stay connected with everyone.
Wait, they're in the base. Sight set on just going in for all of it.
Ya şu Marcy'yi ben bir muteleyim de. Nereden muteliyoruz bunu? Muteleyemiyoruz ki ama.
That courier's haste and it's huffing and puffing. It's getting there as fast as it can right now for nothing to say.
But it is not quick enough as they move in with the rest. Bane buys back. They got to get something out of this. Cannot afford to lose all of these buildings.
Senin yüzünden kaybediyoruz oyunu ama.
They want to take away the snowball that's been a bane for them this entire fight.
He has Aegis on the Tusk, so even as ZenQ goes down once, trying to save his teammate, he has another life.
And it matters. The cores are just too firm. There's no space, you know. Faith Beyond said, I'm not going to die. I need another fresh.
Give you this first Aegis. It's fine.
Yeah, I got cheese, you know.
They're so ready for it, and sitting outside the base, we'll just send in the illusions. The gank squad, one by one. You can't kill them quick enough. What a disheartening way to lose mega creeps here. As the buildings are falling, creeps all up in them. And they'll just go for another round. They got to do something to stop this, and that's a decent way to go. Boundless Strike, but immediately the BKBs isn't enough to bring down ZQ. The Gleipnir, they get him, but it's only one time. And inside this Wukong's command, there's only so much that they can do. He manages to escape the snowball.
Şu topa vurun, şu topa vurun. Kahroldum amına koyayım ya. Ha Monkey ortada yarrak gibi kaldı amına koyayım. Ha mega crit GG.
Heal, mana, the walking fountain here from the side of LGD. Still even a cheese sitting there on the Razor if they need it. The siege continues. They've lost their big cards now for Yadro. No Wukong's command for 40 seconds.
No BKB either. It's very hard for him to enter the fight. Razor still has
the
card as well, so he has another round of spells if he needs. But LGD probably going to back off, reset. they're not really pressured. They have no Aegis, so there's no more timer on any of their heroes. Just the cooldowns. You wait for maybe the song, and then they'll look to go again.
Keep that farm going. Keep that undeniable pressure coming out.
Just get the bigger GPM number.
That's
right. Make you feel good when you see the stats.
Yeah, you know, that post game, you really want the big fat one there.
You get some vision down, immediately dewarded. But you can see the pressure being mounted and really no answer at all right now from Team Spirit. They're all there and can't do a thing. Another round of the Hex. Disposed.
Ha! Ananı sikeyim yaptı ya. Amına koyayım yaptı sonunda, rapor atın amına koyayım ya. 78 dakikanın sonunda yaptın amına koyayım ya. Sonunda amına koydumun o kafan bastın oldu, vodka'nın etkisi mi geçti amına koyayım sonunda be. Sonunda amına koyayım başardı ya, başardı amına kodum, başardı ya. Başardı, siktimin grebini attı lan.
I like watched Wyatt walk up and I was like, oh, that's funny. Why is he walking there? And then suddenly he was just disposed and dead. So I'm not sure
Hepsinde buyback var ki.
did not work out.
All right, LGD keeping it a bit interesting here, as they do all have buybacks. But a Monkey King bar on the Monkey King. What can these guys do with this little timing they've got? Can they force out a buyback? That would be enormous.
Kanka ben koç olsam var ya, bak ben şu anda Team Spirit'in koçu olsam giderdim içeriden bir yerden yazıcı, printer bir şey bulurdum, tamam mı? Bak giderdim böyle Dazzle'ı, bir tane Hero'nun siktiği bir tane böyle 3D animeden, tamam mı? Giderdim o Dazzle'ı siktikleri videoyu bulurdum, oradan bir tane böyle fotoğrafını çekerdim amına koyayım, bunu yapacaksınız derdim. 5'in önüne böyle pause alırdım. Marcy'nin suratına yapıştırırdım amına koyayım. Bunu keseceksiniz derdim amına.
Alright, we got a couple buybacks. Things are getting a little bit spicy here towards the 50-minute mark.
Yeah, if any of these heroes with no buyback go down, it could be really scary. Unfortunately, Roche is not going to spawn for another at least 3 minutes, so everyone kind of has a little breathing room. But once these buybacks start going down, every kill matters more and more. I know Maposhka has no buyback right now on the Bane, so we might see a high ground.
Naga too. This is kind of craziness here.
Yeah, that's now Naga Siren, Razor, and Tusk without their buybacks, right? So it could be somewhere where LGD really don't feel that confident moving in at the moment with their massive lead, feeling that like if they come into them from the side of Team Spirit, the fights could be a lot easier for them.
I think if nothing else, just giving hope, you know?
Thankfully for us, the buybacks will be coming back online at around 60 minutes. The 50.
Viper'da BKB yok, dakika 52.
Maybe they'll be waiting for that. Gunner, you're learning quickly. I like this.
The tier 5 neutral.
Ben bu maçta olsam, karşı takımda, tamam LGD'de oynuyor olsam şu an Viper'ı her kestiğimde unit BKB chat wheel'ını spamlardım bak. Her kestiğimde. Yemin ediyorum bak. Her kestiğimde unit BKB, unit BKB.
That's the big one.
The other big 25s that have come about are soon to be here.
Almost Tusk.
Mira's getting close too on the Marcy.
The Marcy one's a little interesting. He doesn't have an ag, so he'll probably go for the
Unit BKB, unit BKB. Amına koyayım BKB. Bir tane
help his Monkey King play these fights.
Extra BKB to him for sure.
I think the big one is
Nothing to say'de ne var? Hex var mı? Var. Refresh var. Double X, double top. Double BKB. Şimdi Linken alıyor Vessel'ın yerine. Ya da Aghanim'i yer. Aga zaten adam backpack'te fly tutuyor BKB'den sonra koymak için. Evet. Dazzle Eon diski aldı. Bir kere öldü adam. Eon disk aldı üstüne. Mira kardeşime buradan selamlarımı yolluyorum. Helal olsun kardeşim sana. Kafan biraz geç bastı. Dakika 50'den sonra Dazzle'a atlamaya başladın ama adam Eon disk aldı.
Team Spirit, no Wukongs for 60 seconds. He has the BKB on Monkey, but that's their big tool.
They're gonna have to wait for it, and Well, lucky for Team Spirit,
Ha,
Roche
koyayım.
still capable of responding 40 seconds.
Adam 50 dakikada hızlı atlamadı. Bir kere atladı. Fight kazandılar. Şimdi adam üstüne Eon Disc aldı. Daha da yarrağımı kesecekler. Ha, daha da yarrağımı kesersiniz de hızlı.
It's a 900 GPM. Pretty good.
Adam 861 tane creep kesmiş.
LG deciding they're not going to wait around. Might leave an illusion in the pit perhaps here. We'll see how quick this one pops up.
They do have a ward up on this high ground for Team Spirit, and Zinkyu reveals it, that they were smoked together there. So no mad dash into the base. Wouldn't expect it from him, to be honest.
Oh, it's a quick one. 37 seconds for this Roche.
So Wukong's will be back up, and so too will Mira.
Şimdiki Roche'dan refresh Aghanim şart artı Aegis düşecek. Bir babaannemin amına atmıyor. Buradaki Roche fight'ta oyunu eğer Dazzle'ı kesmezlerse kaybediyorlar. Buyback'leri de yok.
No, it's a fair point. Where it's sort of like a marginal benefit thing, right? Like if LGD get another one, it's not a huge deal, but for Spirit, all the extra bit of net worth they can get on these heroes is enormous.
Aeon Disc is off cooldown for Dazzle, so he has this tool back up that he can't really get jumped at the start. Zinkyu has one locked, so he's kind of just waiting for the right opportunity in the fight. So both of the supports for LGD really survivable at this point.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Yadaro go for a refresher. He's queuing up right now the sort of synth with his Ags and then into the Blink Dagger.
I think he's probably feeling that he needs to actually kill the backline, that it's not good enough if he is able to exist for long in the fight.
Well, still no megas as they're hanging on to that one Rax that was left behind, and
Dazzle oklarını bitiriyor.
That's a lot of lines being drawn here.
They're running right into him. Tusk is the first point of contact,
Evet.
and can they bring him down? The Aeon Disc is there.
Nice assembly.
After the Boundless Strike, bringing him low, the Grave, they're right on
Öldü
top, and they
bence o.
bring him down all the way.
Dazzle kardeşim yine kurtardı be. Annenle sikeyim. Aha. Aha. Aga be. İyi denemeydi reis. Marsi kardeşimi izliyoruz. Marsi. Bak Marsi. Güzel kardeşim benim bak. Canım kardeşim. Evet. Ben Valve'e ticket atacağım. Beni sezon 4'te animeye soksunlar amına koyayım. Bu Marsi'yi bulup orada sikeceğim amına koyayım. Vallahi bak.
Forstaff gets Faith Beyond back with the rest of the team.
The neutral's breaking him. Actually, Faith Beyond getting a little bit stuck there for a moment.
But look at the Radiant base. There's always this creep pressure bot. They might have to move
Biraz içerlediğin gibi sen. Ya kanka. İçerlemedim de. Kendimi T4 gidiyor. T4. T4 gidiyor. T4.
But the creeps, they're hitting the tier 4 towers. They take down the first one.
Oh, they're lone warriors.
And Yadaro, he wants to
Base
finish this.
gidiyor
It's
kanka.
level
Base
25
gidiyor.
on Marcy. Illusions in the pit.
Wukong's back.
They have BKB on Marcy too. The Hex to start, Will-O-Wisp down. Faith Beyond starting to threaten a little bit. Still, they're losing towers for this. Creeps are hitting. They need to deal with it, but the big jump forward, they actually miss on the balance strike, but Faith Beyond
Biraz oradaydık.
does so much damage.
Biraz oradaydık Marsi. Aferin lan Marsi. İşte lan sen busun lan Mira. Base gidiyor ananın amı. 5 5 5. No 5. Üstünde 5 yok ya. Bu nereden 5 gelsin? Allah yukarıdan kafasına mı vursun? Base gidiyor. Aha. Nothing to say. Arkadaşlar bakın görüyorsunuz değil mi? Size yemin ederim ben koç olsam şu anda Spirit dakika 45'te oyun. Base gidiyor. Base ananın amı base gidiyor.
What are they going for? Divine Rapier picked up. They're leaving everything. We don't have a base. We want to end it now.
He's got the leveler as well on Yadaro.
Team Spirit, do they go for the all-in? They're sending one back.
Evet.
It's just Maposhka to defend, but they got to keep these creeps alive. They've got to stop the defense.
Monkey'de Divine var. Hemen Aghanim Blessing getir kardeşim benim. Aghanim Blessing'i getir hemen.
Maposhka's not there. They're going instead for the racks. They don't want to tempt for the full-on push.
Reis var ya Serdar gibi vuruyor.
But they take down the melee racks up in the top. God, Maposhka's doing it all alone. Poor Bane at home.
It's enough.
They get what they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, Toro took he had an axe in his inventory, took the blessing from Roche because he didn't want to buy the recipe for his axe, and then sold his axe.
Oh, there you go.
So he got it at free 2,000 gold. First trouble.
Do you think the rapier was a little?
Beyze her baktığımda Marcy'den daha çok işe yarayan kripleri görüyorum amına
It's a
koyayım.
little bit. Usually you buy that.
Ama bu fight iyi oynadı. Aferin lan sana.
Maybe if he dies to creeps, gives Viper the rapier, it'd feel a little good. But
Hell yeah, those big numbers look cool though.
İşte finale yakışır bir maç.
we are also 60 minutes is in 10 seconds. So the tier 5 neutrals.
Şimdi adamlar smoke basacaklar bak. LGD smoke basacak. Eğer olur da ayrı yakalanan birini görürsem bu takımda koçluğu bırakıyorum ama. Arkamı yaslanır izlerim. Aha Book of Shadow. Aha Pride Head buldu. Amına koydumun nagası. Bize çıkan itemlere bak. Book of Death, Book of... Aha Dezo buldular. Dezo 2. Abo. Dezo 2 maymuna var ya. Ananı sikeyim. Serdar artı... Şu an Serdar küp oldu amına koyayım.
Scythe, BKB, Lincoln's. Look at this inventory. I mean, this is actually ridiculous. And yeah, that's a big Monkey King.
Oh, and the refresher shard. Yeah, that's a good point. So he'll have the double Wukongs now. Arcanist armor finished for the Razor. Thankfully no.
Aha onlara da Dezo 2 çıktı. Ama kim kullanacak? Pride Head'i Naga kullansa Razor Dezo'yu kullanır.
There's still 4 items go here now, Gunner. All right. Relax.
Everybody takes a little 2-minute break to go farm all the neutrals.
Şu chat'teki 934 tane adamın var ya. Götüne balgam atarım bak. Yayına like atın. Orada şu anda 300 tane like gelecek çabuk.
So it kind of turns these team fights into giving everyone a mini blade mail in these late game team fights.
So what I'm hearing is that it's just going to be total chaos.
Yeah, both teams, everyone's going to have spikes above their heads. Everyone's going to have all these crazy, all the Necronomicons. I'm surprised Toki's actually holding it.
Yeah, me too.
I would think he would take the Desolator or just something.
Or wait.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about this Revenant's Brooch? Because it seems kind of like an interesting game for it.
It's really nice versus the Naga. It gives him True Strike for 5 hits, and it kind of gives him a way to get past the evasion. It's gonna make him
Aferin beyler. O like'ı hemen 400 yapın. Balgamı götüne yemek istemeyen herkes o like tuşuna bassın.
She will die to the double sheep, the refresher, the Revenant's Brooch. If he clicks all of his like 20 buttons, the Naga will die.
20 buttons to victory sounds pretty good.
You know, this is why every time before the big matches, you see the pro players in the demo mode. They're just popping through, flying all their fingers. Gunner's even doing before our casts right now. This is what you're practicing for, right? This exact situation.
Ooh, the Apex.
Oh, that's what you practice for.
I think they might give that actually to the Queen of Pain. Oh, they give it to the Viper.
Interesting.
The mirror shield though.
Oh, that's a big one. That is so huge for LGD.
Especially for the Razor. He's the one who wants to.
Aha Mirror Shield çıktı lan. Ananı sikeyim şansa bak. Abi bak Mirror Shield çıkabilecek en iyi item. Linken artı Lotus amına koyayım. Öyle bir item düşünün. Linken artı Lotus ya. Direkt Linken artı Lotus.
Wow, with all these Arcanist armors too. So he's holding the Arcanist and buying a blade mail. Xingqiu has the biggest brain.
I think it's so that he reflects 140% damage?
Yeah.
Or no, 120.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. At least spell lifesteal doesn't
Ya.
work on it. No, spell lifesteal swap.
Apex'i Viper'a vermişler. Marcy'ye verin amına koyayım. Adam zaten orada fightlarda çok iş yapıyor. Bir Dazzle'a atlamıyor, o da olur o kadar. Oğlum Apex'i Viper'a versenize. Ha verdiler bak. Abi vallahi beni dinliyorlar ya. Yemin ederim beni dinliyorlar bak. Aferin lan. Aha ya Torogat. Marcy. Task'ı yakaladı. Oradan Naga Siren'dan uyku skill'i. Hemen topu kestiler. Yakalayın oğlum. Annen de sikeyim. Ulan Mipoşka. Apex Viper Marcy'ye işte. Apex'i Viper'dan alıp Marcy'ye verin diyorum ben.
Faith Beyond BKB as well.
Yeah. And they use Naga Song, so a lot of cooldowns actually for the side of LGD versus Team Spirit didn't really use much. Monkey has everything, Viper has everything, Queen of Pain has everything. So they might try to go right now up this hill.
Naga'nın Aganim'i yok. 10k parası var. Nilfire alıyor. Marcy yakalandı. Marcy'ye götten sert sert bastılar. Monkey'in ultisi. Kaçıyorlar. Marcy buyback. Toronto Tokyo. Zinkyu ölecek. Tükürük geldi. Balgam attı suratına, vuruyor. Bir grave daha.
Aleyküm selam kardeşim.
Bir tükürük, bir balgam. Yine bir grave kaçırdı. Cihan teşekkürler bebeğim.
Just knowing it's very unlikely he goes down, but they're able to back up, take Zinkyu out of there. Ow, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
64 minutes in, you couldn't want anything else.
Did Zinkyu sell his Aeon Disc?
I don't know what he's doing. He's a psycho.
He needs eggs. He's trying to find the game breaker.
Yeah, both teams are trying to find the ways. Even Ame doesn't have the eggs, which is...
Naga'nın itemlere bakıyorum da üstüne kardeşimin acil, tamam mı? Acil bak, en acilinden bir tane Aghanim çekmesi lazım. Aha, Yatoro. Megalayacaklar burayı bu arada. Yatoro refresh'i kullanmadı mı? Kullanmış. Glyph bastırdınız. Tükürük gene geri sekti amına koyayım.
Also the what's that one called? The Book of Shadows.
Yeah.
Kind of just makes them not exist anymore.
Yeah, we have that on both sides for that additional save that's going to be available here, or potentially disable.
You can see Mirror just pings the Divine Rapier in his fountain, probably laughing that there's littering. These legendary swords just thrown away for your second life.
Hex, late game done for the Razor. Toronto Tokyo collapse. They walk around the hill. They find
Viper yakalandı.
there from Apochka if they need it. Collapse BKB, 4 steps away. The sleep is now there.
Yataro sıkıştı oraya. İffet yapıyorlar. Kurtarın amına. Aa Naga.
Toronto Tokyo's waiting on the outside of it. LGD, do they want to take this? They get the silence, force out the BKB.
Pask'ın beyninde lag var, yemin ederim. İkidir bak atamıyor şeyi. Basil'dan yine mükemmel grave.
He tried to hold out on that snowball. He also tried to save the BKB for like his escape, but fortunately goes down.
And that's going to be a hefty cost away from that Aghanim Scepter now. It's going to be very hard for him to find that one.
Also a late Roche, so these teams not really going to know when this objective spawns, what to do.
Güzel maç, güzel. Güzel maç.
Tier 6. Is that soon?
It's 120 minutes.
Oh, okay.
First double.
Güzel maç.
In a couple days maybe, who knows. Next patch comes out possibly.
Maybe depending on how long this game goes, it'll have to be updated.
Sure enough. Now you can see this fight though, it just gets so messy in here. When you have the Book of Shadows save, it's like you can't do anything to that target too.
Queen of Pain gets saved and Monkey King has no refresher, so he had no ult or BKB for this fight, but it's still, it's hard to focus just one hero.
I mean, it's just total chaos. No one really knows on a team like what's happening. You're just like screaming out heroes, trying to blow someone up first. And the song's there. Ami like runs in a circle by the outpost before BKBing. They're just grabbing bounty runes.
It's hard to actually understand your limits on damage. You don't play this type of Dota enough to know, oh, I see a hero here, I can just go kill him. Because you're assuming, oh, they have a Bane, he's gonna Nightmare, that's all I have to worry about. But with so much save, it's just so hard to like understand it for these players.
It feels like just like blind faith. You just like jump in, you just have to like hopefully you've got enough.
Even now, they're probably gonna start accepting the Book of Shadows as a save. And just have to jump multiple targets at the same time.
Ya şu Tarask'ı sat artık be. Şu amına kodumun Tarask'ını sat artık üstünden. Lanet olsun amına koyayım ya. Tarask'ı sat, Manta'yı sat, oraya bir Hex al, oraya bir Assault al. Allah kahretsin be amına koyayım. Ben mi öğreteceğim bu amına kodumun oyununu? Hepinize ben mi öğreteceğim ya? Scary stuff and the flowchart Dota has been exploded. It no longer ya utanmasa üstüne breakband çekecek amına koyayım ya. Hala Taras tutuyor üstünde ya. Çek Magic Stick çek amına koyayım. Çok skill atıyorlar.
Who's to say? Who's to say?
50-50 for so long.
If we go to the buybacks, we'll see that only the position 4s on both teams don't have it. So every core has buyback. Everyone's going to want this Roche. And it's just going to be an objective that force, and the Aegis honestly won't matter. It's going to be how many buybacks you have to use to get the objective.
Ya kopyaların amına koyayım. Kopyalar yaşıyor mu amına kodumun yerinde ya? Ne kopyası oğlum? Ne kopyası, adamın anasını sikiyor. Zaten Razor tanklıyor bütün hasarı. Bir yarrağımı yemiyor fight'ta. Uyutuyor kaçıyorlar amına koyayım. Oyunda hiçbir şey yapamıyor Naga. Hiçbir şey yapamıyor ve 13 kap. Ben şimdi vallahi buradan monitörün içine gir. Kanka bunların koçları da mal herhalde ya.
This is the advantage right now for LGD because they have a Naga and they have the two sides of Rack, so waves always push for them. They get the vision. It's constantly going to be Spirit Heroes that have to walk backwards, push the lane, show their heroes. So in the really long fight, you know, the 3 minutes of AFKing around the Roche pit, LGD will have a slight...
Ha bak bu Naga'da zaten...
If the fight actually starts,
yeah,
it's really hard.
So far they're still holding it far enough from Team Spirit that they're able to engage right now. They can't get the...
Double damage'i aldın, götüne sokarsın reis. Tarask'la beraber.
He's truly the tormented one here.
Her reisin acil büyük ihtimalle bir çekirge bir şey yemesi lazım, anladın mı? Acil bir hamam böceği takviyesi lazım amına koyayım. Uzatın oradan bir çubuk, beynine azıcık kan gitsin. Kafası basmıyor şu an. Bak kanka, şu Tarask'ı satıp, tamam mı? Şu mantayı satıp şuraya Assault'la, tamam mı? Şu amına kodumu yerine bir Assault çekse, bir Hex çekse anasını sikecek oyun. Anasını sikecek. Tarask koymuş üstüne hala. Dakika 70 amına koyayım.
We've talked so much about this one Wukong's, and if you have a free tool that kicks him out.
Oh well, now it's 2 Wukong's.
Smoke, Ame, in the trees. Do they see the vision? Do they spot him? They do, but the blink back. Mira, just a second too late.
Fight'ta uyutuyor kaçıyor amına koyayım. Bu nasıl carry lan?
That's the hero that has to go forward to without buyback.
Level 30 Monkey King. I don't think I've ever seen this talent actually into play. He had zero cooldown on his spring, which means he gets to jump down from trees as fast as he wants to.
Kanka ne sata... Reisim, adam vuramıyor bak, anlayabiliyor, bak. İdrak edebiliyor musun bak? Bak ne olursun think about it, bak bir saniye pause atamıyor muyuz bu maç? Kanka bak adam vuramıyor, anlıyor musun? Adam bir böyle o siktimin kılıcını kaldırıp vuramıyor, anlıyor musun? Adam vuramıyor.
Faith Beyond making the long wrap around Toronto Tokyo.
The crazy plot popping like
double spell block. Blinks, BKB, Sonic.
İzle Naga'yı izle. Bu fight Naga'yı izle ne yapıyor amına koyayım. Uyutacak bak, aha. Aferin amına koyayım. Ne büyük bok yedin. Adamı böyle sikerler işte. Bak adamı işte tam olarak böyle sikerler. Bak kaçıyor, ne yapıyor? Fight'ta ne yapıyor kanka? İzle bak. Naga'yı izle amına koyayım. Nerede? Yok değil mi? Yok çünkü olamaz. Çünkü neden? Hiçbir yarrağımı yapamıyor fight'ta. Bastı gene ultisini, kaçtı amına koyayım. Bak aferin sana. Ne büyük oyuncusun amına koyayım. Git 3000 tane daha krip kes. Gözükme gözüme amına. Siktir git 3000 krip daha yazıyorum sana. Kes hemen. Bu ne amına koyayım?
You know, it's one of those tinker heroes. When you're getting the full micro on.
It also feels very bad because he's kind of absorbing all the farm, even though he doesn't need it.
Yadaro willing to walk in, has the Desolator. Stygian online, Song of the Siren, 15 seconds from being done. Is this the moment for Team Spirit? Book of Shadows available if they need to use it, but on the other side they found Mira, pops the
Aha Mipoşka'ya erişim sağlandı. Evet, Naga kardeşimi bakalım kim kurtaracak? Bu sefer de Dazzle kurtardı Naga kardeşimi. Ah, götten yedi. Ah, götten reise bastılar. Anayın amını gördüm. Rade alması lazım Naga'nın. İyi analiz. Çok iyi analiz.
Zinq with 5,000 gold. Maybe we see this Ags.
Şu an Dyer'ın koçu olsaydım. Bak.
But it might not come soon enough.
Şu an Dyer'ın koçu olsaydım bak oyuna bir pause aldırırdım, tamam mı? Oyuna bir pause aldırırdım. Zinkyon'un ölüşe bakalım. GG bitti oyun. Base gidiyor, base gidiyor, base gidiyor, base gidiyor, base gidiyor, base gidiyor. Dieback. Bitti oyun. GG. GG. Oh. Ertuğrul götün fotoğrafını yolla. Çabuk. Ertuğrul götün fotoğrafını yolla Ertuğrul. Çabuk. Bu fight'tan sonra sikim de kalktı. Çabuk fotoğraf gelsin.
I mean, what is there to say in a game like that? It came down to it. It came down to ridiculous items. Everyone's got everything.
Kanka bak. Yemin billah olsun. Bak. Sana yemin ediyorum. Yemin billah olsun. Bak. Yalanım varsa en adi orospu evladıyım. Eğer ben bu oyun PSG LGD takımının sahibi ya da koçu olsam, eğer bu maçtan sonra 3. maça çıkmadan bunu takımdan atıp yeni kere almazsam takıma, ben hatta koçu da atarım. Bak. Koçu da atarım takımdan. Ya derim ki bak yanıma çağırırım, tamam mı? Bak yanıma çağırırım, tamam mı? Ensesinden tutarım. Zaten ufak bir şey bak. Ensesinden tutarım. Monitöre böyle sokarım. Ya derim ki be amına koyduğum. Dakika 80 oldu. Şu Tarask'ı bu üstünde niye tutuyorsun bak. Bunu bir şu Tarask şeklinde bir tane böyle 3D printer'dan böyle bir amblem yapar. Onun o götüne onu güzel bir sokardım. İlk. Ya hemen anında bak. Anında yapardım bak. Şu Tarask'ı, tamam mı? Bir götüne sokardım onun. Sonra şu mantayı, tamam mı? Hemen tribünden 2 tane daha adam bulurdum böyle iri kıyım. Kendimle beraber 3 amına koyayım. Üçümüz evire çevire güzelce bir sikerdik. Tamam mı? Mantayı da öyle attık üstümüzden. Sonra derdim ki oğlum senin derdin ne amına koyayım? Senin de yani bak şuraya bir assault. Bak şuraya bir assault. Tamam mı? Şuraya da şu amına koduğumun yerine de şuraya bir tane hex ya. Bitti ya. Lan oğlum bir insan amına koyduğumun yerine illüzyonları basıp ultisini basıp kaçar mı fight'tan? Sen nasıl kerisin ya? Üstünde blink var. Puh. Kaç rank kaç bu? 32. Kanka ben daha fazla konuşuyorum. Anime profil kapat. Gerçekten kapat. Maçı bekle amına koyayım. Anime profilini gördüm direkt kapattım. Allah hiç analize hiç gerek yok. Arkadaşlar 5 maç üzerinden oynanacak oyunlar. Şu an durum 1-1. 3 olan kazanıyor. Yayına like atmayanlar umarım. Bak yayına like atmayanların umarım. Bütün hepsinin çocukları animeci olur. Başka bir şey demiyorum. Daha ben bunun üstüne bir şey söyleyemem. Beyler bakın. Bakın. Ben MMR olarak kendi accountumda çok fazla vakit geçirip rank kasmaya çok fazla vakit ayırabilen bir insan değilim. Gerek boostlar olsun, gerek Dota'ya content, hani yayınlara content üretmek için, işte düşük rankta arkadaşlarla beraber, işte para karşılığı partiye gelen insanlarla beraber oynayabilmek için. İşte gerek komiklikler olsun, şebeklikler olsun, insanlar eğlensin diye kendi account'uma çok fazla rank kasabilmiş, çok yüksek ranklı bir oyuncu değilim. Ama burada 18-19 senelik bir tecrübe, her hero'nun her şeyini, her itemin her şeyini bilen bir insan olarak oturuyorum. Ve bu adamların yaptıkları her hareketi, yani yorumlayabilecek kapasiteyi kendimde görüyorum. Şimdi ben burada bir sikik olarak bu adamların yaptıkları hataları buradan görebilirken, bu adamlar orada kendileri 5 kişi, üstüne arkalarında bir tane hiçbir sike yaramayan koçlarıyla beraber toplam 6 kişi. Bu adamlar nasıl düşünüp de kafaları çalışıp da, bir de bu adamlar Çinli. Bir de Çinliler yani. Bir kere zeki olmaları lazım daha fazla. Nasıl düşünemiyor amına koyayım? Nasıl düşünemiyor? Ya şu an maçın loading screen'indeyiz. Peak phase'deler arkadaşlar. Sakin. Bak şu çocuğun yazdığı şeyi 32. kere yazıyor. Bak sana timeout atıyorum. Eğer bir kere daha yazarsan aynı şeyi chat'e, senin annenle vs atacağım. Tamam mı? Sen biliyorsun kendini. Ben bir işeyip geleyim bari ya. Çünkü bir oyun bir bu kadar daha sürerse prostat olacağım. 78 dakika amına kodumun agası. Efendim kızım. Efendim babacığım. Efendim güzelim.
Polis bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Geldim. Spoiler verenin ben anneli neyse şey. Arkadaşlar spoiler vermeyin. Kankam Twitch'ten bir başkasının yayınını izleyemezsin, yasak. Orada ileriden gidiyor zaten. Biz o adamlar direkt lobiden izliyorlar oyunu. O yüzden orada ileride. Biz Dota TV'den izliyoruz. 2 dakika geriden geliyoruz. Şu an bekliyorum gelmesine. Bize 2 dakika geriden gelecek. Sakin olun. Gran Torino 5 kişiye abonelik hediye etmiş. Çok teşekkürler. Bakalım kimlere gidecek. Niye kimseye gitmedi?
Hal ne bu hal ne?
Barış 9. ayımıza 7 gün var. Çocuğun adı ne olsun? Kanka çocuğun adı Naga olsun amına koyayım.
This routes of we play into 10 or we just
Hediye abonelikleri kabul etmeyen insanlara gitti hediyelikler muhtemelen. Kabul ettikleri zaman gelir.
Yeah, and it's normally down to who has first and second pick in this game 3. The second pick going towards LGD. So what do you feel, Amar, should be some of those bans for LGD to focus on as second picks?
I mean, for the last game, it's like if they want to take this Razor again.
Yok Gran Torino göremiyorum.
Spirit has the first pick, and so Spirit will just first pick the Razor. So they have to like adjust and think about.
Beyler birisi chatte abonelik hediye ettiği zaman şöyle bir ekran çıkıyor bak. Şu üste tıklayın. Bak şu canlı sohbetin altında hediyelere izin ver seçeneği var bak. Onu seçin. Onu seçtiğiniz zaman biri hediye ettiği zaman size de gelir. Cansu sorma Cansu. İnsanlar burada beni günde 12-13 saat izliyorlar. 10 liraya abone olmuyorlar. Hiç düşünmüyorlar bu çocuk kaç saat.
Team Spirit has been banning out Wyvern, I believe, in the previous series versus PSG LGD too, so something that they really don't want to have Y to have, and there we go, Chen is out. Is this a tiny first phase? What do you think?
It should be. I mean, Viper, Razor, and Chen are all out of the game, so Tiny is probably coming in.
There's no other big meta heroes that stick out to you that could be first pick?
I mean, there is the Marcy, but you rather have Tiny than the Marcy because Razor and Viper are banned. So what you gonna pair the Marcy up if both of them are banned? So yeah, see the Tiny.
For that first stage, I feel like Tiny feels.
Mrs. Crazy. Beyler bu Winter bunların anasını falan mı sikti? Niye her oyun Winter ilk banlanıyor?
Kaç oyundan var?
Viper and Razor banned out, right? The
Ha?
only hero that kind of pairs really well with the Shaker
Yani
on
daha
bot lane
en
is
az
DP,
şu an
which remains.
2 oyun
What
var
do you
en
feel?
az.
Do you like this combo? You guys don't do it way too much.
I mean, I don't play DP, so I don't. We do with Razor and Viper because I play them, but I don't play DP. I mean, the Shaker is good pair up with the. I mean, Razor and Viper are banned, and they have.
Bu nasıl İngilizce spiker amına koyayım ya? Kim bu? Suriyeli spiker getirmişler ya.
Going to be doing a different strat with that Shaker DP. Is it going to be a little bit more in the early game focus for them that their lineup from
Cansu, abonelik fiyatını hiçbir zaman 10 liradan fazla yapmayacağım. Herkes abone olsun, olabilsin diye. Ama partiye giriş ücretlerinin anasını sikeceğim. Size söz. Vaadim çok büyük. Dolar 40 lira olsa bile abonelik 10 lira olacak. Söz yani. Mertcan Atak ve Neco hoş geldiniz. Selam.
It just slows down LGD's initiation. On top of that, when Zeus gets his shard, he does provide a lot of percentage-based damage that helps cut through DP's pool.
If you're Spirit, then Shippo, do you think you like the Zeus, right? But do you think that maybe Storm needs to get out here? Like, do you have to ban it? Storm and Puck still in the pool, heroes that get on top of Zeus easily.
Neden?
Could be. He hasn't suffered too hard against Storm sometimes, right?
Yeah, they had a couple of good games on 4, right? Like if you delegate.
Yeah. Back in Tour 3, he played
Burada
the
bir tane
Zeus
daha
mid
ne
a
olacak?
lot, but I don't think they're afraid of flexing it.
They ban out the Puck, looks like they wanna Zeus mid.
Sana acil saklı çekeyim biraz. Furkan Alan'a hoş geldin. Selam bu.
Later on, right? Like you can catch him.
Yeah, and I mean, in the game, Puck is good into Zeus, but in the lane, like Zeus just right clicks him.
Yeah.
He has 1 armor and Zeus high damage.
I guess the benefit of Spirit's opening as well is the fact that Tiny and Zeus can both be swapped
Netflix'ten çok diyor sen izleniyorsun. Ya zaten Netflix'te maksimum ne kadar bir şey izleyebilirsin ki? Açarsın bir gün, hadi diyelim çok sardın, 5 bölüm izleyeceksin tamam mı bir diziyi? Her biri 40 dakika amına koyayım. 40 dakikadan 5 bölüm izlesen 200 dakika, 3 saat 20 dakika. 3 saat 20 dakika Netflix izlesen ben her gün zaten yapıyorum en az 6 saat 7 saat diye. Ha?
Viper kinda not the same way. I mean, Razor and T-Pin the same way. They both like first active BKB, click their physical damage and go fight.
Go straight.
Evet hayatım değiştirmeyeceğim.
Like making enemy 0-5 and killing people before their BKBs, and when they get their BKBs, Viper has like.
Kanka şu an konuşan spiker kızla fotoğraf çekindim gördün mü? Şeydeki Discord'daki fotoğrafları gördüm de.
Dragonlance, Manta, Skadi, like things like this to right click their BKB and just kill it.
Yeah, I heard you like Manta on a couple of heroes as well. On the offlane.
I mean,
happens.
Yes, happens. My team questioned me a lot.
Everyone's questioning a lot. We keep asking, why does he buy it on the Viper? Why is he buy? Will you ever reveal it?
Şu pick ban olayı beni çok yoruyor ya. Amına koyayım. Sanki turnuva amına koyayım. Ne sanki? Turbo gibi olsa abi. Hemen başlasa amına.
I guess you have to dip into that extra pool. He's played a lot of different heroes this tournament. We've seen Clockwork, bit of Rubik, Warlock. There are other healing heroes if that's the angle they want to go for.
Yani Akif sen de amına koyayım direkt yok amına koyayım kızla tanıştın yok direkt deseydin gerdeğe girelim. Benimle evlenir misin ney direkt kıza? Abi kahve içmeye davet etseydim belki kabul ederdi. Ya size bu yaştan sonra Dota öğrettiğim gibi bir de kız tavlamayı mı öğreteyim? Hayırdır ama?
Madem böyle numaralarım vardı niye ben seni tavladım sen beni tavlamadın?
Reis ben o ara ilişki düşünmüyordum o yüzden sen kafama girdin.
Ne? Ben söylemedim.
Neyine?
Bana bakarak söyle.
Oğlum ben kız aramıyordum sen beni kandırdın.
Kandırdın mı?
Evet gönlümü çeldin.
Bak sana hiçbir şey demeyeceğim. Sadece ne gösteriyorum biliyor musun? Bak bunu gösteriyorum. Tamam bak bunu görüyorsun değil mi?
I don't know what my voice just did.
Abi Beastmaster carry geldi yine.
It went pretty high. This is a hero that just deals really well with the Bane. I think it goes a little bit both ways because Bane's Brain Sap is a really nice nuke to use against the boards if you're able to control how many boards he gets out. But when you hit those higher levels and he has 2 boards in lane,
Ne olur diyor
Bane really
boşanmayın.
struggles with that. And it is easy to dive the tower, push the tower.
Ne gösterdi İzmo? Kanka benim nargilenin uzun bir tane lülesi var uzun kalın.
Ağzı geniş.
Ağzı geniş dedi ki bunu götüne sokarım.
Öyle bir şey demedim. Sadece bak da anladım.
Tamam hayatım doğru söylüyorsun. Tamam haklısın bebeğim. Seni çok seviyorum.
Daha fazla sinirleniyorum.
Oğlum haklısın diyorum işte ne? Gene naga aldı senin ananı avradın. Niye hayatım haksız mı olmak istiyorsun? Lan Sere Hırrım'ın ne istiyorsun? Ney?
Like into a Zeus, into a Shadow game. Yeah, it's like it's not like a free Naga game. Like they have a lot of ways to deal with illusions. It's like he pushes the Beastmaster and splits the lens.
Aşkım götümü yayacağım tabii ne?
OnlyFans hesabı olan birine benziyor.
Evet.
Kafan gözükmüyor. Nereni gösteriyorsun lan? Ne kafan gözüküyor?
Ben yayında böyle burada kamerada böyle yatarken arada sikimle oynuyorum maç izlerken millet onu izliyor.
is the
Tamam hayatım.
best in the current game or not? No, they obviously have a general idea.
Tamam
Naga,
hayatım.
I think she's solid in the laning stage, like Amar said.
Tamam bebeğim, ne istiyorsun? Ne söylememi istiyorsun? Tamam hayatımın anlamı, haklısın. Özür dilerim bebeğim. Seni çok seviyorum. Ne efendim? Tamam bebeğim. Tamam, teşekkür ederim. Özür dilerim.
Niye
Seni
özür diliyorsun?
İşte ne yaptıysam bilmiyorum ki.
İşte konuyu bir önce kapatmak için yapıyorsun.
Are you
Taktik
gonna
bunlar.
go for an access
Artık
build here,
işlemiyor.
or are you still gonna go for your boars to try and just deal with the Bane and then layer pressure Naga with more heroes?
I mean, I'm not really a Beastmaster player, but I mean, we will see what he does. I mean, I think Wild Access, like I see a lot of Wild Access builds. I mean, Bar is good into Bane and Wild Access is good into Naga, so we will see how he plays it.
How are you feeling about that DP? Do you still not really like the look of it off lane, or are you waiting to see what Spirit's carry is going to be?
Bu oyun bakalım yine 750 dakika farm atıp gene kaybedecek mi reis? Abi oyun Zeus var, siker ki. Naga maga hikaye.
Against Yatoru hero, if he can punish it very well, I think they could actually just put the TP on mid.
Yeah, they did play before. Like on nothing to say, they played the DP quite a bit throughout the season.
Monkey tabi götten girince korktunuz değil mi? Banlarsınız öyle. Keşke Brewmaster'ı banlamayıp kendileri alsalardı. Naga'nın illüzyonlarını direkt sikiyor.
LGD. It's not banned, it's in the game, it's not too awful against Beastmaster. If he gets a helm, you can kill the creep with your hook.
I wouldn't even mind it on Spirit.
Yeah?
Getting it on both teams, yeah.
And actually, I'm not sure if Yatoro plays Puch, but it actually looks good here. Like he actually doesn't like. I've seen a lot of.
Zaten SD Naga'yı kendisine siktirecek. Artı Zeus var. Tiny'yi de core yaparlarsa bu oyun Naga hiçbir bok yiyemez.
On Puch, good versus Naga. So yeah, there is no damage.
Bir de Paj alıyorlarmış. Paj alsalar var ya efsane olur ha.
Does it work on Pudge? Like if your damage is getting reduced, does he heal less? Because that would be a really nice interaction.
I'm about to open the lobby right now.
I know, right?
Real quickly check all these interactions, yeah.
No, and so hopefully that we just see the Pudge come out then, right? And then we can know from it.
If there's a Pudge, the crowd better go wild. I think it's the most fun hero.
Ananı sikeyim.
Well, they went wild. This time, though, it's
This hero is a little bit.
Yani izlemesi hiç zevkli değil amına koyayım ya. Hero'lara bak ya.
So bringing out the Sven, sure, you'd get the Beastmasters with Yora.
10 seconds.
I mean, that's a great point, right? Naga has definitely not been the flavor of the month, definitely not this major. So, Lizard, why do you think that it is all of a sudden coming out in a grand final match?
Remember what we talked about earlier. Every major grand finals, every best of 5 has its own meta. Teams are testing each other's boundaries a little bit here, and you can see it playing out perfectly with the Naga and then this Sven as an answer. But I personally would still value Naga a little bit higher.
I think it's a Chinese region thing. I think during Tour 3
Ben Gizmo koltuğun arkasına ellerimi böyle koyunca sanki biri kelepçelemiş gibi oldu ha.
Just that they have liked it a lot.
They've played Naga a couple of times in the regions. I covered those games.
Yeah.
It never looked that great.
Never.
That's the problem.
Yeah, well, there we go. The Timber last pick is gonna be that off lane. We see DP ended up going.
Dive'nin kılıcını var ya götüme sokasım geldi. Ne güzel lan. Aynı benimkinden.
We know you're a bit of a fiend for it.
I mean, he kind of doesn't die at the start, but.
Dive'nin seti benimkinin aynısı.
Like he's not. If he doesn't land into Beastmaster, he's not that good into him. And if he doesn't crush this Sven on lane, he's not really good against him in game. Like
Timber'ın seti de benimkinin aynısı. Naga'nın seti bok gibi ama silahları benimkiyle aynı olsaydı güzel olabilirdi. DP'nin seti de benimkinin aynısı. Earthshaker'ın totemi hariç benimkinin aynısı. Beastmaster aynısı. Zeus aynısı. SD aynısı. Üstlerine giydikleri bütün itemlerin hepsi bende de var amına koyayım. Şurada inventory'mi görüyorum.
Team Spirit fan there. Let's see where our casters align. It's Lyrical, Trent, and Gunnar.
Thank you so much again, Nat, and we are here after an absolutely crazy game number 2, and now into game number 3. Naga again, a little bit of not what I was expecting, and I also don't have the Dazzle to back it up. Thoughts?
Yeah, we're gonna have to calm down. You know, Naga has level 1, no items.
okay.
We have to start building up her items again. So the Timbersaw, I think, is a really nice pick though. He has good core matchups. The Tiny though, I think is really good. It gives him a lot of magic burst.
Kanka bu soruyu geçen gün birisi daha sordu, en büyük yarak kimdedir diye. Ben de kendimden çok emin bir şekilde Centaur dedim. Çünkü reis at amına koyayım.
Yeah, it certainly looks like a necessity between the Tiny as well as the Zeus being there, plus a spend. Definitely no shortage of damage right now coming up from the side of Team Spirit. The instant smoke as we get into the next one.
Both teams.
Oh, good luck, have fun's coming out there as well from both teams after a match like that.
You gotta enjoy the typing good luck, have fun while you're smoked up, looking for a first blood, or the classic, you type good luck after you get first blood.
I see, that's what we'll watch for. Yeah, if anybody happens to score that. But at least for now,
Kanka zombinin siki yok ki.
on that top rune spot, nothing to say they run to Maposhka and collapse, but there's no chance.
Aklıma bir şey geldi benim.
For any kills.
Oyundan sonra deneyeceğim. Bana unutturmayın, tamam mı? Barış bir şey deneyecektin de diyeyim.
I was kind of wondering if they were going to put it over to position 4 or something to do the Tiny, but opting to just run it for Yadaro. Shades of old types of games with this.
En küçük yarak kimde? O bende.
I mean, the last time he was here, you know, he was
Benimki
flying
en küçüğü.
around, buying Aghanims. He was a cool hero.
Büyüteçle bakıyorum, cımbızla tutuyorum.
Long gone are the days, you know. Now, perhaps into that
Final Bo 3 değil, Bo 5.
Likely be the way to go. Get yourself an Echo Saver and just do Sven things. I don't think it's anything too tricky this game.
They probably are hoping that it can carry the Shadow Demon out of the lane. He can just shove the lane in with Cleave. He has a stun. Generally, you want these stronger carries with stuns when you have a weaker support like Shadow Demon in the lane. And then he'll also have the ability to jungle, giving Shadow Demon early levels, give him these level 6 timings. It's probably more so of a hero that's trying to complement their own draft rather than be a big nuisance for LGD.
Well, fair enough, as the 2 bounty runes will be traded off a piece and everybody heading out. Remember, in the last game, there were a lot of lane shenanigans as people were trying to dodge, but this time, completely straight up collapse, going up top to
Evet,
face off
Tiny'de
against
kor
Naga.
olduğuna göre Naga için bir Essela alabiliriz.
Facing off against the Timber. Anything that
Essela.
particularly looks scary.
Üfle bakayım oğlum. Aferin sana.
From Zinq, right? Get the Fisher out, and currently does have his camp blocked as well. So see if he's able to
Tiny o
handle
kribi
that.
alabildi mi acaba?
So he's gonna plop
Middeki
that
mage
right
kribi.
there. Just no camps happening at the moment.
This Naga Siren versus Beastmaster used to be a very big counter. Because of the boars, you could just kill the boars. She has no way to kill illusions.
Tiny ilk wave'den sadece bir krip alabildi. Şu an kendimi kıracağım kafayı.
Counters these Nagas and the Terrorblades of the world. And even laning with a Zeus, they're going to have the ability to clear the Naga illusions really easily. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if LGD start losing this lane when the Beastmaster hits level 3, level 5, gets big more points in the axes.
Yeah, even just now, they're able to nuke down the range creep too. Not a whole lot they can do. Keep the spam going, and once the helm creep comes out, and even just getting to the helm of the Iron Will itself.
Even a Basilius right now for the Beast, but look at the Naga.
Yeah, that is not a great win rate there.
Dyer's courier.
Lan Golden Roshan öldü amına koyayım. Golden Baby Roshan'ı öldürdüler be. Kim kazanır? Bence Radiant kazanır.
As Maposhka will start to stack up the poison, but can't go for any more onto Faith Beyond.
It's maybe not the most devastating.
Bence bu oyunu Dyer'ın kazanma ihtimali %20 falan. Hani %80 bence Radiant kazanır.
Still going to be a very good body for the team here. Give a lot of space towards the Death Prophet out of that mid lane, as you really don't want to be dropping her too early in these engagements. Try and get her snowballing in this one.
On the other side, the Shadow Demon's a really nice matchup versus a lot of the LGD heroes. Very good versus Death Prophet. It's a classic when Death Prophet used to go now, but even the cleanse is going to start mattering a lot. It'll instantly remove the Nightmare, it'll remove the Ensnare from the Naga, so it kind of gives him a lot of defensive abilities.
Kimdeniz? Valla ben takım tutmuyorum normalde ama bence gönlüm Radiant'tan yana. Yani bence Spirit kazansın. Niye Çinliler kazansın ki?
They're really sort of putting forward a big threat to Y in this lane.
Yeah, you can see they're all building towards magic damage. The Basilius on the Beast, which is a little interesting compared to when they go Dominator. They always just rush the Helm for the sustain in the lane, but he's playing more of a nuker. And it's also helping out the Zeus. And he doesn't even have boards at level 2, so he's going to probably go fully, maybe 3 points in the axes, and then he'll go back for the boars.
Yeah, and it just feels like LGD just have no way of really zoning or handling them at all right now. If anything, it's Y who just has to keep like popping stick charges to try and stay within some range to bully and harass a little bit.
Definitely taking a beating. 11-1 on the Naga Siren as far as CS is concerned so far. Likewise, Sven being a little bit held down, but not too badly.
Neleri kimse sevmiyor. Onun da sebebini söyleyeyim sana. Çünkü çok ruhsuz oldukları için. Adamlar turnuva kazanıyorlar, yüzleri bile gülmüyor. Yani niye sevsinler ki? Yani e-spor arenasında hiç tribünlere yani böyle bir hype yaşatmayan bir ırk yani, anladın mı? Adamlar robot olmuş amına koyayım. Duygusuzlar, ruhsuzlar. Ben International kazanacağım, ben Major kazanacağım, o arenayı var ya yıkarım amına koyayım. O amına kodum peynirini getiriyorlar ya böyle cheese, onu tekte ağzıma sokarım komple. Kalkanı da götüme sokabilirim, bilmiyorum.
The one thing Death Prophet has is, I think he stacked his small camp and farmed it once, which is probably where some of his CS and the 300 gold advantage. And the other thing is that Death Prophet generally survives his burst from Tiny. So Tiny is kind of having to exist here, tank all this damage from the Spirit Siphon, and he has to let the Nothing to Say do whatever he wants in the lane. There's no pressure on him.
It is kind of painful though, like what he just did. Like Nothing to Say nukes the wave, and Toronto doesn't care about the Siphon. He just walks up and denies both range creeps in his face.
Mesela bu takımlar kalkan kazanıyor ya. Takımların müzeleri yoksa eğer, hani e-spor takımlarının müzeleri yoksa, o kalkan kimde kalıyor amına koyayım? Takım sahibinde mi? Yoksa mesela takım kaptanında mı? Örnek veriyorum, OG'de 2 tane kalkan var. Şey mi diyorlar hani, bu sende kalsın, bu benim olsun. Bu götümüze. Senden mesela futbol takımlarının müzeleri var. Alıyor adam, kupayı oraya koyuyor. Bunlar nereye koyuyor?
You know, I think the teams had a similar idea of calm down a little bit after that last game. 0 kills so far at 5 minutes into this one. And they're not wanting to give up any early advantage after that roller coaster that we had.
Somebody probably tell them there's not like 4 Aeon Discs and a Book of Shadows.
That's true.
And, you know, there's
the
no
heroes will die. There's a lot less save this game. It's really only Disruption that is big save. So heroes are going to be way easier to kill for both sides, but right now the lanes are kind of calm because everyone's waiting for their level 6s.
Beastmaster'ın o elindekinin efekti çok kötü bu arada.
As you can see, he pops in a bit.
Yeah, no block there. But same rotation in from Y, just to join for this push. Gonna find Mira on the side, just zoning back.
Xingqiu over ready with a fissure, but this early points in arc lighting, like you talked about, pretty good to try and keep this alive, and tosses back Y. Could be our first blood. Mira draws it on the Zeus, and that's almost arcane boots here at 6 minutes.
Daha şu Death Prophet'le 6 level olup, tamam mı, Exorcism'i açıp da kuleyi alabileni görmedim amına koyayım. Bir rotasyon geliyor, her seferinde götten alıyorlar. Turnuvanın başından beri. Denemeyin şu amına koduğumun şeyini işte.
Naga Siren starting to catch up a little bit there. Faith Beyond pretty much guaranteed not to die.
Also, if you remember the last game, I know it was a long time ago, but the Naga's game was really bad.
Olabilir Neco. Boris'im seni çok kıskanıyorum diyor. Niye?
Beastmaster.
Hem neyimi kıskanıyorsun amına? Hadi bloğa bak. Oğlum nasıl keseceksiniz lan? Deliler, ne yapıyorsunuz?
But Xingqiu will not be punished, so they make another good move, and that Earthshaker showing why it's so valuable.
Mesela benim takımıma Sven gelip phasebot alsa harbi onun götüne tekme atarım kanka. Ayağımın ucuyla böyle sivri burun kundurayla.
Yeah, and he's gonna be giving up a lot of that space. Trying to find something here. Wise there with the Nightmare though.
Nicely played. Mira was hoping to get in range so he could go for the heavenly jump, but not gonna happen.
And look at bot. Faith Beyond's just taking this tower by himself, and Yatoro can't even approach the lane to push it out.
Bot's is actually gonna TP down here now as well.
Alright, level 5 versus level 6. Maposhka running aggressively into Faith Beyond.
Oh,
Disruption. Nice. Is this going in for the all-in? Faith Beyond tries to TP out. If it's stacked,
wants one more.
Back up, not gonna get it there.
Yeah, he knew. He knew he needed 5 charges, but he wasn't gonna be able to get it, so tried the early pop before the regen would be in.
Nice play, kicks him out, but he has no mana. He's gonna reset his resources, go back bot. In this bot tower,
Body block yememek için almış olabilir tabii ki de ama yani tek derdimiz bu mu?
He wants it. He's
Nasıl kasacağız amına koyayım?
Does he get it? He could go in for another round.
More?
He did the math.
He put it into Naira.
He's like, I don't have the damage.
Perfect. Does he go
Za.
Yeah, good job. Zinq gets the tower gold.
Exorcism's off cooldown. We might see this Timbersaw now rotate to the mid lane, try to get more pressure. The LGD is always kind of be constantly ready to run at the side of Team Spirit. I think Sven is going to have a really hard time fighting into LGD this game until he gets I think a BKB probably?
Yeah.
He doesn't even have one queued up.
And that's going to be a while until he's ready to join these fights.
If you look at his quick buy, he has a Mask of Madness, an Echo Saber, a Blink Dagger queued. He wants to just farm.
Ooh. Tried to toss back, but didn't quite keep that vision on Tokyo. So another one of these rotations for Tiny, where he's not connecting and falling further behind the Death Prophet.
Yeah, he's the least last hits of all the cores right now. So he just sits up here trying to enable.
Mesela Timber niye üstü deflemiyor? Naga niye alta TP atmıyor? Ha? Dediğim anda geldiler amına koyayım. Naga niye aşağı gitmiyorsun? Bebeğim. Timber üst kuleyi deflesin, sen altta kas mesela. Lan dediğim anda yaptılar. Bunlar beni duyuyorlar herhalde.
Does he manage to take over another creep in the meantime? Does he go for it? No, Collapse just standing still, microing it.
Meanwhile, in all that chaos, there is a smoke here from LGD.
Interesting.
Wise gonna walk up the hill, gonna find the Tiny.
Not level 6 yet. Avatos.
Oh.
Punches, stun is there.
Yatar o god.
Kill.
Farm through those camps as well. Just got done with the Ancients. Now 10 minutes can go back with that same God Strength. So perfect timing here for Yatoro.
You can see that Ame pretty much just switches places with Faith Beyond, and now Faith Beyond's the one being pressured top.
Can they kill him off? Pop the Shadow Demon ulti. Trying to burn through him.
Still has Soul Catcher.
So far, interrupting. The Soul Catcher's ready.
Oh, the dropping items.
Stack it. Okay.
He needed that perfect bit of mana.
SD bir oyun. Hem Timber'ı hem Naga'yı counterlıyor. Hem Beyni counterlıyor. O kadar güzel bir pick ki.
Exorcism popped in the mid lane, but Mira's going to try and hold him off.
Siege number 2, but this is really hard. The Zeus is really good hero at pushing waves off the tower. He can pull them, he can jump away. So nothing to say, has to kind of play under the trees and hope for the best at this point, especially with no Faith Beyond, and they're losing the top tower for this. So not really feeling that good for LGD.
This is like the Leshrac things that you use on your W, not your ultimate for the save.
Oh, why? Gonna find himself Yatoro. Can't get the Nightmare in time though, and has to be aware that the Tiny's still nearby.
4 heroes mid from LGD. I mean, committing for this.
I don't want to fight this Timbersaw right now.
Well, they're still in the area. Silence is out. Which stops any action from the Tiny, but they keep that tier 1 tower alive.
Beyni nasıl counterlıyor? Beynin ulti attığı kişiyi gömüyorsun işte. Bitti amına koyayım, bu kadar. OD ya da abat almak gibi bir şey.
And anytime you kill his creep even, it's another minute that he kind of slows down.
That earlier kill there, working out somewhat, but managing to get the Hellbear right after. And there is just the Timbersaw up top. They have the Thunder God's Wrath. Maposhka is ready with all of his abilities again. Are they thinking about going on Timber?
He might be too tanky with those 2 heroes. They had the Tiny there last time.
Kaldırıyor.
Yeah.
The biggest difference in this game, I think, is that Naga's having a good game. He's not top of the network.
Abat Lasso'yu da siliyor. Abat'ın silmediği şey yok ki ama. Roar'u da siliyor.
Tokyo hunting and pushing the Timbersaw away from his own juggle, in fact. So Team Spirit keep the pressure in.
Suno Blink on the Tiny. He's not even that close. Even Earthshaker's about the same gold as him in terms of Blink.
Yeah, it really shows like how long he was like lurking in the tree lines, waiting for something to happen out of that mid lane once he was sort of kicked out of there.
But even on the...
Oh, nice sentry here. Oh, Maposhka, turn around. There you go. Oh, man, sentry caught there.
It doesn't feel too bad.
Böyle silmiyor.
They're having such good games, and it's all off his rotations around the map.
Yeah, particularly Yadoro. But yeah, you know, as I said, that of course it is starting to add up for Ame every single level.
Aga kardeşim yine başladı farmın amına vurmaya.
Farming very close towards that Manta. Collapse continues to pressure that top lane, and they lie in wait here to see if there's going to be an overextension by Team Spirit. But Maposhka's just going to casually sit under this ward.
Supportların şu haritanın bir yerinde AFK böyle anlamsız bir şekilde durup haritanın farklı yerlerine bakmaları var ya, muazzam güzel ya.
Yadoro's in the bottom, pushing out the wave, trying to farm a little bit of his own jungle as the Naga illusions come through. Toronto Tokyo just waits for a moment where he can actually kill somebody.
The scariest thing right now for LGD is that this Naga Manta is mostly just a farming tool. You get it for more illusions to cut more waves and get more map, but it's nothing really to actually hit the hero.
Herkes farm atıyor amına koyayım. Herkes farm atıyor amına koyayım. Herkes farm atıyor. Anasını sikeyim. Herkes farm atıyor.
On Zeus too, with that early first blood and then getting so much farm pulling that mid wave in, he's almost at the shard. And this is shard gold before 15 minutes.
Yeah, with arcane boots and plenty of consumables in there as well, so certainly a great feeling. And now something to enable Toronto Tokyo before that blink dagger being an invis rune here, so could possibly go for a smoke play off of that, but currently they're just happy holding the line that they've got right now, right? Still Maposhka sitting in the same spot, farming up these neutral camps, denying from the side of LGD. Collapse, holds the wave there, has his creeps as well.
Beyin hala aynı yerde bekliyor amına koyayım. Ananı sikeyim ya. Abi beynin kaderi ya. En düşük bir şeye sahip olmak, network'e sahip olmak. Yarrak gibi beklemek.
It comes back to show how important it was that they saved that tower mid for Team Spirit. Like, if they weren't able to get that little pull off to the side from Mira, fight back at these exorcisms from the Death Prophet, they wouldn't have as much control over the map right now. It could be a little bit more vulnerable with the weaker initiations.
Abi şu en gereksiz pik ya, en gereksiz pik ne? En güçlü hero ne? Yani Allah'ım yardım et bana ya Resulallah.
Toss back, they get the disruption, no hood for you. That is not going to be any active ability. Thunder God's Wrath and Faith Beyond goes down. Just like that, Team Spirit, after 15 minutes, they've only lost one tower against the Death Prophet. And it's come at the cost of Naga being the top net worth hero.
Spoiler veren anasını
right now they're walking into
şey siksin, Centaur siksin amına koyayım. Ya da Tiny Boy'dan girsin. 18 level ultisiyle.
Sends Team Spirit into the pit for an early first Aegis. That's going to put the timing of the second Roche at around 25 minutes.
And this is wild too, because normally you'd be able to come and contest this with Naga Siren, but not really feeling confident coming on over and using the song to interrupt. So Aegis going to be claimed. They even glyphed the mid-tier 1 tower, so GD, can they finish this one off? Do they feel comfortable sticking around? Looks like they are. Collapse moves on in with the big creep. They lose the tower.
You can see the big difference right now, and Spirit has so many heroes that can, if you walk into them, they'll catch you, and they can even catch you on their own. They have the Tiny with the...
Lan oğlum maç bitti, adam o anlamda dememiş amına koyayım ya. Adam hani maç bitti, Radiant kazandı anlamında, hani bu oyun bitti amına koyayım hani. Dair kazanamaz, anladın mı? Ya beyler bakın, Şaban olmayın, Şaban olmayın. Az zeki olun amına koyayım. Daha T2'ler duruyor, oyun nasıl bitsin amına koyayım ya. Kim vuracak o kadar kuleye be, amına kodumun yerinde bir düşünün be.
Yeah, and Collapse is just at a free lane, or a free game rather. Yeah, it's in the jungle by himself. He got to the max axis, so the Naga counterpick didn't really matter. He's just been top. I think Maposhka's has kind of been bodyguarding him here, breaking all the smokes. And even he's not done because of all the vision from the Hawks.
Yeah, it's funny. We've seen it so much from like an Enchantress or something who has this very stable body, but the fact that he can just stand there, spam poison, is always under a ward. He's able to farm camps while just providing mana as well over to his Beastmaster. Like, this is a perfect combo. And if you try to initiate, try and get close to Maposhka, maybe you get disrupted, or maybe you get turned around with the Demonic Purge.
So we're going to see probably a big move from Spirit to this top tier 2. Usually the first stages you don't really worry too much about the tier 2 towers, but...
Burada maç geriden geliyor. Hayır, biz ileriden izliyoruz, sen geriden geliyorsun. Sayfayı bir yenile sen.
I mean, as we've seen from LGD, it was a scary game number 2. They're not really willing to risk another fall behind here in game number 3. Feels like the damage dealt at this point in time has not really been into their favor. As the smoke up comes, there is a ward over on that high ground, which they're going to head on in and deep ward, but they spot the big target. And again, finding this big old Timbersaw at this point in time. Can he get out? Oh, the grip from the low ground.
Gördüğünüz gibi Grip Bey'in şu anda götüne girdi.
Still buying time. Tiny, he's in very far. They have a roar available. Why? Gets hit. Oh, they interrupted it. He lost the blink. Oh, the Thunder God's Wrath. It came at the perfect moment, but will it make up for the rest of this fight? Zinkyu still gets on top of Toronto Tokyo, and nothing to say with this exorcism is doing work.
Kardeşim benim be. Bastı gene ultisini amına koyayım.
The buyback comes out. Timbersaw ready to go for round 2. They're all grouped up together. Buddy gets the blink away. Mira just scoots on out of there.
They both blinked?
They did not. That was everything. That was a buyback.
Oh, you'll have to sacrifice Mira, but you will take that. He tried to do a really cool play, right? Fabian trying to timber chain through at that like perfect moment and see if he can find that damage. But
I think even nothing to say, trying to get his Cryptstorm off on both of them.
Yeah.
But
man. Big blink and a buyback.
That was like the perfect scenario. I can't even imagine a better situation for a Naga Siren in this game where like you're trying to find a fight, but the initiations are tough and they're all down. You get the song on 3 of them like that.
And the blink cancel too. Zinkyu was so close.
Ya beyler hani şu çok fazla bal yediği için kendine böyle ana sikilen bir ayı var ya böyle arabanın kasasında oturuyor. İzlemişsinizdir o videoyu. Her yerde paylaştılar. Sizin bu chat'teki sorularınızı gördükçe aynı o ayı gibi oluyor. Böyle hani
they catch him and Timbersaw, you think he's tanky, but when there's so much like the damage numbers are so high, he dies so quickly.
Oh, and this too as well, you know, looking for, look how grouped they are too, like all the units and everything. Zinkyu's just looking for the big echo to try and catch Mira and collapse, and then the Thunder God's Wrath ruining it for them too.
Bir meyve olsam ne olurdum? Kanka muz olurdum, sonra götüne girerdim amına koyayım.
I'm really surprised they get the blink out at the end. I definitely thought at least like one of them would be tagged up instantaneously. It's like
Başka bir şey söyleyecektim de çok ağır olur diye söylemedim ama.
A little unfortunate, but LGD is still really strong as long as they're able to abuse the Naga.
As long as they don't get caught right out of the get-go.
Beyin, Pepega.
It's not the real Naga Siren there. And Yadaro gives up the chase instead.
Oh, Poshka, he actually did find the real one right now. There's a toss in 2 seconds.
Do they have the damage though? They have the ulti on him. Trying to burn.
Naga kardeşime buradan esenlikler diliyorum.
Toronto Tokyo cleans up the kill. They're gonna take this tier 2 tower.
Back to the tower, confidence with the vision in the
Hangi sebze olurdum? Kanka onda da acur olurdum amına koyayım, acur. Acur olurdum böyle. Pohuma kalkmış acurlar var ya böyle kol kadar amına koyayım. Götten bir girdim mi ağzından çıkardım.
I think Beastmaster is one of these heroes you can't give a good start to, and you especially can't walk into him without your whole team there. And they just have the Bane there alone. They have the Naga there kind of close by, but it's not enough to kick this hero out of your jungle.
Yeah, it's a real problem when you recognize that he's getting a free lane and you still can't do anything about it. You know, they just look at this, and he had the body of Maposhka there. They couldn't really smoke into it, couldn't enable the Timbersaw in a way he could get there, and their only solution was to try and get Zinkyu an earlier Blink Dagger, and now he's struggled to get anything off in these fights.
It starts feeling really bad when
Arkadaşlar, canlar, Romalılar, bebekler, güzel kardeşlerim, canım kardeşlerim. Twitch'te yayını yapan main event'ın main streamerları. O adamlar oyunu direkt olarak lobiden izliyorlar. Adamlar lobiden izledikleri için 2 dakika ileriden izliyorlar. Bakın tane tane anlatıyorum, malı anlatır gibi. Biz Dota TV'den izliyoruz. 2 dakika geriden. Okey mi babuşlar? Bakın siz güzel kardeşlere benziyorsunuz. Sizi kırmak istemiyorum.
But they just back out, and this is the type of play that I feel like LGD needed right now to get on the map and make some action.
Tamam, 2 dakika olmayabilir. Oyun bize kaç dakika delaylı veriyorsa, Dota TV bize kaç dakika delaylı veriyorsa biz o kadar geriden izliyoruz. Tamam mı arkadaşlar? 5 dakika, 10 dakika, 20 dakika fark etmez. Ya ben yeni görüyorum amına koyayım. İsterse oyun bitmiş olsun. Benim için fark etmez ki. Yani film sinemaya çıktığında amına koyayım bir ay sonra izliyorsun, yeni izlemiş olmuyor musun?
And his game has not been particularly great.
You can see right there just the pure difference in what these heroes do early and what might happen as the game goes later. They blink in, smoke does not break. Now Ame is down and to the right of this, in between those towers. Doesn't look like they're going to find a.
Ya siz ne salak adamsınız ya. Bak beyler, maç ile alakalı tek bir tane spoiler görürsem, bak maç ile alakalı chatte tek bir tane spoiler görürsem, isterse 38 aylık abone olsun, banlamayan anasını avradını sikeyim. Son kez uyarıyorum. Hadi. Delikanlı olan chat'e bir daha spoiler verir amına koyayım.
They really need these long fights, and they really need the Naga to also be able to enter these fights, but his health is just not enough to take on the Sven and the Tiny right now.
And one stun feels like he can just go down, especially when you're dealing with the Soul Catcher as well. Get caught with that right at the beginning.
Anıl, spoiler verenin annesinin amına banı yapıştır.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the damage numbers, but Mirror's having such a great game. I think it was the highest damage in the game, and it shows how much the Shard does when you get it just at 15 minutes.
Yeah, percentage based, very scary for a Timbersaw, and now sitting in the Radiant Triangle. Mira has his eyes set on something a little bit big there with an Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if we'll get that far anytime soon, but obviously a real securing item.
Trying to bait that Arcane Rune, but there's no follow-up to the bait.
We can see Miposhka has Aether Lens and a Shard queued up, and he's going to have it really soon. And as we said earlier, this is a really nice game for the Shard. Anyone he uses it on can't get controlled by Bane or Naga, and he can even disrupt the grip. So a lot of plays that are going to be kind of canceled out by it.
Yes, we did some testing, don't worry. You can knock a Nightmare if you've been cleansed. You can also cleanse off a Nightmare. We got in there, you know, made sure.
Big plays.
For the people.
Just for you.
Yep.
Saw there a couple of sorries come out from Faith Beyond too. Sorry about giving up that Arcane away. It's interesting. It's seen sort of the way that they're trying to dodge away.
Shaker kardeşim dagger'ını almış.
I mean, still a little bit of time left until Roche is going to respawn. They have kind of taken over this area. There's that one ward right above the Roche pit that LGD have. I think that we have the Beastmaster shard done too.
This is kind of looking like all eggs in one basket again for LGD, where Ame's kind of their one big ticket to victory, and it's not a great Naga game. There's a Shadow Demon. We've seen it's a great success earlier. Thankfully, Ame does not go for the Ags. So
acaba Naga'yı alan çocuk şey mi dedi? Geçen oyun tam böyle oynayamadım beyler. Bu oyun gerçek oynayışımı yapacağım falan mı dedi?
It feels like there's going to be fights now where Team Spirit are going to have more Naga illusions than LGD.
That's Radiance. Okay. Ame, a little blast from the past. Let's go, let's go.
You know, you got to get creative. It's versus the Beastmaster and
Şu anki durumu yorumlayayım. Şu anda Dyer'ın ana sikilmiş ve şu an komple Naga'nın arkasında 4 kişi oynamak zorundalar Naga farmlısın diye. Radiant bütün map'i ele geçirdi T2 tower avantajlarıyla beraber. Yani şu anda Dyer'ın pek fazla şansı yok, hatta hiç şansı yok. %99 falan Radiant kazanır bu oyunu. Hem item avantajı hem de map avantajından dolayı ben böyle düşünüyorum. Yani Tiny ve Sven'i aynı anda kesebilecek hero'ları yok. Bane ultisine ve Naga'ya zaten Timber'a direkt counter'ları var. Şu an Dyer'ın pek şansı yok yani.
It's really scary. They have all the Beastmaster. Beastmaster's whole goal is just to keep auras. So when you get a Naga with a Radiance, you just add one to the.
They're gonna kill off the dragon. Does not quite look like it. Thunder God's Wrath used, backs away. Big old avalanche, the toss to follow. The BKB already used in CQ. I think that was another Echo Slam whip.
Oh, I love the D.
Evet, Tiny'nin BKB'si yok ama haste'i var. Gene de tuttu Naga. Naga'yı şimdi SD sikecek. Timber'da Tiny'de yardım edin oğlum. Tamam, Sven geldi. Oradan Naga'nın göt deliğine girdiler. Tiny hala ölmedi. Eko slenme jama. Beyne bak beyne. GG. Bitti oyun. Ha, GG verdiler zaten. LGD. Göte saplamalı gameplay.
Only hope for them really near the end was going to
out to be Ame, and they just decided that Ame wasn't going to be enough to carry this one.
Çabuk bitti.
We took a reset from the last game.
Pretty much.
Naga didn't get the items. Naga didn't have
Benimki
the
de
time.
böyle hemen bitiyor.
This Sven pick, I was kind of worried about it, but it worked out.
He got so much space. I mean,
Şimdi arkadaşlar PSG-LGD'nin olayı bu. PSG-LGD her zaman kardeşlerim benim. Bu hayata, bu takımı turnuvalarda ikinci olmak için ya da üçüncü olmak için kurdular. Bu zaten takım sözleşmesinde yazıyor. Takıma girerken bütün turnuvalarda ikinci ya da üçüncü olacağınıza dair bir sözleşme imzalatıyorlar. Birinci olmak aykırı adamlara. Sevmiyorlar yani. O yüzden yapacak bir şey yok. Bir şey deneyecektim. Ha evet. Hatırlattığınız iyi oldu. Boris kitap ne zaman gelecek? Kanka o konuyla da ilgili Gaben'la mailleşiyoruz. Halledeceğiz. Yakında geleceğini söyledi bana.
Axe goes. Forward.
Bir dakika. Öyle olmaz. Ha.
Yes. To battle. Rest is for the dead.
Ananı sikeyim ya.
Enemies need killing into war's teeth. Pour it on my will. Axe charges.
Bu da çok büyük oldu amına. Bu adamın sikine nasıl bakacağız ya? Bilmiyorum ki amına koyayım, çok büyüdü. Bakamıyoruz. Çok fazla büyüyor. Haritaya sığmıyor. Aa, şöyle yapabilirim. Bir fikrim geldi. Dur. Tamam. Buldum. Abili Şago. Şago. Ha, reiste harbi sağlam bir makine var. Görünmüyor ama var. Oğlum, kopun götünü kocaman yapıp ekrana yansıtalım mı lan? Of, dur. Of, kopun götünü yapalım, dur.
Good day to fight.
Prepare for battle.
First, punch second. No! Standing water. Yes. Another and another. Light. Take. Decay. Light. Sport. Decay. Drum. Light. Decay. Drum. Decay. Light. Sport. Light. Drum. The water's heart. Decay. Sport. Decay. Light. Sport. Light. Decay. Drum. Sport. Light. Decay. Light. Decay.
Bu kadar büyüyor maksimum, ananın amı ya. Yan yana hero koymamız lazım. Hero olmadan olmuyor. Ananı sikeyim ya. Bu kopun niye götü kapalı amına koyayım? Ya senin gibi setin ben anasını sikeyim. Lütfen diyor, Ogre ile şişir, yalvarırım. Şimdi bak. Giant Ring'i al, tamam mı? BKB'yi al. Ogre. Elay. Level max. Sen şöyle geç. Anne sen şuraya gel. Ax. Enemy. Sen level max. Sen level max. Level max. Aganim nerede? Ananın amı ya. Tamam. Şişir. Bas BKB'ye. Dönüş kopa. Elektroşok. Oh. Aga işte hayalimdeki meme. Bu ne ustam? Ama işte etekli kop. Kaliteli content. Başladı bağımına kodu bu oyunu. Ya bir insan kop arka nasıl yapıp neden ona böyle güzel bir G-string ya da güzel bir tanga giydirmez de gider etek giydirir amına koyayım. Ha? Bana birisi söylesin ya. Oyundaki en ateşli karıya neden böyle bir kahpelik yapıyorsunuz? Oldu olacak çarşaf giydirin. Her yeri kapansın amına koyayım. Kardeşim ben setin parçasıyla görünsün istemiyorum. Ben arkanayla görünsün istiyorum. Ben bir sigaramın pilini değiştireyim en iyisi. İzmo, hep kendin yiyorsun, bana hiç biskrem vermiyorsun. Oyundaki en ateşli karıya Lina diyen yarın bir gün Dead Prophet'i de sikmeye kalkar. Oğlum Queen of Pain'e baktığın zaman oh, kalbim yine atışları hızlandı. Agam bakın şimdi arkadaşlar. Bakın şimdi yani bakın bir şey söyleyeceğim size. Bir şu amına kodum maymununa bakın. Şam şeytanı. Tamam mı? Ben biliyorum abi Lina'yı sevenler kesinlikle ayakçı. %100 yani. Bir şu sikik Şam şeytanına bakın. Tamam mı? Kabile üyesi gibi amına koyayım. Ya bir de şuna bakın oğlum. Yani bak. Agam. Eteğini eteği nerede bunun eteği? Ver baba. Arkanayı da çıkar. Agam. Bence çok güzel. İster beğenin ister beğenmeyin. Bence çok güzel. Ben orada hero'yu büyütüyorum. Siz ekranın başında başka bir şeyi büyütüyorsunuz herhalde amına koyayım. Yeter lan. İyice pornoya döndü. Bak çocuk, bir kere daha chatte benim chatimde başka bir yayıncının adını yazarsan. Bak. Eyvallah Akif. Nereden baksanız bir senedir Pringles yemiyordum. Bugün sırf maç izliyorum diye special paraya kıydım. Bir daha mı geleceğim dünyaya?
So long, the teams aren't even picking it anymore. It just kind of got forgotten. Now when it slides through, it just dominates the match.
Well, game 4 draft will be starting very, very soon.
Bilmiyorum ki Mustafa. Gizmo söyledi. Gizmo Pringles'ı kaça aldın?
Played out in game number 2. Do you think LGD enjoy having this first pick? Do you think
30
they
liraymış
are a
beyler.
little bit weaker in draft when they have that?
I have a feeling that they are actually a little bit
Cem Yılmaz aday olacakmış, oy verecek misin? Kanka bu konulara hiç girmeyelim. Çünkü ban yiyebilirim.
Razor as well, I guess, is the other one LGD do a lot.
Yeah, I think throughout this tournament, LGD's first picks have mostly been the DP.
Adam Amerika'da 75 sente Pringles yiyor. Ben burada 32 lira ödüyorum.
It depends on bans too. Some teams let through the Chen, some teams let through other heroes. Puck is actually going to get banned. Is this the first this series, I think? In first phase?
In first phase, yes.
Yeah, I think it kept getting ignored.
I want to check that while Lizard gives me some random thing about
it either just gets ignored or you pick the tiny instantly, and then the puck is kind of the team that can pick puck has to think twice about it, as it's picked in a bit of a rougher matchup.
Earlier today, though, Spirit in their series vs Astro, I think they confidently picked the puck into the tiny. So
they did, and they dominated with.
La bu Winter size net de amına koyayım.
It's not the end all be all counter pick to the puck, but it's probably the best out there. Plus the lone druid, perhaps.
It is the first time we're seeing in the grand final a puck first base ban. Do you think that that leads to something that Spirit might be trying differently, a different play style, something that they're afraid LGD will be picking up in that last pick of this first phase?
To me, I think it's them looking at what LGD have won. They're trying to get ahead of LGD because they're going to look back to the game they lost. That's the game where LGD played the puck. So I think they're maybe just, you know, trying to think 2 steps ahead of LGD, thinking, okay, they're going to try and 8-pick a puck here in the first phase and then ban out some of the counters to it. That's my read on it, at least.
Oh, a lot of heroes just got through, though. I'm actually quite excited. We see there's a Chenin, a Dazzlin. There is the Phoenix in that was banned earlier against Spirit.
There's a DP in as well, right? Like you have just so many heroes.
Neden LGD hep dahil oluyor? Kanka yazı tura atıyorlar. Kim kazanırsa Last Pick'i seçebiliyor ya da Radiant Dire seçebiliyor. Demek ki LGD kazanıyor ki hep Last Pick LGD'de şeyde Radiant işte.
And you already have an incredible opening.
I guess the issue is LG have shown they're pretty comfortable playing it at Chen. They've beaten it multiple times now. You know, they maybe second pick a Crystal Maiden again against the Chen. So I think Spirit's in this kind of tricky position where it's like, we need to either pick the Chen or pick heroes that are good against Chen, because a Chen plus Razor opener is incredibly strong.
Yeah, the same can be said, exactly like you said. This Chen DP Shaker, same can be used on PSG LGD. They can get those heroes, but yeah, Team Spirit.
Amına kodumun Chen'e perma pick ya. Biraz orada öyle.
In a couple of games today, they still go for it.
I'm just worried that Spirit give away something like Marcy to pair with Razor, because that duo has been extremely powerful. The rebound movement speed given to Razor, including the lifesteal that amplifies what he gets back from Static Link, they are really scary together as a duo.
Which one do you like more? Sheep.
What?
Is it the Marcy or the Shaker Razor?
I prefer Marcy. I just think she's way easier to execute, and especially when you're going into a game like this in grand finals where your nerves are potentially spiking.
And
It's
you
just
have the enemy
easy.
bias as well, yeah,
Exactly.
I understand.
Whoa, Quap in the first phase now.
Okay, once again, we see the Quap.
Do you think that's coming back from the confidence of game 2? Or why a first phase Quap? What does that add? What value is that?
Well, they did win with it, right? It works, so...
It looks, I mean, you lock the hero up, you're maybe, I guess expecting a Quap ban later on, because it is traditionally, like, it was when these heroes were only played mid. It was always like, if you're going to play Razor mid, you have to ban Queen of Pain. The heroes, well, Razor specifically, now play in the side lanes, but the matchup still kind of goes that way.
Oh my goodness, Earth Spirit coming out there.
Dude, that's so exciting. A Xingqiu Earth Spirit.
It's not the Shaker, it's the Spirit, but it's so good versus Quap, right?
Yeah, I think Earth Spirit, this tournament, I've seen so many excellent plays. We've seen Baboka also doing a fantastic job with it. There's a lot of plays to be made when they just get those deep wards down into the enemy's jungle, and they're able to chase down the carry. Because usually when a carry gets pressured in lane and he leaves, he tries to stay within his main jungle for a little while before rotating towards the triangle. So Earth Spirit
Ben
is very,
takım
very
tutmuyorum.
effective at getting that ward down and killing with a mid rotation or even the off laner just at the beginning.
Lizard, you said that the Earthshaker is really good against the Quap. What is that sort of?
No, I meant the Spirit, right? Like, Earthshaker is also decent with the catch, but Earth Spirit is maybe even better. Like, you get multiple...
Bu yayında pick ban analizi yapanların var ya, MMR'ları maksimum 2K. Max. Hele kadınların 1K'dır.
Is there a world, do you guys think, where we see nothing to say is mid or Spirit? He's played it mid before.
I mean,
it's possible.
Yeah,
There's
right?
definitely some universe in which it will be played in the grand finals. I mean, these guys just played Naga twice in a row, so...
Well, that's the thing, right? We know that they're experimenting a little bit, but on the game that essentially could
Vuruyor Mehmet.
secure Spirit?
Maybe getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, we'll leave that to later. You know?
Put it out there, right?
Keep on the back of your mind that he plays mid or Spirit.
Look, let's put it this way. It's a flex, right? They're not looking to a role. That's what they're doing. They want to see how the matchup is later on.
I really like Earth Spirit as a core, though. I think his stats are really good, especially when you get braces. You're able to contest CS really easily in lane. It used to be a bit better, though, because you got a attack damage talent at 10, but they removed it, I think. So definitely weaker and not as much picked up.
Yeah, he deals a ton of damage.
Bu oyunu bari LGD kazansa da son oyunu izlesek.
Very early on, he just... It's all about the levels of Earth Spirits, right? The faster you get them, the more impact you have early on. But I don't think we'll move in that direction. It's possible, but right now PSG LGD, what are they doing? They're just banning out the cores. The Void, the TB, the Morphling. They literally protected this Razor as
İlk
much
banı
as
neye
they
göre
could.
yapıyorlar? Abi adamların ellerinde şu kalınlıkta A4 kağıdı var amına koyayım. Sayfa sayfa. Her takımın attığı banlar, pikler. Ne banladığı zaman ne pikliyor, ne pikleyince yanına ne pikliyor, ne banladığı zaman bir sonrakinde neyi banlıyor. Adamların elinde böyle bu kadar kalınlıkta A4 kağıdı var, dosya. Koçlar da ona çalışıyor işte.
It's extremely flexible, I would say. Like, they can pick and choose in which direction they take this draft now. Something like an Earthshaker is still in the pool, something the Team Spirit can pick up.
California.
I actually would love Marcy even more. I keep on forgetting about her, but with the I love that rebound.
Yatış moduna geçtim.
Together they actually
Bye.
quite a bit in that mid game. I wouldn't mind Marcy.
5 seconds remaining.
There's something to say from... They have enough save with the Chen, so I'm pretty confident in their ability to...
Mira'ya gene Rubik verdiler.
Initiation.
You like the Rubik? With Chen, it has been played before, right? Like this combination of heroes is as old as Dota.
They needed a stun. This fits the bill for me. It also just provides a lot of lane D-push with the Fade Bolt. It's strong in lane. Obviously, it helps you trade very well because you're lowering the enemy's attack damage. You want another offlaner that can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's something they're expecting LG to
Kanka Tinker, Invoker hayatta alınmaz. Çok zor. 8.
You know, he's got the lip, but Shaker, Tusk, Marcy, these are just better stunning fours, it feels like.
I love your way of thinking as well, Parker, because I see this Rubik and I'm like, wait, why? What's happening? This is way too giga brain.
Yeah.
5-head for me. I can't.
Aa Kunk aldılar.
It is a bit weird. Spirit are lacking
Kunkayo.
someone to break smokes right now. They're lacking a true initiator.
That position 4 such as Earth Spirit, such as
Götümü basarım gyro alacaklar.
Yeah, if Rubik has a decent game. My problem as well with Rubik and Chen is that Chen is so greedy at the moment, so Rubik perhaps will not as
Gyro almazlarsa götümü açıyorum kamerada.
Right, like to get that early blink dagger and whatnot. With the Chen, your map is kind of smaller.
Yeah. I mean, LGD, they come out with Conquer IO. Where do you feel this Conquer is going to be going?
It's the quad matchup, right?
Yeah. I'd say almost certainly mid. As Liz mentioned, the matchup is decent. You can always X yourself back to base to heal back up. You get a bracer or two, and Quap's combo just can't burst you down. And it's catch versus the Quap. So now Quap's playing into X plus Torrent as well as the Earth Spirit. X plus Torrent is also a good setup for the Earth Spirit rotations. It just feels like they're really addressing the Quap here. And now if you're Spirit, you're like, okay, this Quap could be in for a rough time. We need to make sure our other cores can kind of, you know, carry some weight here.
Ben bu PSG LGD'nin hero'larının sürekli tank almalarını anlamıyorum. Reisler ölmek istemiyor herhalde. Ama ölüyorlar ama. Aha. Gökten. Şu an Brist'i kesecek bir tane bile hero yok. Bir tane bile. Direkt instant lose var. GG. Direkt GG. Oğlum ben PSG pick diyecektim. Yaraklar sakin olun.
Does this have to be a Bloodseeker ban now? Actually, from Team Spirit, not from PSG LGD, obviously.
Why? Why do you feel like it would be?
I'm thinking
protect the bristle, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
And we haven't touched on the bristle too much. It feels like just like a safe carry pick. It's not something that's going to dominate the lane, but it's going to come online in a very strong way in the mid game. With that said, bristle at this tournament has been one of the weaker performing heroes. This hero's kind of just struggled in general. Teams seem to have figured out at least a bit of how to deal with it.
There's a very good hero, and that is Doom. I have loved Doom
Enigma
versus
ban.
Bristle. The Infernal Blade doing percentage-based damage, the Doom that just you get the Ags, you can break him, there's a lot of options there. You're playing against a Chen, you can eat his creeps. I'd like that Doom gained a lot of armor over a lot of patches, so now he is pretty decent at this laning. I think he's great.
Okay, so you guys like Bloodseeker and you like Doom as potential counters for Bristleback. They ban out the Ursa though, so potentially one of those two is essentially going to have to get through, right?
Yeah. You need a tank killer right now on LGD.
Yeah, we'll see. Both of these calls, I really like the Sheepo's call as well. It's a hero that has been played into Chen quite a bit recently.
5 seconds remaining.
It would also be kind of fun to look at PSG LGD and the playstyle that they could bring with the
Chen
Doom.
carry kanka.
It would pretty much be Entity, right? Like if they pick the Doom, this would be Entity's draft on the LGD side.
As far as IO goes, are you feeling like
Beastmaster'da ban.
like a classic IO partner, or is it just like, hey, we
Kanka net gyro geliyor bak. LGD'ye gyro geliyor bak.
There's Luna, there's a Sven, there's a Gyro, right? Like of these classic ones at least, old school ones. Is there something different?
Belki de Doom alınır. Bilmem. Gyro'ya eminim ama yani.
There is one hero that's played against Bristle in the Chinese region that's also an IO partner, and that's the Luna.
But the Razor's already basically an IO partner if we look at it that way. I remember
Ben daha IO pickini gördüğümde gyro alırlar dedim. Bakalım.
for a while.
Çünkü Chen de var.
There was like a major where someone was playing it over and over again. I think it was Tundra.
Chen'e karşı çok iyi. Last pick'i var ama bu sefer Spirit'in.
There's also the Jug that's still in the pool. I think that I've seen a lot of success when you have the Skadi, Shard, Maelstrom, you do a lot of damage to Bristle.
Ananı sikeyim, göt gitti. İzmo, götümü açıyorum hayatım. Kaybettik, götü kaybettik. Kumarda gitti göt.
CK full like 2013 Dota here, or 2012 even. Yeah, this was the TI2 combo, IOCK.
Calm down, boomer.
Allah götü kaybettik.
I remember my team listened to this.
Şeftali'yi çizdirdik aga.
There's quite a bit of AoE damage against him between the Quap and the Rubik. But CK has been.
Arkadaşlar ben size şöyle kısa shortla şey yapayım. Bacak şov. Siz onu izleyin. Götü bir ara açarız.
Again, it didn't work out for them when they picked it during the groups, but here in the finals,
they're feeling confident. They want to pull it out. It's something that he does enjoy playing. Like you said, doesn't always go in their favor. But now that we see these drafts, Lizard, what do you like a little bit more?
Oh, I don't know. I'm really enjoying this collapse axe right here. I love the pick. It's out there, it's wild, but they have QoP, they have a ton of burst damage in that mid game. They could just run over PSG LGD once again.
So it's the right amount of wild that it could still work, but could take LGD off guard.
They're ahead. And because of that, I really respect the pick.
Of course.
Arkadaşlar şimdi kim carry biliyor musunuz? Brist carry, Axe offlane, Rubik 4, Chen 5, Cop mid. Bu şekilde. JK carry, Kunkka mid, Razor offlane, S4, IO 5. Lane'ler bu şekilde.
LG, this Kunkka mid matchup, I don't think QoP's going to have the same game we saw earlier on in this best of 5. I think Toronto Tokyo is in for a rough one.
All right, well, one with the mental advantage, one potentially with the draft advantage. We're jumping into
Biraz zor carry olamaz.
this grand final. It's Lyrical, Trent, and Gunnar.
Thank you again so much, Nat. And guys, we're here. We've made it.
Kunka'nın skin efsane mi? Şurada gördüğünüz skinlerden sadece Razor benimkinden güzel. Onun dışında hepsi bok gibi. Yani güzeller de benimki kadar güzel değiller. IO carry olması için Ena'nın Dota'ya geri dönmesi lazım.
I'm a little scared. This Queen of Pain was, I think, really late picked in that second game, and this game now they snatched up in the first phase. Not really confident in the Razor matchup. I think they used it to great success. They would pretty much use Sonic Wave to break Link every fight.
Resim sana bir soru. O caps lock'unu kapat. Senin suratına sıçarım.
How's her game going to be impacted though versus the Kunkka now instead?
Yeah, the big difference was when he was versus Coddle, who generally give free lanes to the enemy mid, and he was able to actually pressure the Coddle out of lane, which was really surprising. But yeah, Kunkka, one of the better heroes versus QoP. Either we'll just pressure him down with a Tidebringer, or he can regen every 80 seconds with X and teleportation.
İnsan evladı Earth Spirit'i niye 13 level mi yapar? Kanka 30 level S'ler var amına koyayım.
Well, certainly very well versed on this hero. On that Kunkka, and if you can find those X combos, can be one of the really good answers too to the Queen.
Haritanın her yerinde, her fight'ta Earth Spirit çok keyifli hero oğlum. Ve çok kritik bir hero yani.
So a lot to
Ben çok seviyorum.
them into their favor for LGD in a game that they must win if they want to keep their hopes alive in this Arlington Major.
I feel like so many of us, though, are just looking to collapse and just thinking they went for the axe. You know, the confidence there, feeling it. I mean, he keeps coming out, waving his arms for the crowd. They keep giving the love back. So I feel like, you know, the crowd picked this axe this time. You know,
That's
so
right.
When the dunks come out, I expect very loud cheers.
He is using axeless axe as well, so, you know, gotta be ready.
The people love it.
That's true.
I'm a lot more confident with this LGD draft compared to the last game. They have kind of catch on 2 of their cores now, as opposed to, none of their cores had catch really, outside the Naga, who doesn't really want to show up. So the
IO'nun skin'i yok ki kanka, bir tek arkanası var.
Kunkka IO, very classic. The X lasts long enough for a relocation from the IO to connect to plays, so they're actually have the ability to take fights, as opposed to kind of hoping for this mid-tier 1, and when the mid-tier 1 never came, then they didn't have a game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how Yado's game plays out as well. Like last game he got to be so greedy, but this time probably going to be involved a little bit earlier, and then you're trying to do this front line, you're trying to break up these engagements that LGD are playing, otherwise, you know, you're not really playing Bristle. I don't know, it doesn't look like this like dominant Bristle game that we're so used to seeing, where he has some like crazy
Kunkka ile Mage'i dinaylatıyorsun. Yani sonra oyunu niye kaybediyoruz? Amına kodumun yerinde sen Kunkka ile Mage'i dinaylatırsan tabii kaybedersiniz amına koyayım ya. Abi ben çok sinirleniyorum ya. Ben profesyonel arenada artık hata görmek istemiyorum abi ya. Profesyonel maçta amına koyayım. Final oynuyorsunuz ya.
The one thing exciting is when you pick stuns, you can actually kill in your lanes, so I think these lanes are going to be a little more exciting. Kind of everyone has kill threat. More so in this top lane, I think we actually probably going to see a kill in the next minute or two, just based on all the trading that's going to go on, the IO sustain with the headdress, and someone's going to get too low at some point.
Toronto Tokyo gets clipped there by torrent and has not really been able to throw out many of these daggers for that regen either. Trying to get into that bottle as quickly as possible here.
Yeah, falling behind on a Queen of Pain kind of feels bad. You get the bottle and reset, but even Kunkka just will reset the lane better. He also buys his bottle on Nothing to Say a little earlier, so Toronto might not
Hop yarrağı yedi. İlk rüne bottle'ı yetişmedi.
Maposhka started out there with a Holy Persuasion. Now just has to grab a range creep because like they have so many blocks, body blocking the small camp, sentry on the other camp, and then not even giving him a chance to get anywhere near any of those other creeps. Of course, just higher levels there too.
Some less valuable and across all of the lanes right now doing really good and particularly
Kanka Toronto Tokyo'nun mid kazandığı oyun yok ki. Hiçbir mid'i kazanamıyor ki. Ama hero'larından kaynaklı yani adam mid'i kazanacak hero'su hiçbir zaman olmuyor yani.
It's 400 gold advantage for the Kunkka. It's just 2 minutes in the game. He doesn't start farming as small. He hasn't gotten to level 5 where that's when Kunkka starts taking off. So
ben de Toronto'nun hiç daha mid'i kazandığını görmedim. Hiç.
Look at that. Some creeps getting sent out, and that might be a stack of it. Maposhka's gonna go down.
He was microing, you know. He's
first lesson.
Q ends up dropping, but that's something I haven't seen in a while. The range creep to stack.
Yeah, meanwhile, the micro of the courier as well. Poor little guy running the whole way across the map just for that ring of health.
Adama baksana. Chen'in amına koyayım o sikik şeyiyle kontrol ettiği unitle double stack yaptı. Oo, altta carry kestiler. Kanka ikinci oyunda Kotal'a karşı kazandı çünkü counter pick attı amına koyayım. Yani Kotal pick dediler, gitti counterladı, kop aldı. Kopla da bir zahmet Kotal'a karşı kazansın. Eşek değil ya bu adam. Koy oraya herhangi rank 100 bir oyuncuyu, o da kazanır.
Oh, Zinkyu, imagine. Almost able to get the ring of health. That would have been such a disaster for Yadro in the bottom lane.
Came very close to sniping that courier out. And I mean,
valla bu oyunu normal şartlarda LGD'nin alması lazım.
In the lead right now for LGD. But with Collapse having his ring of health done is going to try and pull this wave through and sort of dodge the laning, but yeah, building up these stacks, just going for one at a time now.
Anytime your lanes go kind of bad in your Chen, it worries you a little because you know you need to make early moves. This hero doesn't scale well unless he's actually able to pressure the whole game. So maybe his mech's going to be a minute or two slower, maybe the mid tower doesn't get pressured, and his hero starts feeling really bad. He doesn't do anything by himself. He's all about creeps, and when you're behind, the creeps will just die.
On the other hand, Zinkyu, you know, typically you're like, oh, if my lane goes bad.
Nox Vanguard'ı aldıktan sonra jungle stacklerini bir kesecek. Hop çıktı dagger parası. Jet'in yarısı uyuyor, uyandıralım mı? Beyler, burada izleyenler kulaklıklarını kıssın, bağıracağım. Hoplatacağım piçlere. Gizmo bağıracağım, hazır ol, korkma. Uyanın lan! Yarrağı yedi. Uyanlar yarrağı yedi.
But you can see heading on into this jungle here, Zinkyu interrupting the stacks, and at the meantime, it's also Kunkka building his own stacks in the triangle.
Fortunately for Toronto, Maposhka blocked his small camp with the range creep, and then the small camp killed his range creep, so slowing his game down just a little. And on the other side, Nothing to Say stacks his tri-camp 3 times now in that medium camp. So he's going to start getting ahead really fast.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, Collapse, right, he'll have that ancient camp set up for him. Potentially for him, potentially for Yadro. Probably for the Axe to try and get Collapse enabled so you can actually get out on the map. I would think you'd want to give the first round of Ancients over to your Vanguard Axe.
Getting a little bit of help from the creeps there. Ame moves over and...
İmçici uyur mu lan MG?
For Collapse to get him a wave.
Ulan bir ara ne güzel bir mimdi o ya. İmçici uyur mu lan MG?
I think he can make a rotation to this bot lane. Even though Fate Beyond's low, they feel really strong together in the bot lane.
Yadro.
Kardeşim ölüyorsun ya Toro.
And the best news is that the Vanguard team's spirit is still in full action. They have another round of stacks inside the Radiant Triangle. I feel like it's like everything they're playing for right now.
Oldu spikere cin mi girdi amına koyayım?
Kunkka and Riz are actually some of the best cores who are engaging and fighting around the villagers.
Gas Knights just have the ability to walk in there with this. But you know, this Gas Knight in a great lane.
Can you imagine if they stole this? Like, they got him here and they fought him. Like, they get some vision from LGD.
The one thing
dynamic that's interesting though is that it was all done with a range creep, so they might not even know that it was fully going on potentially. You know,
Ya
it's easy to
bu ses
lose track of how many
ses
of those-
acil düzelmeli.
The one dynamic they've been fully focused on this top lane, staying in it.
You can see now there's 3 heroes of LGD. Ame doesn't really need help in the top lane. It's pretty much just kills at top, so they can just one bond the supports pressure with the Razor.
İmçiçi uyur mu lan MG?
Easy kill, 3-0 for LGD.
This was a combo that was picked, I think, in the DPC and maybe at the start of the major, where they would just pick Io, Razor would go carry. I think Tundra was popularizing it a lot. It gives
Evet,
you a lot of
Brist
sustain, gives you the
stekleri
attack
almaya geldi.
speed, and
Aks
it's a really nice
almıyor.
combo, so they're pretty much just playing it, but with the Razor offlane.
The time has
Tamam
come.
gülüm.
Yadro with the Vanguard just goes on in and gonna try and clear through some of those camps.
He has no mana.
No, that's a clarity in the fountain. Needs to be back closer to him, I think.
This is very anticlimactic. Just
He's trying his best.
Hero'ya
He's
bak
gonna
ama.
get there, don't worry, surely.
I think it's really interesting they give it to Yadro though. Like I know that
Amına koyayım, oraya manasız gelmişsin. Ulan Yatoro.
Instantly, you can actually enable this hero to be this sort of front line, but Yadro's had such a bad laning stage that they don't actually have that option. You know, they can't even get to this point where they really have this big jumper and this super threat of an axe. They just have to try and get the Bristle back to a baseline of where he's supposed to be.
I think it's more just trying to get him out of the bot lane in the most efficient spot, which is these stacks. Normally it'd be the large jungle, but
Passing mangoes, the clarity's there, arcane boots, and suddenly not able to clear through these a lot.
Ve Aleyna aleyküm selam kardeşim.
HD tesisat.
He's just gonna accelerate pretty
Kardeşim benim be.
Oh,
Döşüyor mu kardeşim boruları?
collapse. X, they pull him back in, and this good rotation since there's nowhere to go bottom.
Ame's coming in.
Efendim
Go
gülüm.
on and take down the axe. This is a dangerous spot to
Hadi
be
yarrağı
in.
yediler.
Roll in from downtown Yadro in trouble to lift up the silence. It's denied by the neutrals. But nothing to say, he might be able to come in and steal them instead.
This isn't good.
This is devastating. LGD bring numbers. They bring everybody. They're trying to stop this on Team Spirit. All this stacking going to waste. In fact, more than waste, it's just going into the
Ha,
pockets of
stekler de gitti.
LGD.
They have to come fight this. There is a Sonic Wave.
Gotta be careful. He's thinking about it. Doesn't quite get the range. Runs into nothing to say. Has it ready.
Aha.
Sonic Wave out. They don't have anything.
Zeng.
Both the torrent, it connects. Isn't enough damage though. It doesn't quite look like it. A long duration silence. Can barely gets out.
Bird Spirit müthiş bir hero abi.
George denies just no. Zeng Q cleans it up. But Poshka also in trouble.
Anal karnaval. Oğlum hem ayranları döküldü hem götleri sikildi. Çok acı. Aks da ölecek orada bir daha. Ay. Deadly.
Saunters off. Oh, Team Spirit just got robbed.
their greatest nightmares come to reality.
Tam söylediğim gibi arkadaşlar. Yani bu oyun PSG'nin anne sikmesi lazım zaten. Ama tabi her şey Brist'in Aghanim'ine kadar falan olabilir, bakalım.
About 10 minutes and all of those cores sitting on the top. They got the juiciest creeps for themselves.
The other things we don't see is the amount of XP now that shared.
Dota'nın en iyi oyuncusu benim reis.
Their spirit's also level 6. I think that's
Dota'nın en iyi oyuncusu benim. Sebebi de en iyisi benim ama.
From a symbol illusion, just one single illusion, Phantasm running in there and spotting all that happening.
Ame giving all the vision, kind of commanding his team to go there, making the calls. And I think they're ready. The boat is off cooldown. They have a DD rune on the Kunkka. There's a siege mid, so they're probably gonna go pressure mid. Even Io has a relocate if he needs to, but he'll probably just walk there. And this is when the real pressure of LGD heroes comes out. Even the Chaos Knights finishing Armlet up, they're hitting all these really big timings, and it's really early for them.
Yeah, and they just don't have a great response here from Team Spirit, right? There's not going to be a Blink Dagger for a while on Collapse. No good counter initiation outside of something like a heal, maybe trying to.
Akif, sen Amerika'da yaşıyordun değil mi?
Obviously, with missing out on that
Çok seri cevap
big
ver.
collection of neutrals, Yadro is not really at a place where he wants to engage them.
I'm really scared for the Bristle right now. There's a relocate, but Io's with the Razor on top. Kunkka's kind of jungling close, but even with just Chaos Knight and Earth Spirit, they can have 4 heroes here almost instantly.
Yeah, respecting the rotations from Team Spirit, I'm a little bit surprised.
Allah aslanım kanka, çok seri $20 donate atacaksın. Çok seri, Amerika'da yaşamanın bedeli. Hemen Süper Chat'ten $20 gelsin.
You're building in a double BKBs now on LGD, BKB on Kunkka, BKB on Razor. BKB is kind of the item you just buy every game on every hero, and it's always good, but it matters so much when you get it this early on both their heroes.
Just repeat that one more time for people in the audience here. BKB, every game, every hero, always good. Okay.
Also 4 deaths on the offlaners of Midas.
That's right.
Don't forget that one.
We did learn that one. That one's also true. So you win some, you lose some at the major, you know?
But yeah, I think LGD right now is just using their hero.
Ali Özkan, sen de yurt dışında yaşıyordun değil mi? Euro kazanıyordun kanka. Almanya mıydı? Arkadaşlar bu saate kadar maç sunmanın bir bedeli var. Hollanda mıydı? Ali Özkan, sen de hemen kardeşim bir 20 euro ateşliyorsun. Arkadaşlar haraçları alalım. Yani TL ile ML ile olacak işler değil bunlar. Acil döviz lazım amına koyayım. Akif'ten araç kesildi. Kardeşim hemen güzelliğini yaptı. Çok teşekkür ederim Akif'cim. Sağ ol kardeşim benim. Amerika'da artık rahat rahat yaşayabilirsin. Dallas'ın sahibi sensin. Ama oyunu sattılar kanka. Akif, adamsın kardeşim benim, sağ ol. Arkadaşlar ülkemiz için ülkeye döviz sokuyoruz amına koyayım.
We're seeing why they didn't want to take that chance earlier, but take the fight on the return from the relocate and get punished. And suddenly Spirit, they've got
Akif, sana Dallas'ta Mallas'ta karışan olursa beni bul kardeşim ben. Yerimi biliyorsun. Bu kardeşin senin için orada her türlü fight yapar. Bir TP'me bakar.
Looks like he's just rushing up BKB as opposed to the Ags that we normally see from Bristle.
Antalya Belek'te sömürdüler beni reis, euro kalmadı diyor. Kanka kalmamış hali buysa, kalsaydı neler olurdu valla bilmiyorum. Ali Özkan, sana bulaşan olursa kardeşim sen de bana geliyorsun, tamam mı? Birisi böyle yan bakış atar. Birisi rününü çalar. Birisi jungle'dan kase atar. Direkt beni bul kanka. Bak burada kardeşin senin için hazırda bekliyor. Eyvallah arkadaşlar. Bugünün yevmiyesini çıkardığımıza göre benden bugünlük bu kadar. Artık maçı gerçek yayınından izlersiniz. Burada geriden geliyor zaten. Ben de yatayım azıcık. Yattığım yerden izleyeyim. Uyku düzenim bozuluyor. Sizleri seviyorum. Kendinize çok iyi bakın. Allah'a emanetsiniz. İyi geceler. Şaka lan şaka.
They have great vision in that dire jungle right now, seeing the duo of Razor and Io farming it up.
I like the way they play this co-op with the Chen. I think you they use a sonic wave just to
Hayır
reset the
aşkım
fight. It's
ya,
kind
niye
of a stun
kapatayım?
in a sense where it pushes them back for a second. to
Haraç
start the
kestim
fight.
milletten.
Lets the Chen heal over time, kind of go to work, lets him get in position to mech, and at the end of the fight.
Şaka lan şaka, gülün diye amına koyayım.
Relatively good, but it's really good when you have 1,000 more health just on every one of your heroes.
Yeah, the heal really turned a lot around for them.
They see them both, and Team Spirit hunting through the forest.
Blink dagger on the
high, they're ready. Call there immediately. Follow up onto Faith Beyond. Can they get out with any of them? Why dead?
Yalnız var ya, Spirit çevirdi oyunu ha.
But this fight already looks pretty rough, although it might be good. Roll in round 2. Can they do it? Faith Beyond still living through this.
Ananı sikeyim. HP'lere bak. Ana, kaybettiler lan oyunu. Yatarım. Kardeşim benim be, halletti gene ya. Adam god amına koyayım.
Just looks thin as paper in these fights. He's not lasting past the initial boat run. Just getting absolutely torn apart by just physical damage like quills.
Arkadaşlar şaka bir yana, Ali Özkan ve Akif teşekkür ederim canlarım. Sağ olun ikinize de donate'iniz için. Çok teşekkürler. Canımsınız.
Nice blink timing by the Axe. He gets the IO. He survives just a little bit longer, and he maybe gets that Holy Locket off.
Oh, meanwhile,
back in the land of the world here.
Q goes in, kills off one. Toronto Tokyo forced to blink away, so LGD come back with a little bit of a vengeance here.
Yeah, collapse though.
Gotta be careful. The big jump, if they can get a call, and you can see LGD, they split up immediately, but that leaves one alone.
Big save.
Tries to do it. Why? Gets him relocated out. Nicely played by LGD.
Nasıl keseceksiniz ki Aks'ı ve Brist'i amına koyayım?
He might be too far forward. The link is there.
Hadi Aks'ı kestiniz diyelim. Ben de sikiyim, Aks ölmüyor. Tam sinek vızıltısı atmalık var ya.
Oh, they sacrificed Mira in the back line though, but they'll take it to keep Axe alive and going here. Immediately back to farming. Is under a ward right now at very low HP though.
The biggest concern for LGD is they need to get a kill within the X stun right now. It feels like the Razor isn't strong enough to be early in the fights. He doesn't have, he just got his BKB on the Kunkka, so it kind of ends up being he boats, they blink away because of all the healing of Chen, and then once the fights reset, Spirit's always in the lead.
Bu oyun LGD'de dedim ama kardeşler gene satmanın bir yolunu buldu ya.
This is a Bristle game, right? Like the way that he's playing these fights, he's forcing him to split, and then Claps gets to choose his moment. Even if they get the reload save, that's one of the beautiful things about the Axe is that it is a a shorter cooldown initiation. It's all, it's a bit of a commitment, of course, but it's not like he's then worthless for like 2 minutes or something. So
unfortunately, I think nothing to say. Missed the Tidebringer hit on the Axe.
Yeah.
So he limps away with just a sliver of health. It was really close to being okay, but even if they get the Axe, it doesn't.
Kanka bak görüyorsunuz değil mi? Adamlar first item BKB alıyorlar. Çünkü neden? Çünkü BKB Dota'nın en önemli itemi amına koyayım.
There you can see constantly talking with his team.
Torrent'i çaldı.
Good spirits and very little separating these two squads. Axe has his blink dagger. It's going to take a little while as he's fallen somewhat behind to get into that next item, but the Chen is making up for it. And LGD, they make the call. It's time to take this tower, shut down some more of the map. They've lost their own already.
They do have a great ward right now from Team Spirit on the other side of the river, so Claps sort of keeping an eye on what they're up to, but just going to grab the wave, pull it over, and they're going to move their way towards that Roche pit and see if they can take over the top half of the map.
Another big timing is going to be their refresher for Faith Beyond. It'll actually let him kill heroes. It gives him so much damage in the fights. Double BKB, he can survive, but it's still 1,600 gold away. And it's hard to ask to wait for that, especially when the enemy has the opportunity to Roche. They have Chen, Bristle. There's so much threat that you get when you're just not on the Roche side of the map.
Brist'in Aghanim'i bittikten sonra oyun da bitecek bu arada.
Are they smoking at us and you don't really know what's happening.
So often it's been Faith Beyond that's been able to carry them through these
İmci siker lan MG.
different times on this Razor, making all those big calls and moments happen. We'll see if he can do it for them again.
They've given him so much of this IO throughout this game, right? Like just farming through right now. This is a really nice timing.
Ulan be Veso baba. Chat'te abonelik dilenen bir köleydin. Şimdi büyüdün adam oldun lan. İmreniyorum sana, helal olsun reis. Senin bu ibretlik değişimini var ya okullarda ders olarak vermeleri lazım.
Yep, Roshan starting to drop. He'll fall very quickly with all the minus armor, and I don't know if LGD are going to be in a position to come and contest this.
BKB daha geliyor.
BKB completed for Toronto Tokyo.
Collapse smoked up on the wave up top right now.
They want to move in, yeah, no Axe nearby, and they came just a couple seconds too late. LGD reveal themselves there. Toronto Tokyo does not have the Aegis, but rolls in. Right away, pops the BKB, wants to take down Y, does not have another blink.
Solda CK birilerini sikiyor.
Get him, the torrent, lift up, that was from the Rubik. Mira doing a good job of controlling Maposhka. Down low, they need collapse. He's a little ways away, can he get there in time? Stolen boat, so they have the rum. Yadaro strong, jumps in, finds one, collapse, on to Faith Beyond, trying to bring him down in the duration of that BKB. Can Yadaro find him and chase him? The slow is there. Oh, they interrupt though. They get on Toronto Tokyo, so Yadaro stays on.
Abi birisi çok adaletsiz bir hero ya.
Nothing to say, starting to fall. They kill off Toronto Tokyo. The trade so far is 2 for 1.
Vay amına koyayım. Aegis'ı bile düşürmeden çıktılar lan oradan. Helal olsun. Bir support, bir mid. Karşılığı offlane kesip. İyi trade bence.
kind of runs out. Chaos Knight's constantly critting. Razor's going to reduce armor more and more, steal more and more damage. Io, every second he's alive, is healing your teammates for more.
And at the very least, he didn't
Beyler
get killed,
son
but he did
1900
force
gold,
out, like, the
sonra
instantaneous
Brist.
heals required from the Chen, right? He just like had to pop it right away.
If the Chen went down without clicking a button, that fight, I think it would have been a lot different. There's just overtime heal from Hand of God now.
I mean, it's still a pretty good win as well. Like lots of XP, lots of gold for the side of LGD. Sure, they get an Aegis on the side of Team Spirit, but some confidence, I feel like, heading back the way of LGD as this progresses. And do they have to find an answer, I guess is the question now for Yadro? Like, is there something specific they should itemize for, or just go like, you know, we just need the big damage?
I think Nothing to Say is already buying an AC. He's pretty close to finishing it, about 1,000 gold away, and that'll give armor to everyone. They're all got a little tank here, but mostly just the Razor refresher. The double Eye of the Storm kind of makes it so heroes can't walk close to you; they'll die. And Yatoro's also not buying armor, so if he's next to the Razor for 2-3 seconds, he starts going to the negatives. That's when you start just dying. Also with the AC, the negative armor, it's all going to kind of add up really soon.
They do have some of that negative armor also with Yadro, the Aghanim Scepter we're talking about there. X on to collapse. That's a stolen one from Mira.
The other big thing is Y is finishing up his mech. And I with mech is comparable to Chen, but only for the one hero.
Yeah.
But it will be a full fight reset for like Ame. If Ame can jump in, he maybe gets 1-2 kills, he gets bursted down. And they're going to smoke up even before the mech.
The refresher's right here. Testing, trying to find it. Maposhka, the first one found. Is he
Gene
gonna take off? No,
Chen'in
doesn't
götüne
have
tekte
buyback either.
girdiler ama.
Team Spirit recognized this, immediately run away. Everybody tries to get out. Can LGD run them down? Mira, he's the one that's left behind. The X is
Kunka
there.
çok iyi şey
He'll
yaptı.
catch and kill the
Çok
Rubik.
güzel,
So LGD find the
nasıl
two
söylenir?
supports.
Yeah, the
Çok
second
hızlı
Chen goes
tepki
down, I
verdi
don't
yani.
know Team Spirit is ever going to feel confident of a fight without him unless they're instantly jumping the backline with the axe or Yatoro's already going in. If you have the ability to dodge that fight, you should just not take it.
That was such a weird start to an engagement too. They were trying to bait the Queen of Pain. Not even bait, check the high ground with the Queen of Pain. She was X'd up by the Rubik who had it, and so she's like checking the pillar, and Mapochka's like, oh, so it's safe here? And then it was not.
Bence Brist'in burada şu anda Aegis'i düşürmek için bir fight başlatması lazım.
I wasn't sure if he was aiming for the X on the return.
Yeah.
But whether or not he was, he hit the Chen. That's all that
They
mattered.
really wanted, that's for sure.
And still not needing to pop that refresher for Faith Beyond. So he'll have that double BKB for the next fight. BKB also done on Chaos Knight.
Assault bitiyor
4,000
lan.
gold lead for LGD.
I think he's probably going to buy a Mage Slayer with this Oblivion stuff on Chaos Knight.
Hani Kaos 18 olursa oyun birazcık şey olur ha, dengelenir.
With the axe spin, the bristleback quills, Quap does everything as all our spell damage, so it'll mean that whoever he goes on doesn't really burst his illusion zone. Even Nothing to Say, he finishes up the AC. It's kind of all their timing, so LGD is going to look to smoke. They got the refresher. He didn't even have to pop in the last fight.
40 seconds until the Aegis is down as well, so a good opportunity here for them to move up.
Aegis bitecek oğlum, Aegis'in çok az zamanı kaldı. Bir dakikadan az süresi vardır Aegis'in. Maksimum aynen 30 saniyesi var. Aha Aghanim geldi.
Smoke on smoke.
Right in front though on the Chen too.
They get vision down. They see those couriers leaving. They know they're right behind him on LGD.
There you go.
Looking for that opening, looking for vision. Do they drop down any more wards? Team Spirit just a couple of seconds ahead of LGD.
All right, well, he's got the Wildwing Ripper, you know, maybe. Oh, he left the creeps.
They spot Zinq. They know they're right behind him. Do they turn and try and fight this? This is the Aghanim Scepter done on the bristle.
Aegis bitti.
Buyback status, only Mira and Io have it.
Team Spirit's going to try to bait them into this high ground ward they just placed. They're all going to kind of stand here. They're going to go cut the next mid wave that's going to push out. And they're going to hope that at some point LGD decides to walk backwards into them. But unfortunately for them, LGD is kind of in the better position on the map. They're closer to a tower.
Kunka'ya karşı öyle yapan yok. Gerek
So
yok.
they're going to just take this tier 1 tower and just going to sit in the corner and now force Spirit to walk to them.
Yeah, and they had a read on that as well, right? Like they're like microing their couriers around that area, just ensuring that Zinqi's not going to lose.
Look at this double TP mid.
Send one back here. Toronto Tokyo gets caught. They roll into Mira, but they can't get him. Gets the lift immediately. Toronto Tokyo did have to pop his BKB.
Evet, 80 saniye BKB yok. Hadi
I
bakalım.
think they were assuming that the Queen of Pain would pop BKB on the X. And Zinq kind of realized that, so he goes on the Rubik. Unfortunately, gets lifted, but really nice thinking to not just commit everything on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, kind of chasing a little bit here too. They're going to see this with the vision they have in the mid lane though, so well aware that it's everybody running over here from the side of LGD.
You can see Collapse, he TPs to the outpost just from the tri-camp. He's just so scared of connecting through this river that he knows he needs to be with his team, and they're going to make a move.
I think they might double smoke there as well, unfortunately. D-ward happening.
Why? That's a good one to fight. They get him right at the
Ayo buyback atarken.
That's everything. They try and blow him up. Torn too.
Oh shit.
He gets away. The mech is there.
Attılar.
Down low, rolls out. Why dead? But it's already 2 dead on Team Spirit.
They're putting a lot of faith in the Agnum's Bristle to Sonic Wave just the IO, saying that's our big damage now.
They caught the quad.
And with no BKB, that's a little bit of a problem. Can they bring her down? Gets the blink out and trying to escape from that. The Tidebringer connects, does have another blink up in a second. And Toronto Tokyo goes north.
Pretty sneaky. Just a little, like not enough damage for this IO. He gets the Holy Locket off. He didn't have the mech in the fight. So next fight, it's going to be even more healing.
That's actually terrifying.
Man, LGD definitely found their mojo after not picking Naga Siren.
Harbi Naga Siren piklemediler amına koyayım. Bir şeyler yapıyorlar oyunda.
There's different timings for the fights. The first like 10 seconds during this boat run, amazing, great for LGD. They got to win the fight there.
Then run.
And then the next like 10-15 seconds, that's when the Chen has healed everyone. That's when the Bristle Goose stacks start popping up, the BKB's lower. But then in a really long fight, that's when the Razors burn all your armor. The Chaos Knight's gone on maybe 1, 2, 3 targets with his blink stuns. So if the fight gets too long, it starts going in the favor of LGD. So Spirit need to find this sweet spot where they go in after the rum, but before they've taken too much damage.
All while keeping Mahoshka nice and safe.
Yeah, just all you have to do is that.
Yeah, that's it. All right, perfect.
No problem. And for LGD, it's just a matter of, like you say, finding that key target, getting Maposhka, or extending those fights as long as possible while kiting collapses. Big old calls.
The next big item, Ame is going to go for a Silver Edge to break the Bristle. I think once they get to that point in the game, that's when they just start focusing the Bristle who walks in front. And it starts feeling really bad when you walk up and you have no threat with your just body being there.
Well, everyone's looking at items right now, seeing what the next timing will be for themselves, but the Roche is going to be about 1.5 minutes away here now.
Another interesting item, Nothing to Say picks up the Basher.
Yes.
I'm assuming this is probably just to help cancel TPs, because the Chaos Knight doesn't really want to Basher, and they don't want to let them just BKB TP out from his whole team.
Yep. You know they're going triple BKBs as well, with that Axe being there next.
This was all scouted out, and Team Spirit knew that LGD was coming this direction. They had that ward on the high ground, and they all are going to be able to dodge this smoke gank. Collapse escaping from this. 25 seconds till TP's back up. But, oh, wait a minute. They clip him. He shows on the tower. Oh, Collapse. A rare
Salak
mistake
çocuk ya.
from him.
Salak çocuk
And
ya.
nowhere left to go. They punish.
Harbi salak çocuk ya.
LGD find their man.
He's 30 minutes. He maybe forgot that there's a tier 1 tower there, assuming it's dead.
Those things are hard to knock down these days on that part of the map, you know?
But
it tends to live there.
Collapse bu oyun etkili olamadı ya.
Which a lot of people, I think,
BKB'yi çok geç aldığı için.
after the change to, you know, it being the Manta style axe where the spins on attacks.
Yeah.
But the really cool thing is it's all attack damage, I believe. So if he gets 5, he needs 5 spins, keep in mind.
Okay.
But if he gets 5 spins on the Razor or the Chaos Knight, they start doing 100% less damage just to the axe. So he becomes very tanky, but the Blade Mail will still reflect full damage. The issue is just getting there in the fight, because if you're asking an axe to survive for 5 spins on one target,
it gets a bit tough these days. But they'll grab one free pickup here. They're not
Çok fazla solo kill veriyorlar.
Valuable there in Mira, but that Roche is now finally up. Ame immediately into the pit. He knows about this. They got the vision up on the pillar. There are river wards here. It's going to spot all this action around the pit. But, you know, not really able to get here in time for Team Spirit.
Looks like it's going to be more time to delay.
Boşanı da verdiler.
Claiming this Aegis here 30 minutes in. We have so often seen this be the one that shuts down that map and constricts up Spirit. We'll see if they can do that again and actually clean up this game here.
I really like the Lotus.
Ion'un bu oyunda sadece CK'ya bağlanması yeter. CK. CK'dan başka birine tether bile atmaması lazım.
So he's able to sit in the fight and not get linked down. It's just a really nice pickup. It gives him armor as well to kind of counteract this Chaos Knight.
CK Bloodthorn alıyor galiba. Yo, Silver Age alıyor. Sonra da Bloodthorn alacak.
At a fortunate situation.
Ame has a lot of different items there.
It's also, like you said, the Dispel, like, you can't really buy Refresher, you know, on this hero. It does not feel very good. We've seen it happen, to be fair, when the BKB is just that important, but...
For the Bristle, yeah.
Yeah, some cheaper Dispels can be helpful.
Yeah, Vlad picked up for Chen. It's all these like little tiny items, the 2,000 gold items that give this tiny aura, give this, you know, this 1 purge here. a little force staff there that kind of matter in these fights because every inch matters so much when the games are close.
Collapse has finally managed to finish off his BKB with even hanging on to that Philosopher's Stone, just realizing that he needed that badly and there was no areas for him to really farm on the map.
Also Toronto finishing Shiva, so hopefully it'll help.
Panda banlı mıydı acaba ya? Offlane Axe yerine Panda alsalardı oyunun anasını sikerdi yani.
That X popped on Toronto Tokyo, so I think he got the knowledge there. Unfortunately, no Yules to attempt to cancel that.
They do have the other 4 heroes grouped together smoking and could head on to
Ali Özkan, elimde bir tane boost var kral. O boost'u bitireyim 2K'dan 3K'ya, sonra 6K'ya kadar kasacağım kendi rankımı. Kendileri mi banladılar? Hay amına koyayım ya.
He's kind of the harder target to kill. 3000 HP, still a BKB. They're probably hoping more for ZenQ. He can die really early with no BKB, and they're just gonna keep holding this hill ward. But you can see he's so good. He knows the exact range of this hill ward, and he just stands right in the fog until his team's ready.
And there they are. Faith on the first one down. Jumps in, gets the call, no link off. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo finding a guy, trying to kill him off in time. It's not quite looking at stolen both though, so they're gonna have their.
Ayo güzel çıkardı Razor'u. Ayo'yu kesecekler mi? Kestiler. Cheris çok arada kaldı. 30 mark. Ooo. Çok iyi kol. Çok iyi kol. Çok iyi. Çok iyi. Collapse oynadı.
BKB there, and Ame just forced to try and TP out of there, dropping some items in front of him.
Drop the blink.
I might have jumped out for that blink. I don't know. I was gonna attempt it.
Aks harbiden oynadı kanka. Harbiden oynadı yani. Solo kazandı fight'ı. Helal olsun.
ZenQ got right into the backlines. He did get a silence on him at Poshka. So got a little bit hairy there, but as it expired, he pops the Hand of God just to get that heal rolling for the team, and that's what helps Yadro stay up there alongside that boat.
Yeah, so much healing on the Razor.
Collapse
It just wasn't enough.
Ya Reis oynuyor ya. Hatasını telafi etti. Ne yapıyorsun lan CK? Deli.
Mira gets the lift.
Oh, Spirit Vessel into the roll.
It's very low. Needs to back out. The mech is there, but it's not doing as much as they might want. Still, the bristle.
Ayon'un eriyişe baksana. Buyback atması lazım. Buyback'i yok. ZenQ'ya bak. Yediği hasara bak. GG.
Team Spirit, they blow it open, and Ame, he just didn't have enough.
He came back to save Mira.
ESGLGD takımı gene ikinci olarak e-spor kariyerine devam ediyor. Aa, kendine X attı.
They're so strong with no Chaos Knight. Kind of the break is the only mechanic they can use to kill this Bristle right now. So Chaos Knight's dead. They have nothing.
Move on in here from ZenQ.
Üstü de alırlar. Birbirlerinden hasar çektiler. Brisk daha çok çekti ama. GG.
LGD, is it really all gonna happen like this? Oh, Team Spirit, they found their moment and hit it perfectly and collapsed. He finds nothing to say, trying to kill creeps, forced to BKB and run away. But Ame, he's back up again.
Vodka power diyebilir miyiz arkadaşlar?
You can see LGD, they look pretty shocked right now on the player cams. They've lost 2 racks after a Roche and a fight in the mid.
How quickly it can happen. The lift, the taunt, Faith Beyond. It wasn't meant to go like this. The boat is out. He refreshes. He BKBs. He tries to run away. They run out of there by Ame too.
CK'nın ultileri de öldü.
Use your spells to kind of kite this out. They can't even fight when the supports respawn.
Yeah, and even now, Yadro still having a BKB, also one as well, remaining for Collapse too. So really, Toronto can kind of just lurk in the back and wait to jump in after if they can provide that space, even without a BKB of his own.
They have not left. They are still there. They are ready to go. They have left. The talk was on the other one. They could come back in a moment. Watch out. 87% now.
Yeah. I will say it's not the biggest lead though. You know, it's only about 6K. We've seen LGD.
Acil nerf ya. Acil bak. Brist'te şu an Ice Frog'un şu an işi gücü bırakıp bu hero'yu nerflemesi lazım. Şu anda ya. Hemen bak. Şu maçtan sonra Brist'in nerf yemesi lazım. Dawnbreaker'ın, Brist'in anında bak.
And ever since that one fight, it's just kind of spiraled out of control.
It was very unusual to see that too. Like no even attempt at a D ward, right? Came through that space. Part of that maybe on the supports as well. You don't have that easy vision onto the high ground.
It's also hard when you're IO. IO doesn't really want to ward D ward.
Baksana abi şu kuleye vurduğu hasara bak ya. Yani ananın amı ya, ananın amı. Sadece kuleye de vurmuyor. Adamlara da öyle vuruyor.
Well, they're going to need to prove it here for sure, and they've proven it time and again. They've been able to do it in so many of these late game scenarios. The Harpy Scout outside of vision. The roll forward, XingQ has been the man for him time and again. Not infinite mana this time.
I think Team Spirit probably feels really confident about the game. They are up 2 racks. They might just wait for Roche, kind of secure the game. There's a inner feeling they have right now where if LGD goes in the bristle and he doesn't die, they're just going to win the game. And so even if he just wants to save buyback, he probably doesn't even need to save buyback. If they're going on him, his Chen's going to save
Axe da
him.
Lotus alıyor galiba.
Counter initiation and disengage.
Lotus mu alıyor?
They can kind of just stand in front.
Aa refresh aldı.
And there it is, the refresher,
Oh
the
yeah.
double jump, double BKB. Well, you don't
Büyük
have to refresh,
BKB
you
is...
blow it, so at least you got that as well.
The smoke up, they're not going to be ready for this. They've got all the vision. We've seen it before, but Collapse, he's the one that's under their ward, so now they spot him. They go, Ame.
Yine Chen oldu olan.
Maposhka at the start, a 4-second stun, it's pretty
Buyback
good.
at. Yok ki buyback.
On the Chen.
That's huge.
Can they do it? LGD, do they fight for more? But
Full vision'ları var, bu fight'ı kazanırlar.
XingQ saved by Y. LGD, they're fighting through this as good as they possibly can. Oh, that's tough though. But they pull him back.
Axe çok iyi yakaladı gene. Çok iyi abi. Gerçekten çok iyi. O Bristol öldü. Bak satış. JK Brist'i çok iyi yakaladı arkada.
They're chasing. They see so much. It looks like it's going to be free to chase down LGD, but they find that damage, and without the saves being there, that initial kill onto the Chen, they couldn't get as much of their plays here out of Yadro.
Unfortunately, it's a kind of later spawn. I think it was 2 minutes on the Roche, so it won't be up until all of Spirit have respawned, but...
What a big comeback here this was.
I love the hesitation at first from Ame, right? He immediately jumps back, couldn't get the Hurricane onto himself and maybe get back, but probably wouldn't have been enough in the end. Silences in the back line to prevent Rubik with the save at the same time from XingQ. Jumps all the way back, and when it looks like he's about to go down after the Sonic Wave, the save comes through from Y with the mech and the relocate. But then this is what looks so dangerous, because Yadro's still chasing down. This still looks like the typical fight we've had, and they jump right on to Ame and take him down so quickly.
There's a really nice BKB cut by Collapse. I don't think Ame was expecting it.
Aynı fight'ı bir kere daha yapabilirler mi bilmiyorum.
They get a little too confident. They chase. I don't even know if Ame had a buyback at the very end. Even just the Razor and the Earth Spear might have just cleaned it up.
Yeah, and even able to just get that spear.
Ben hala oyunun döneceğini düşünmüyorum yani.
Cut him through.
That power of that Razor when you get the refresher and you're left alone. Faith Beyond making the plays for his team yet again.
Yeah, painfully though, waiting inside this Roach pit. Like, come on, where is it? Spider legsing through, checking, but they have to give it up.
Abyssal is finished on nothing to say. He had it in the last fight, but it's so hard for him. Once the Bristle gets on him, he's so fast. If the second the BKB's out, he's just gonna be permanently slowed, and it's really hard for LGD right now. The buybacks are kind of their biggest, I think, especially on the Razor.
Iron T4 itemları çok iyi çıktı bu arada.
It's really hard to ask for him to not die.
4,000 gold, all that's separating these two, and the buyback's that key thing that we're talking about here. Kunkka, Io, and the Queen of Pain, a lot more soon to come with the gold. But will they manage to take this next Roche fight? That's going to be the big thing to watch for.
Oh, it's an Aghanims as well.
Got for the Chen. Oh, that'd be super good. I mean, for a lot of these different heroes, to be honest.
Yeah, I think almost any of the
LGD'nin en büyük şanssızlığı Roche Pit'te hani o fight'ı aldıktan sonra Roshan'ın çıkmamasıydı. Yani Roshan çıksaydı orada Roche iyi olurdu, seri bir Roshan.
We can all agree not collapse though, right? We're not doing the armor strats on this axe.
Well, he would get armor for every Chaos Knight illusion.
That's true.
One big call.
Dire are scanning.
Battle hunger him up.
Yeah, and then they all die, and then the battle hungers go away. That 2 seconds though? You have 100 something armor?
That's 2 seconds of glory right there.
Evet, büyük bir smoke.
So 40 minutes in and the smoke up has 5. Now in this area, Rubik is actually rather Razor is already in a really good
Abi smoke'ları çarpıştıracaklar amına koyayım. Hadi bakalım. Ama Dire full vision yani şu an.
Danger, danger. Miro Maposhka back away. Yadaro shows. Roll on in. Zinq is far.
Earth Split'i çok erken kestiler oğlum. Ve buyback'i yok. Ayola yakalandı. DDCK. Senin atacağın ultiyi sikeyim, kafama geldi amına koyayım.
Zoning, yeah, just zoning. Making a little bit of space there as they head into the pit.
Unfortunately for Zinq, he just finished the BKB. He didn't get it off because he got lifted during the roll, and now he has no buyback for the Roche.
They're right back in here. Refreshing still set here on that Razor.
Looks for it, but it's too late.
Everything's on the ground.
Ya zor, ne yapıyorsun reis? Ulan Ayo ne kurtardı be. Çok güzel bir EKB.
Trying to chase this fight so separated though. They're just gonna have to send back the IO. No, they come back with both. Faith Beyond's ready to fight. He doesn't care. Goes into all of them. Gets the link on to collapse the
Helal lan Collapse. Harbi helal lan.
Oh, they don't even need the cheese.
They do have the buyback though if they need it from him. Buyback already came from Mira and Spirit pulling around it.
Buyback'i yok CK'nın. GG. Bitti oyun. Burada bitti yani.
They just cannot be stopped here as they run forward 2 minutes without Ame's haters. Where are you now, Toronto, Tokyo? Will not be stopped in game, will not be stopped typing as they run on into the fountain near Toronto, Tokyo jumps on in.
Adam all chat'ten haters where are you now yazdı amına.
Chen is gone though. Zinq found the back line. Do they have enough? I don't think so. Toronto, Tokyo still very low on mana. Faith Beyond chasing him down, wanting to get that kill, but can't quite get him.
Oh, that's an Axe Berserker's call.
Big old chunk in. Finds Zinq. Toronto, Tokyo still lives through all of it. 70 seconds until Ami. Can they wait that long? Yadaro, he doesn't want to play anymore. Trying to finish this off. Wants to end the DPC. Wants to end the major.
Ez yazmadın mı lan all chat'ten?
Keyboard slam from Yotaro at the end. The typing comes out there. They're loving this crowd on their feet now for Team Spirit.
All across, they waited. There's only been a couple series that they take them down, but it happens on the big stage.
Vallahi GG. Güzel oyunlardı. 2 oyun naga almasalar belki 5. oyunu izlerdik. 2 oyun naga almasalardı belki 5. oyunu izlerdik yani. GG. Kaç paralıktı bu turnuva? Herhalde 500.000 dolar kazanıyordu birinci, bilmiyorum. Oh beyler. Ben kaçıyorum. Sağ olun bu saate kadar benle oturup bana katlandığınız için. Seviliyorsunuz. Donate'ler için, aboneler için teşekkür ediyorum. Kendinize çok iyi bakın abi. Allah'a emanet olun. Yarın artık herhalde bir dinlenirim. Yayın açmam. Emin de değilim. Bakalım. Sizleri seviyorum. Kendinize iyi bakın abi. Allah'a emanetsiniz. Hepinize iyi geceler, iyi sabahlar, iyi uykular. Kendinize çok iyi bakın. Hoşça kalın. Haydi görüşürüz.